TNT, they love the drama.
Got to create the drama.
They love the drama. So, but sometimes a little too much drama, but that's okay. As long as you get the dub right now, especially with backup quarterback, you said it in the opening, survive in advance. That's the mindset right now for Texas, because if they do that, then they have more control over their fate. Not all control over their fate, but they control most of it.
Well,
Still can win the Big 12 title. That's the first goal, and everything else will fall into place.
Yep, and they the resiliency of this team, they find ways to win. Defense, we'll get into all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But at the end of the day, the Longhorns are sitting at 8-1, sitting atop the Big 12 conference in a tie with Oklahoma State, and they control their destiny the next 3 weeks. We will dive into all that. Let's get to the headlines, though. Trending topics. It's a busy Monday, obviously. Let's get you caught up. Make sure you're fully aware as you're up and out to start your work week. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news, and we'll start with Texas football. Yeah, coming out of Saturday's thrilling 33-30 win in overtime over the K-State Wildcats. Longhorns 8-1. They're in at number 7 in this week's AP Top 25. As a matter of fact, there were no changes among the top 9 teams week by week in the AP Top 25. Only move came with Ole Miss jumping into the number 10 spot after their win over Texas A&M on Saturday. With 3 weeks remaining in the regular season, Texas and Oklahoma State are tied atop the Big 12 Conference. Both are 5-1. Mike Gundy's Cowboys ranked 15th after defeating now 17th ranked Oklahoma in that great Bedlam game Saturday afternoon. Kansas checks in at number 19. Jayhawks beat Iowa State on Saturday night. Rod and I, of course, will recap the roller coaster win throughout the morning here on Hook 'em Up. Also this morning, we'll hear from Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian. His team now turns his attention to TCU this Saturday night in Fort Worth. He'll have his weekly media availability, get the latest on Quinn Ewers and the injury situation for the Longhorns. Game, by the way, with TCU this Saturday announced as a 6:30 kickoff. Longhorns been installed as an early 9.5-point favorite in that game. Also news from college football, USC has fired defensive coordinator Alex Grinch after the Trojans' latest loss, this one to Washington 54-42 on Saturday night. His defenses have allowed over 44 points per game over the last 6 contests for USC. He is out. Also, eat 'em up down in San Marcos. Texas State Bobcats are bowl eligible for the first time since 2014 after their big win over Georgia Southern on Saturday. G.J. Kinney's Bobcats now 6-3 overall, 3-2 in Sun Belt Conference play. They'll be at Coastal Carolina this week. NFL, a Sunday filled with heavyweight matchups, including the Cowboys in Philadelphia, and the division-leading Eagles held on for a 28-23 win in the game's closing minutes. Dak Prescott moved the Cowboys down the field, thanks in large measure to several Philadelphia penalties. The Cowboys had first and goal at the 6-yard line, a chance to steal a win, but 2 Dallas penalties and a huge sack of Prescott by Josh Sweat, and Dallas comes up short, falls to 5-3 on the year. Eagles are now 8-1. Down in Houston, meanwhile, a performance for the ages for the Texans rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud. He threw for an all-time rookie record 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, lead Houston to a wild 39-37 win over Tampa Bay. Stroud's 5th touchdown pass of the day was to Tank Dell, game with 6 seconds left to play, and capped off a 6-play 75-yard game-winning drive over the game's final 40 seconds. Incredible. Also yesterday, good one in Germany where the Chiefs roared out to a 21-0 lead over the Dolphins, then held on for a 21-14 win. They improved to 7-2. Baltimore in the AFC, also 7-2. They walloped Seattle 37-3 in D-Moore yesterday. And on Sunday Night Football last night, Joe Burrow and the Bengals won their 4th straight game. They held off Buffalo 24-18 in a good one. Week 9 will wrap up tonight with the Chargers and Jets on Monday Night Football. NBA, Dallas Mavericks improved to 5-1 on the young season. They beat Charlotte 124-118 yesterday. Spurs drop a tough one in overtime to Toronto 123-116 last night. Victor Wembanyama scored 20 in the loss. And speaking of hoops, Rodney Terry and his new look Longhorns will tip off their regular season first game of the year tonight. Moody Center hosting Incarnate Word. Horns ranked 18th in the preseason polls. That game will tip off at 7 o'clock tonight. You can see it on Longhorn Network.
The Texas defense, or the Texas defense overall, but specifically the Texas rush defense, probably one of the most impressive performances we've seen in recent history, recent memory for Texas football. They held K-State to their lowest rushing total since 2014. Since 2014. I mean, K-State's a running football team. I mean, they take a lot of pride in that. I got to go look and see what was going on with K-State football around 2014, but that's really impressive. They basically forced K-State to abandon the run game, and that was a top 5 running team in the country. I mean, they were an explosive rushing offense. They actually had the most 10-plus yard rushes going into that game, the most 10-plus yard rushes in the country, and the second most, I believe, if you look at it, they would think it was first among the Power 5, second in the country. But I was amazed actually that Texas was able to shut it down to that extent.
It was. I mean, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and Jalen Ford and all those guys. I mean,
all hands on deck. Ethan,
everybody
I mean,
setting the edge, coming up and tackling. I mean, gosh. That team, as you mentioned, you went through it all last week, how efficient and how explosive they were in their run game. They ended up, when you take the sack yards away, with 33 net rushing yards, 1.1 yard per carry. Now, obviously, there's the downside of that where Texas gave up, a lot of air yards. Again, the secondary struggled, and Will Howard got hot and brought K-State back. But what football game. It's one of those that you're fortunate to win it because you made a lot of mistakes, right? Your own.
Shouldn't have been that close.
I mean,
Shouldn't have been that close. Okay.
And your young quarterback, Malik Murphy, which will be an ongoing conversation of when Quinn Ewers is able to get back. Because, Rod, we went through this last year. When Malik Murphy had the scripted plays and came out with the plays they've been working on all week long, they went right down the field a couple times. Obviously, K-State was, as I heard you say it on the postgame show, an arrogant defense. They came out trying to go man-to-man and press man coverage to the Longhorns. And, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, that was no match, right? Yeah. And the speed of Texas was significant in their advantage early. But then when they were up 17-0, Rod, and they were moving we were doing the in-game watch along on Texas football. And, there had been an end around to Xavier Worthy, where he came around, Sark was deep in his bag, as we like to say. He was really feeling it with the play calling. X-Worthy came around right around midfield, and I think it was about a 26-yard explosive run. And you felt like, man, this K-State team is done. I mean, they were on their heels. The line had them on roller skates. And the next thing you know, Malik Murphy makes the first of his bad decisions. He forces a ball, trying to get it to Jonte Cook into coverage down the field. It was never open, and it was interception. He had been really good up to that point, really locked in. Really from that point on, your quarterback got rattled. I mean, he made a bad throw, took some more points off the board. Then your team had a block punt that led to a quick touchdown right before the half. That's kind of like I mentioned the Houston game, Rod, where the Houston game, you go for fake field goal and control of the game. They get momentum, they get points, and the next thing you know, you're in a battle. Same thing happened here. They blocked that punt, which Jeff Banks special teams has not made a lot of mistakes this year. That was certainly a big one. Missed a blocking assignment, punt gets blocked, short field touchdown. So a game you had totally dominated is 17-7 at the half, and you kind of felt even there, this is kind of on. But then you come out in the second half, and your defense forces 2 turnovers, including one at the 5-yard line. You score a touchdown, you're again up 27-7, and you're thinking, all right, we got this game. Well, then you go to turning the ball over again. A Malik Murphy pass you can't throw on a screen pass that was never really there, and short field touchdown, then a Jonathan Brooks fumble, short field touchdown. Now you're in a dogfight, and the Longhorns found a way to win the dogfight.
Yeah, I think the last part was probably the most important part. They found a way to win a dogfight. You're going to end up in them, especially with a backup quarterback, guys. It's just the reality of it. All right, it's going to be ugly with a backup quarterback. I don't know. I know a lot of Longhorn fans early in the season thinking Malik was better than Quinn. I think we've silenced that conversation. Can we just shut that down for now?
He's a freshman quarterback.
Exactly.
Learning the way.
He's a young quarterback, just like a young Quinn. Looked like that's why y'all even started having that conversation. Y'all saw a young Quinn and went, man, he's really inconsistent, because young quarterbacks are, right? They don't have the recall. They don't have the experience. They don't have the baseline performance. That's what you're getting, right? You get the wild plays and you get the what the plays. And I guess the problem now with Longhorn fans is with Malik is they're still getting more of the what the plays, or just as many what the plays as they are wow plays.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of a young quarterback. Now, when he gets a baseline performance, you'll get more of the wow plays, and that's what they want. But the truth is, and I'll say this about Sark. Sark, he is a quarterback, and I think vicariously, this is what helps him recruit great quarterbacks. He calls plays as if he was the quarterback, which is why he calls pass plays with a backup quarterback, even when he got a good running game. You guys are saying, well, you're averaging damn near 8 yards per carry. Why don't you just run the football more? And Sark, that's not in Sark's nature. I compare it to the scorpion and the frog, right? There's an old fable about the scorpion and frog that they're standing by the side of a pond, and the scorpion says to the frog, like, hey man, you know what? Can you help me get across this pond? And the frog says to him, no, man, because you're going to sting me, all right? Once we get in there, you're going to sting me, and then, hey, we're both going to die. And then the scorpion says, man, that's stupid, because why would I do that? Then we're both going to die.
Yeah.
That wouldn't make any sense at all. And he convinces the frog, hey, man, you know what? Let me ride your back across the pond, and then we'll both get across it. It'll be fine. And then while they're in the middle of the pond, the scorpion stings the frog, and the frog says to him, what the hell, man? Now we're both going to die. And he says, hey, man, it's in my nature And it's in Sark's nature. Y'all can say what y'all want. This man likes to throw the football, and he's going to pass to open up the run. He always has. And I think he always will. I think we just got to get accustomed to that. There are just certain things that are in his nature. Aggressive nature on fourth down, not taking points, that type of stuff. That is just kind of in Sark's nature. That has been since he's gotten here.
Yeah, it is. And
now,
it's,
you could argue that there are certain times in the game where he needs to manage that better.
yes.
And I think that's probably the next struggle for him is that, hey, man, sometimes being a head coach is different than being an offensive play caller. Don't get caught up in the moment. Let's start thinking about the big picture here. And I think sometimes he loses track of the big picture because he's just thinking about, oh, man, they're in man coverage. I'm about to throw this rock. And I will admit, they did give him a lot of man coverage, bum and run man coverage. And if Malik makes that throw where they have the pass, well, it should have been a pass interference call, then, hell, man, the game might never be close. It might blow wide open and never be close, but he didn't. And then that's kind of where it all started because Sark got behind the chains.
Yes.
And then that's why they were throwing the ball deep down the field. But Sark's going to throw it anyway. And you can't get mad at him for throwing the football because you don't get that lead without him chunking the football.
Yeah.
It's
taking advantage of the man coverage.
Yeah, it's
it
a gift
is.
and the curse, man.
And I will say where credit is due. Look, when the Longhorns were in full meltdown mode, and they were, right? They gave up a 27-7 lead in about 10 plays, it felt like. The last play of the third quarter was a touchdown because, K-State had not mounted any real drive to that point of the game. It's the last part of the third quarter. The only touchdown they had was that, short field touchdown after the punt block. And they had moved the ball downfield. Will Howard was kind of getting in a rhythm. And on the last play of the third quarter, a pass out to Brooks where two guys missed the tackle. Michael Taft and Ryan Watts both missed a tackle. Because I was watching it wondering if they were going to get the playoff because the clock was running down at the end of the quarter. And it looked like they were going to go to the end of the quarter. And he gets the playoff, hits Phillip Brooks, and it's a play the Longhorns have to at least force, them to score in the red zone. And two missed tackles, couldn't even use out of bounds. And you're like, oh, man, that was kind of a sloppy play and a sloppy way to end the quarter. So they get a touchdown on the board. It's 27-14, and we know what happened. You come out, and Malik throws the interception early in the fourth. That leads to a quick touchdown. Then Jonathan Brooks fumbles with extra effort, and that leads to a touchdown. And now, again, you're in a dogfight. And I'll give this credit. This team did not buckle. It looked like this is a meltdown that's happening. We've seen it before with this Texas program and certainly of recent vintage. And I thought that the drive when they went was 27-all. And they went on a 12-play drive that ended up with a field goal. I thought that was some pretty good football right there. Malik Murphy struggling, but he completed a couple of passes, found a Donnie Mitchell a couple of times. It didn't end in the touchdown, but it ended with a field goal. So you took the lead 27-23 or 30-27 with 6:03 to go. We know how the game went from there, right? You end up in overtime because K-State misses the field goal. Then they come back down and kick the field goal to OT. I'll still never understand Chris Kleiman going for it on on fourth down. You have a team in Texas who's not good in the red zone. You're really good in the red zone, and now you're down to a red zone game because you're playing overtime. And he decides to go for it, and this is where you started this conversation, Rod, here on Hook 'em Up on a Monday, talking about the defense. To get 4 stops from the 5-yard line, their 3-yard line, whatever it was, stuff the run, stuff the quarterback run, and then on the fourth down play, the now fateful fourth down play, which we will tell you coming up is our Viking defensive play of the game, maybe the play of the season. They were going to run a little quick right, roll right and hit Sinnott, the H-back.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ryan Watts became the hero there. Right? He was in coverage. Looked like he was in man coverage on a receiver who went on a slant route, but he dropped off and followed Sinnott out and played a little zone, which took away the probably the first primary option. That's when Will Howard hesitated. That's when the pressure got to him, and the Longhorns get the big stop and one of the bigger defensive efforts we've seen. Those 4 stops from inside the 5-yard line to win a ball game.
Yeah, no, it was impressive because their second game-winning goal line stand of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Houston.
That I don't even know if we've been able to say that about a Texas defense in a long time. I mean, we have some really good defenses, but that is really, really unique. And what I loved about Ryan Watts, and I've been talking about how Ryan Watts loves to play. He'll play any type of coverage from press. I mean, from that boundary, they give him. It seems like they give him that freedom because I've seen him do that before. Like he'll play. Now, and this is why I love the play that Ryan Watts made, that essentially like he didn't get a stat, all right, but you were watching the play. You understood he made the play, and even Will Howard gave him props and said, well, I assumed it was going to be man coverage, and it wasn't man coverage. The indicator was, well, he was pressed. If he's pressed, oh, man, must be man coverage. It wasn't. It was pressed, but he still, from a press alignment, was tangoing with the other DB, playing the outside cut while the other guy took the inside cut. Ryan Watts didn't have a great game.
No.
Right, Ryan Watts gave up that the sloppy touchdown that you just described, right, on the sideline there. He also gave up that deep ball
Over the top.
when he was in press coverage and press man. So he didn't have a great game, but to bounce back in late in the game and to be assignment sound. All right, think about it. That's a very similar concept to what got Texas beat in the Oklahoma game.
Yes.
Right, to be that assignment sound. I talked about how this team also struggled, in situations like the 2-minute drill defense where it's very chaotic and it's a crisis mode situation. This team, they didn't panic. And that's why this team is flawed. They are certainly flawed. I mean, we can go through a checklist, all right, of how they're flawed. And usually most of we do. We do have to celebrate that they have an outstanding football character. And they have really a ton of football grit and testicular fortitude. And so I think that's what we celebrate, because they're not perfect, but they find ways to win these games. And we all remember this is when they lose those games in the past, especially a team like K-State that are tough. But this is a tough team. This is a team with high football IQ. And, yeah, they don't play perfect football. And we know the recipe or the formula to try to beat Texas and expose the Texas defense. But I love what Byron Murphy said after the game when they asked him, what's the message? We'll play the audio. Like, what's the message that you guys were sending today? And he's like, you don't run the ball on Texas.
No.
No, I mean, you're going to beat us. You ain't going to beat us running the ball. And think about the teams that have tried to beat them. It ain't really even Oklahoma had a running game. It was a non-traditional running game, right? It was a quarterback running, quarterback draws. You ain't just going to line up and run the ball on Texas. That's a physical attitude. That's a physical statement. Saying, you're going to beat us. You better beat us with some finesse football, and you better throw the football. And if you do, you better get the ball out of your hands real quick, because we coming for you. I love the attitude for the defense. Like I said, they're flawed, but I think
I think the team overall, especially until they get Quinn Ewers back, is flawed. Right? They're not a great team. Great teams end games. They end drives. They blow people out. Right? They dominate. Texas is not great. They're a
gritty team.
They're gritty. They're a work in progress still. Right? They're trying to get to become a great program, a great team. But this right now is just they're really, really good. But yes, they're fundamentally flawed in some places. But they're finding ways to win. And you mentioned they're not going to run the ball. Well, look, if they take care of the business the next 3 weeks against teams they're going to be heavily favored over, they're going to play Oklahoma State most likely in the Big 12 championship game. What do? They run the ball. Ollie Gordon is moving towards the Doak Walker Award the way he's playing. That's the guy you got to stop to beat Oklahoma State, so you feel pretty good about that. But you got to handle your business in the right now. We'll talk more about that. We'll hear that Byron Murphy sound coming up in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain as we talk Texas football all morning here on Hook 'em Up. Longhorns sitting at number 7 in the country, tied with Oak State atop the Big 12 with 3 to play. Also, we'll talk about the Cowboys and Eagles yesterday. Who wanted to self-destruct more? Turned out to be the Cowboys. He's wanted to self-destruct more yesterday. We'll talk about the heavyweight matchups in the NFL and a great Saturday of college football. Man, it was wall-to-wall from the Longhorn game on. Hard to pick a game that didn't come down to the wire. But, Rod, tell them about MyBookie, and then we'll get back to some college football chatter.
No doubt. Of course, if you are placing a bet of any kind, and a lot of you out there may be placing some bets, nothing wrong with that. You want to place it with my friends over at MyBookie. They do a great job, of course, because they give you the most bang for your buck, and that's what I'm all about, getting the most bang for your buck. So when your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools, all the tools you need to win and win big. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down. You can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, it's really easy. Go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account. Absolutely free. $3.99. Best price you can get. And when you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. Once again, that's that free $3.99 we're talking about. The promo code is HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Right now, it's the perfect time. So use the promo code HORN, HORN, and try the money bag, the MyBookie money bag, to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and the Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. So go check it out. You can bet anything, anytime, and anywhere only at MyBookie.
All right, MyBookie, good stuff right there. Rob will come back with Burnt Orange Curtain. Also, this Cowboys game. Eagles kind of remind you of the Cowboys, right? I mean, they're now 8-1, and they sit atop the division, hit into their bye week. They were no means great yesterday, but they found a way to beat the Dallas Cowboys. I know that's frustrating for Cowboys fans because every opportunity was there. I mean, the Eagles were keystone copping this thing down the stretch, and penalties. The Cowboys moved it down the field in that final drive. Gosh, 50, 60 yards of penalties. One a big pass interference call, a roughing the passer call was called, or a personal foul. And the Cowboys all of a sudden sitting at 1st and goal at the 6 with plenty of time, Rod.
Plenty of time.
I mean, 1st and goal at the 6-yard line, you're thinking, oh, gosh. I mean, you got 27 seconds left. I mean, you could take multiple shots at the end zone.
Problem is, though, you have no running game.
Yeah,
that's the
and
problem.
They don't even try to establish it, Rod.
You're like K-State, but all season long.
It's like they don't even try.
K-State in that game, we abandoned the running game. They basically have no running game, and it was good to abandon it because you had big Dak energy to rely on, so that was good. But yeah, man, they got to figure out the running game. The passing game. Remember we talked about that, and I brought it up multiple times last week. I'm not saying they fixed it, but they've definitely found some remedies. They found
C.D. Lamb, Jake Ferguson. These guys have been great.
They found a way to rectify their issues, but the running game, they got to fix it, man. They got to do something.
Well, but it's like they don't even try, Rod. I mean, they don't even try.
Well, because it doesn't work. Well, what's the point in trying if it doesn't work? You wouldn't be in that game if you had been stubborn about the running game. It's so bad.
It feels like when I'm watching the Cowboys, their offensive line's always back on its heels. They're never in a come off the ball power stance.
That's fair.
It's always pass. I mean, you can almost give it away. It's like, guys, you got big dudes. You got Zach Martin up there. Why don't you come up like the Eagles do and who lean into their run game? I don't think the Eagles' offensive line is better than the Cowboys. It's not that much better. But the Cowboys are always in pass pro. They're always in drop back mode. And it's like Tony Pollard doesn't even play on the team at this point. I mean, they hand him the ball sparingly. And certainly when they get inside the red zone, they didn't even try. The Cowboys had been down there with 6 minutes to play in a 5-point game. Dak Prescott stepped out of bounds a half a yard too soon. And then they got back down there and they went penalty, sack, penalty. Completed C.D. Lamb, but comes up short. That's just, and you're right, they don't even try to run the football.
I think they know how bad they are at it.
And maybe that's it.
And they don't want to be behind the chains constantly, and they just trust Dak and the kind of the short passing game, some of that to be kind of an extension of the running game. But that's why they're so bad in the red zone. And that's what's holding back the offense ultimately. But, hey, try to tell y'all, give it to C.D. Lamb more. You just get it. I told you all the analytics said C.D. Lamb was playing like an all-pro at an all-pro level. All you do is keep feeding him. And the last 2 weeks, they've been feeding him. And he's been bowling.
He's been great. He has been great.
He's been balling.
All right, we'll take the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. The Saturday games were tremendous. The Sunday games, heavyweight matchups, and really good stuff in the National Football League. Separation Saturday in the Big 12. We'll get to all of it, or as much of it as we can. We have 5 hours, so lock it in. We'll get some what the facts for the end of the hour. Also, Rod takes us behind the VOC here for some of the Texas players. Stand out on defense. Big plays late. Longhorns win 33-30 in overtime. We're coming back.
Who?
It says Rod, but if you want to do it back to back, you can switch them.
I'll do it.
You said you're doing it?
I'll do it.
He said he'll do it. Okay. I'll do the one.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Bud Light, folks, have been a great Bud Light weekend. There certainly were plenty of occasions for the icy cold Bud Lights. Maybe you were celebrating the Ranger victory with that World Series party they had on Friday afternoon up in Arlington. That was a blast. Maybe it was watching all the football all weekend long. Early tailgate for the Longhorns on a beautiful day at the stadium. Going to DKR, getting those burnt orange cans of Bud Light on Bevo Boulevard. All the fun that came with that. And, of course, then coming home watching all the games Saturday evening into yesterday with Sunday. Whatever you do with the ice cold Bud Lights. Of course, Bud Light, only 4 great ingredients that goes into every single one. Give you that crisp taste. The colder, the better. Brewed here in Texas by Texans for Texans, and the official domestic beer partner of your Texas Longhorns, the Texas Exes and the Texas OU game, and really good times with Texas. Only 1 home game remaining. Got a couple of road trips now to TCU and then Iowa State back home for that game on Black Friday after Thanksgiving with the ice-cold Bud Lights. Do it tonight with Monday Night Football. It always is the sure sign of a good time. When there's Bud Light around, it's going to be fun. I promise you. Do it safe, do it smart, but do it with the #1 selling light beer in the state of Texas and all over the world. It's an icy cold Bud Light, brewed by Texans for Texans, and the official domestic beer partner of the Longhorns. Welcome.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of the special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-251-2305. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-251-2305 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-251-2305 to see if you qualify. That's 800-251-2305.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And you know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today.
Oh, let me try to find this. Let me see that Byron Murphy song actually.
Our industry-leading warranty will give you total confidence. As always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush, shop in November, and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the main beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select program raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, so I DM'd you the Byron Murphy song for the DOC.
I got it.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate everybody that's weighing in on the text line. It's your avenue to have your voice heard here on Hook 'em Up. It is 447-3776-512, of course, here in the 512. Like I said, at one point, K-State had 3 touchdowns in 4 plays. That's true. That is absolutely true.
Well, that's why turnovers are the most unforgivable sin of the football gods. That they hurt you in so many ways. There's such a negative cascading effect, a negative domino effect to having turnovers. Think about it. Even if you include like the punt blocks, that's basically kind of
that's a turnover.
That's a turnover. I mean, I don't think it counts in the stats as a turnover, but you're a football guy, you know. I'll gap. That's turnover. And so,
especially against a team that can't move the ball, and now all of a sudden you're giving them a short field.
Oh, yeah. So that's
and putting your defense in sudden change. I mean, right before the half, when as you've documented, they're not good in 2-minute drill, and they're giving them a short field in 2-minute drill.
They gave it up then too, didn't they?
Well, very similar to the Houston game. Very similar to the Houston game.
Oh man.
In that you had to survive, but look, this team won the game.
That's what matters, man.
It is what matters.
That's what matters.
This says, guys, Jameson wanted to know, why doesn't Texas play against Oklahoma State? Well, there's 14 teams in the league this year.
Well,
so,
you will, the way it's looking out.
Well, it looks like it, right? Well, I mean, not in the regular year, right? This was one of the teams. When you go from 10 teams to 14 teams, and you've
been paying attention to Texas football, you don't want to play Mike Gundy. Longhorn fans are happy about that. They're about missing Mike Gundy. Ain't nothing wrong with missing Mike Gundy every now and then. We're good on that. You're about to face him at the end of the game, the Big 12 title game, but if you can avoid Mike Gundy, that's pretty good. He's one of them.
He is one of them, and he's a really good coach. And that game came with a little bit of everything, much like Texas K-State game. It was 27-24 final. It was bedlam. I mean, there were. I know the Norman side of it in Oklahoma. They're hollering about the officials and the no call on Drake Stoops.
It was egregious. It was egregious. It was. But so was the Xavier Worthy one too.
Oh,
but
the X-Man got helped several times.
That was crazy. I cannot believe. I'm a DB, guys, so I usually side with DB, just so you know. No matter
it was pass interference in the end zone.
Wow,
on Drake Stoops. I mean, and it was a game situation without a doubt. There's a big 15-yard penalty on the.
So I do know now. Game on the line. If you're a DB, grab. Game on the line. You can grab.
Don't get beat. Grab.
You know what I mean? It's kind of grab. Make them call it if the game's on the line. You know, right now they kind of letting it go. It seems that way anyway.
This says Terrence Steele certainly didn't come to play for the Cowboys. Terrence Steele, your right tackle, got abused last night. Whether it was Hassan Reddick or G Sweat or They picked on him bad.
Yeah.
But again, if you're, if you're unwilling to even try to establish a run game, I don't disagree with you, Rob. When you say they just know they're bad at it, that makes it really hard on, especially against a pass rush like that. And they don't have any semblance of a run game to worry anybody. And again, if I could see it from the TV where they're kind of leaning back on every play, like they're not in a power set. That in the defensive line knows that too.
They're in the retreat mode.
Yeah, they're in retreat mode. They're trying to catch people, not pound people.
Yeah.
Because it says I was yelling, "What happened to McCarthy? We're going to run the ball." Well,
yeah, that was a bunch of BS. I think now, I always say life in football are constant struggles deciding between what you want to be, what you need to be in order to survive. I think he wanted to be a running team, but no, you need to just be a team that can throw the football because you're just not good at running the football.
I'll say this to Jerry Jones: you don't think you would have been better off in that game yesterday had you did whatever you had to do to get Derrick Henry onto your team and be able to run the football with that guy down inside the 5-yard line over and over and over again.
Yeah.
If you watch Derrick Henry last Thursday night against the Steelers, that guy can still plug it, man. That guy is exactly what you need
but
right now.
This is the problem with the Cowboys. Hope is all too often a strategy for them when it comes to certain positions and certain roster construction. We all knew the running back position was going to be an issue for the Cowboys going into the season. Everybody said it. It was like, man, they need to draft a running back. They did. They drafted Deuce Vaughn, but they drafted way too late. They should have been drafting where the Cowboys drafted Rojo, somewhere around there, and they didn't. And then we talked about in free agency, hey, go address it. What about a guy like Deontay Foreman? Hell, both of them ended up on the damn Bears. Right? Go after Deontay Foreman. Go after a cheap solution at running back. They didn't do that. And then we said before the trade deadline, all right, Cowboys, for trade deadline, hey, running backs, different one on positions, man. Go get somewhere, somebody cheats, whatever. Some team has in luxury of too many damn running backs on the roster. Just go there and, throw out a draft pick. They didn't do it. They were just hoping that Tony Pollard's going to be back to his old self after that injury, and they were wrong.
Well, they didn't give it to him, so I don't know.
I think they realized how wrong they were, and he's not a bell cow running back. And what are you going to do? Bench your franchise tag running back for Rico Dowdle?
Look, he had 12 carries. I mean, Dak threw it 45 times. If you tell me that going into the game against that pass rush, it's a recipe to lose.
Yes,
and it was.
Don't disagree.
And, of course, it was frustrating because, Schoonmaker comes up inch short on a touchdown. Dak comes up steps out of bounds, a pinky toe out of bounds. It's really tough stuff. But at the same time, your bell cow running back gets the ball 12 times, and you throw it 50.
Because he's not a bell cow.
I don't know.
Because he's not a bell cow.
That's a fatal flaw. Then that's a fatal flaw for the Cowboys. And now the Eagles are sitting at 8-1, in control of the division. Cowboys are 5-3. Eagles into their bye week, try to get Jalen Hurts as healthy as possible. Speaking of health and quarterbacks, we'll hear from Sark today on the Quinn Ewers situation. He's been listed as week to week. We'll get the latest from Sark today. Longhorns will play TCU Saturday at 6:30. The final matchup with the Horned Frogs, maybe ever, coming up Saturday night in Fort Worth, 6:30 kick. Let's go behind Burn Orange curtain.
Can we have the Byron Murphy sound ready, please?
What's that?
Thank you, brother. All right, welcome back. Let's get into some Texas football discussion. Before we talk about the Texas defense, and we're going to hear from Byron Murphy. Corey Mose, who does a great job for KVU. And that's really my man Chip Brown was the one asking the question, but he's the one that put out the audio via Twitter of Byron Murphy and them asking him essentially what was the message that Texas defense was trying to send in that game. Here's a stat that just blew me away when I saw it, and shout out to Hook'em Headlines because they're the first ones I saw with it. And I went back and looked at it, and turned out, it's true. The Texas defense held the K-State Wildcats to the fewest rushing yards since 2014. K-State. That is a mind-blowing stat for somebody who, played K-State teams, and they're a hard team to stop from running the football because they're a hard-nosed, blue-collar, physical football team. You got to be more physical than K-State. Texas was more physical than K-State when you looked at the way the Texas defense matched up against that offense. And that was a top 5 rushing offense that decided to abandon the running game at one point and just totally go into empty formation to start throwing the football. Even Avery Johnson, who was the kind of added element in the run game for them, the other dual threat quarterback, I saw him, I think, one drive. Was it more than one drive? I think it
Yeah,
was one
he was
drive.
in there a couple times in the first half, but
and they abandoned that because he doesn't throw very well.
Yeah,
Well, how was their best throwing?
Well, Texas was just overwhelming them up front. I mean, it was Bo Davis's group, the linebackers, Jalen Ford. It was a clinic in playing, in the box defense against a team that wants to punch you in the mouth. They punch them square in the jaw.
I knew the Texas rush defense was good. I didn't realize that could be that dominant. So,
yeah, man.
Here is the sound. Shout out to my man Corey Mose, who at KVU does a great job. But I believe it's Chip Brown who asked a question. Here is Byron Murphy when he's asked about the message the defense was trying to send to the nation.
The message we sent was that we will not allow you to run the ball on this. We don't know who you is. We're going to stop pushing on foot.
Hey, you know what? I love it. I love the attitude. I mean, you have to have an identity, which means something that you do as well, if not better than everybody else. The identity of the Texas defense is they take away the run. They choke the life out of your run game.
And it's still frustrating that they can still get beat with the pass, even though they make teams one-dimensional. But that's a work in progress.
Well, the thing is, it's football, guys. You can't take everything away.
Right.
You can't. It's football. I know if you were the 85 Bears, you can. 2,000 Ravens can do it. I mean, there are not a lot of teams that can take everything away and shut
this year's Ravens not bad either, by the way.
I got stat about that too, actually, for our we get to what the facts. But yeah, you can't take everything away. As a defensive coordinator, you want to try to take away their strength. If you can take away a team's strength, that's ideal. But for Texas, at least you know how to build your game plan, and your identity is, all right, we know we can stop their run. And then you can start, constructing the game plan to really build in fail-safes for your weaknesses. And we know what the weakness of the Texas defense is. If you're pass first, and when K-State became a pass first team, they made some plays. And honestly, when we had the conversation, and my theory was, to win games, you got to break tendency. And I wondered if they come into the game deciding, you know what, let's just throw it. Let's go. And you could argue it probably would have been a better strategy. Not probably. It would have been a better strategy than what they did, which was pound their face up against that brick wall.
Yeah, if K-State had come in with a pass-first mindset and then not played that man-to-man defense against the Longhorn receivers to start the game, they very well might have won this game.
Exactly.
But they didn't, and the Longhorns took advantage of it. They got points on the board early, got Malik Murphy in a groove against easy read, man coverage. And just Donnie Mitchell just outran DBs. And he threw it up, and they went and got it. But they went away from that. And, again, the first interception really led to a spiral for Malik. But the defense really never gave in. I mean, it was frustrating that after
the compromising positions, too.
Short fields. Short fields.
It was tough on them.
Well, then you're in overtime thinking, that's not good. I mean, this is all short field, and the Longhorns aren't good on a short field. Offensively, they're
no, they're bad. They're bad on the short. That's crazy to say. When you said it, I had to let it register. It's like, you're right. They're bad on the short field. How is that? They're bad on the short field, which is why overtime. Going back to the Kleiman decision, I on my way to the car asked 10 different K-State fans. All right, that's an unofficial poll. All right, goes, hey, because me and Bobby, we did the post game at Schultz Garden. So I took a little. I saw every K-State fan I saw. I was like, went over and asked them, all right, what do you think of that Chris Kleiman decision? All of them disagreed with it. They all were like, it was a terrible decision. We don't understand why he did it.
I think you extend the game as long as you can.
Against Texas, and their red zone offense was 120th in the country. Yeah. In terms of touchdown percentage.
And your team has shown the ability, as good as the Texas defense is, to score on the short field against them. Because they gave you the short field after the punt block, they gave you the short field after the 2 turnovers.
It was crazy.
You were able to score pretty quickly.
We'll take it.
And Sennett on the first play, he gets loose for 19 yards on the their first drive of overtime.
That was a busted coverage. It was a busted coverage. I can tell you that it was I believe it was Malik Muhammad and David Binda. Because they don't one of those, I believe it's that one where it's been there, and he basically doesn't take the inside cut. It was a nicely drawn up route though, but it was a nicely drawn up. I think they were attacking Bendo.
I just think at that point, and look, Kleiman said he never thought twice about it. He said, if we have a chance to get a win, let's get out of here.
Now but it was. I
think he got a plane and thought, damn,
it was a bad decision.
You extend that game.
you extend
that game
because Texas was melting down. So you always.
Well, he also maybe didn't.
That.
He also doesn't trust his kicker all that much after he shanked the one.
That's very true.
And well, I can't just rely. I mean, he made the one that was important to get it overtime, but he missed the one.
And they had a botched snap.
They
Remember they
did.
had the
On
one
point,
where
on
he
the extra
hit the
point.
guy on the shoulder or
Yeah,
whatever.
on the extra
So
point.
he might have been, insecure about his special teams. But anyway, hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Your bad coaching means Sark out-coached him again. 3,000 where he's out-coached Chris Kleiman, who's a damn good coach. Let me throw this out there, too, to give the defense some props. I've been complaining all season long about PK's decision to take Jahdae Barron off the field when he's facing power, when Texas faces power personnel packages, 12 personnel, 21 personnel. He'll take him off the field when they have 40 personnel out there, which is 4 DBs. And because he plays nickel, and usually the nickel is always lined up in the field, and they take him off the field. But instead of taking him off the field, my argument was he's your second, third best defensive player behind Tavondre Sweat and maybe Jalen Ford. Why would you ever take him off the field when he's such an impact player, especially when some of you guys in your secondary, nothing against them, they're good, but they're liabilities in coverage. You put him at safety or you put him at corner. Shout out to PK. In overtime, they put him at corner.
Jahdae Barron was on every
and by the way,
snap.
And I don't know what during the game they didn't do it. During the game, I was ready. I put it in my notes. I was ready to come in and complain. I talked about it in the game live broadcast that PK steal, and they actually, even on the interception by Tapp, that was one of the plays where they took Jahdae Barron off the field. Texas making plays still without him on the field, but it just doesn't make sense to take your best player and one of your most versatile defenders off the field when he can play corner, he can play safety. So I'll give PK a ton of credit. He finally did it in overtime. Hey, evolution. You got to evolve. I don't care when you make those good coaching decisions, but I just care that he made him. And maybe he was saving it. Maybe he just didn't want to show it to the right time. Or maybe he just figured at that time, hey, man, my defense, I need my best players on the field, and I can't take him off the field. So either way, give PK credit. For the last 5 plays in overtime, they had Jahdae Barron at corner in 40 personnel.
Love it. All right, good stuff with Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain all morning long. We'll hear from Sark coming up. We'll also have our Viking fans defensive play and player of the game. I think you probably guessed the play. It was the biggest play of the season so far on defense for the Longhorns. We'll also get some What the Facts, including C.J. Stroud, the Houston Texans young quarterback, didn't just have a game for the ages. He's having a rookie season for the ages down in Houston. Texans fans with a lot of optimism after what they've seen for the first couple of months of the football season. Other What the Facts coming as we roll on a Monday, good, bad, and ugly with Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod.
A pair of collisions up on I-95 southbound. Yeah, here we go again. South of 129.
What is it?
Down area. So coming down. It's going to be slow for some routine delays that kick in along about this time anyway. Now, further south from there, we've been watching this crash.
that long, considering how bad that defense has been. Yeah, I mean, considering how great quarterbacks Lincoln Riley has coached, it's sad that they hadn't fixed that defense just
All you had to do was watch the Cotton Bowl last year when they lost to Tulane and blew a huge lead. They gave up 136 points in 3 losses last year, and they brought him back to continue to coach a defense that's last almost everything. Almost everything. They give up 44 points a game in their losses. Think about that. 44 points a game. All right, we'll come back. We're 1 hour down. We've got 4 to go of our 5-hour extravaganza on this Monday, recapping a roller coaster of a thrilling overtime win for the Longhorns. Never apologize for a W, Rod Babers. Never apologize for a W. Take it and move on.
Yeah, survive in advance, baby.
3 to go for the Longhorns. And at 8-1, number 7 in the AP Top 25 this week. New college football rankings will be out tomorrow. Sark will meet the media today. We'll be all over that. Rod's got a rant coming up. We're talking all things weekend. Football, plenty of it. Safe to say, good, bad, and ugly with you on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B.
Underdog for you.
Following the signs from the southbound side of I-35 out of Georgetown, south of Highway 29 toward 1431, we have an extra backup. Further south there, the better news toward 251st, we've been plotting this crash, but it looks like it's clearing. We still have those blades, of course, now kicking in the normal stuff at this time of day. North of there, in fact, Farmers and Lumber is slow too. Northbound I-35, Kyle, Bermuda, Onion Creek, Stassi, Old Brook, Safety, Chavez, the Triumvirate is happening. The backups there, scattered fog in the area, not too terrible just yet. We'll continue to follow that story as well for you. I'm Don Miller, and there's the traffic.
Underdog Fantasy, folks. Listen, I love Underdog Fantasy. You're going to love, too. It's an absolute blast to play Underdog Fantasy and fantasy football on a game-by-game basis, right? I like long-term fantasy football. Took a loss yesterday. That stinks, but, it's the way that goes. Bye weeks and stuff. But if you just love to have a little fun in the game, that's what Underdog Fantasy is about. It's game-by-game. You choose the game. Could be tonight, Monday Nighter, where you have the Chargers and the Jets. You choose 2 to 5 players on either team, up to 5. Lowest 2, as high as 5, and then you're going to select, using your own sports brilliance, you're going to choose whether that player is going to go higher or lower on the in-game totals, whichever you choose from. And if you go 5 for 5 on your picks, you can win 20 times your money. It's really that simple. And it's real live. It's fun. It's legal here in Texas. And it's just a fun way to enjoy the game even more on a game-by-game basis, not a season-long situation or commitment like that. It's just game-by-game. And you can do college or pro football. You can do NBA. You can do whatever you want, and you have fun with it. And you also will find pretty quickly that the Underdog Fantasy mobile app is so darn easy to use. You just log in and use my promo code Hogan, Hogan. That's Hogan when you do, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $500. So $100 becomes $200 pretty dang quick, and you do the math from there. They also are going to give you a mystery for you new customers who haven't used it before. When you use my promo code Hogan, they're going to give you a mystery pick, 0.05 there in your queue that you're going to have fun with. Just get signed up, have some fun with it tonight with Monday Night Football or the NBA of the week, whatever's coming up. Any game you want, have a blast with it. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan, Hogan. It's so easy to use. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan.
Must be 18 or plus and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consumer play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise and stainless steel hardware, choose Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did he sleep with her? Actually, yeah, get some sleep. She slept pretty good yesterday.
The
Last
leaves are
night.
changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And you know what?
We're talking all things Longhorns. Never apologize for a win, folks.
Hey.
Longhorns get the victory. It came with probably a lot more gray hairs, maybe some heart palpitations for you. It was one of those kind of games. I can't remember a game that was that back and forth, that roller coaster.
It was. It just seemed like, it was just great drama because it seemed like the Longhorns were going to run away with it. You kept thinking to yourself, man, they got dominate K-State. We all thought this would be a close game. Thought this was going to be a slobber knocker. This was going to be a fight down to the wire.
It turned out to be the game we thought it would be as far as down to the wire kind of game with a backup quarterback. It just took a weird way to get there.
Right. The build-up to it was a little bit different. The crescendo was different. But you know what? Turned out, hey, it was still great drama. If you're a college football fan, you love it. If you're a Longhorn fan, probably a little bit more, stress than you needed, but that's okay. It's okay because they had a backup quarterback. Sometimes at this point, you got to win ugly, and that's okay to win ugly. It's okay to win ugly. And your defense, celebrate, the good. Your defense with a goal line stand to win the game. It's their second game-winning goal line stand of the season.
Yeah.
Now, you may argue they had 20-plus point leads in those games. It should have come down to that at one point. But still, hey, you'll take the dub and take your team pulling it out, having that clutch gene.
You know what's funny about that? Yeah. They're not a great team. They have some great players and they play great in stretches. But great teams, if you want to label a team great, they finish games, they finish drives, they put people away.
Yeah.
Those are great teams. Texas is a really, really good team that has some fundamental flaws, and especially when they're playing with a backup quarterback. That was the precarious part. The game was it was crazy how this game went to where you felt like Texas was going to blow it out. Then the block punt and the touchdown right before the half kind of made you wary, where it was only a 10-point game at the half. You're thinking, oh, geez, here we go again. But then to start the third quarter, the Westlake Shap duo, Michael Taff and Ethan Burke, forced turnovers that set up a quick touchdown and a field goal. Mm-hmm. And now you're back up to 27-20. You're in a good place. You're up 20 points at home. And then the meltdown begins, right?
Meltdown happens.
Next thing you know, it's 27-all. You're like, how did that happen?
Exactly.
And now you're thinking, oh, man, now we have this quarterback who is really head spinning.
Spiraling.
How are we going to go win this game? And that's why I would say through all the gray hairs and the heart palpitations and the frustration, just enjoy the win. Enjoy the win, as you said, the best run defense that we've seen in Texas in a long, long time.
They held them to their lowest
and a
rushing
resilient
total.
team that finds ways to win.
Lowest rushing total since 2014, yes. This is a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah,
it's a top 5 running team in the country.
You have to get your blood pressure medicine updated and all that kind of stuff for this team. It just kind of feels like that's what they are.
Exactly.
They're going to make it tough on themselves, but
they went in the fourth quarter. Sark said that too. I believe. I forgot what time in the game they had that interview with him. He brought it up, because she was talking about how things were getting close. He's like, this team was in the fourth quarter. That's who we are. We got to find a way to win in the fourth quarter. I love how confident he is in this team's, ability to close out a game, have that type of football character and that type of football grit, team grit. It just shows you that the culture of the team right now is in a really good place to win games like that.
And there's also some good fortune, much like with Dana Holgorsen in Houston, you needed
it's okay.
You needed a coach to make a decision that's very questionable. That's okay too. You took advantage of that.
I can't believe he did it. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe when he was doing it, I was like, he's gonna try to get him offsides. And I was like, actually, no, I think he's gonna go for this. And I'm thinking to myself, he's gotta have a money play. He's gotta have a play that he's been holding in his back pocket. He's like, I know it's going to work. I've been saving it for the perfect occasion. This is the perfect occasion. It wasn't even a money play.
No.
It was a simple switch route.
Ryan Rotz played good defense.
You thought, man, you really underestimated the Texas pass defense, didn't you? You just
Well, and I thought the two previous plays that led to fourth down were pretty underwhelming. I mean, anytime they went a quarterback empty, you knew it was going to be a quarterback run. I mean, Texas figured that out pretty quick.
Yeah, he did.
Well, let's go to the other headlines, top stories, get you caught up. Then we're talking Texas football, the Big 12 race all morning long, and Cowboys as well. Let's get the news. Top Gun Reynolds and Lonaquin bring it to you. Longhorns now coming out of that thrilling 33-30 win for K-State, sitting at number 7 in this week's AP Top 25, sitting at 8-1 overall. In fact, no change among the top 9 teams this week in that AP poll week by week. Only move came with Ole Miss jumping to number 10 after their win over Texas A&M Saturday. 3 weeks remaining in the regular season. Texas and Oak State are tied atop the Big 12 at 5-1 apiece. Gundy's Cowboys ranked 15th now after they beat 17th ranked Oklahoma in Bedlam. Great game there. Kansas checks in at number 19 after they beat Iowa State in Ames on Saturday. Also from college football, USC has fired out defense coordinator Alex Grinch after the latest Trojans lost 52-42. They lost to Washington on Saturday. Grinch's defense has allowed over 44 points per game in USC's last 6. Eat 'em up down in San Marcos. How about the Bobcats? Texas State bowl eligible for the first time since 2014 after their win over Georgia Southern on Saturday. G.J. Kinney's Cats now 6-3 overall, 3-2 in Sun Belt play. They'll be at Coastal Carolina on Saturday. NFL Sunday filled with heavyweight matchups, including the Cowboys in Philadelphia, looking to knock off the division-leading Eagles and have their chance. The Eagles held on for a 28-23 win, frustrating for Dallas in the closing minutes. Dak Prescott moved them down the field at first and goal at the 6-yard line and a chance to steal the win, but 2 penalties later and a huge sack of Prescott by Josh Sweat, and the Cowboys were looking at 4th and goal from a long way out. Couldn't get in. CeeDee Lamb caught a pass, came up short. They lose at 5 and then fall to 5-3. Eagles improved to 8-1. In Houston, meanwhile, it was a performance for the ages for the Texans rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud, threw for an all-time rookie record 470 yards, 5 touchdowns to lead Houston to a wild 39-37 comeback win over Tampa Bay. Also yesterday, good one in Germany. The Chiefs roared out 21-0 over the Dolphins and then held on for a 21-14 win. Chiefs are 7-2. Baltimore's also 7-2. They walloped Seattle 37-3. And on Sunday Night Football last night, Joe Burrow and the Bengals won their 4th straight. They held off Buffalo 24-18. Week 9 wraps up tonight with Chargers and Jets on Monday Night Football. In the NBA, Mavericks beat Charlotte to improve to 5-1 on the young season. Spurs dropped a tough one in overtime to Toronto, 123-116. 20 points for Victor Wembanyama in the loss. And speaking of hoops, tonight, Moody Center, Rodney Terry and his new look Longhorns will tip off their regular season facing Incarnate Word. Hornets are ranked 18th in the preseason. Game will tip at 7 o'clock tonight. You can see it on Longhorn Network.
Yeah, Longhorns pull out a victory over K-State. The turnovers for Texas with a backup quarterback are an issue because not only did he have the 2 interceptions, but you had multiple interceptions that were dropped, actually. Could have been as many as 4 interceptions.
He put the ball in peril multiple times.
Yeah, and, he's still a young quarterback. Obviously, he's inexperienced, so he's still got to go through growing pains. That's expected.
And also missed some open throws, too. I mean,
he missed. Yes, he did. I mean, that's actually kind of the downslide starts when he misses the Xavier Worthy throw. Probably should have been a PI. We all know that. But Xavier Worthy had step on that guy. I believe it was bump and run coverage still. Even after the Longhorns had already burned him multiple times, they went bump and run coverage I forgot what down it was. It was an early down.
It was a first down.
It was early down. I know that because I think we were on the live broadcast together and we're talking about how he should run the ball, or at least Jerry Hamilton was suggesting he should run the ball, and Sark decided to throw it, and I supported the move because I think it might have been automatic check they were going to anyway.
Yeah, they're playing press man again.
They're playing press man against our guys that we're going. Think about it, guys. You don't have the big lead early on if Sark's not taking those shots when they're playing press man and aggressive man coverage, which they play a lot of man coverage. I didn't think they'd be that aggressive early on. And they adjusted their game plan throughout the game. And that's where really Malik gets in trouble. And we saw this with Quinn too, right? Think about the Alabama game last year. Not last year. In 2022, the Alabama game there, right? Quinn's one of his, breakout performances, just that first quarter. Nick Saban's favorite coverage is man coverage, and Nick Saban wanted that young quarterback to prove that he could make all the throws. And Quinn, also on the script that they've been working on and seeing man coverage, which is the easiest coverage to diagnose, you saw Quinn light him up because he can make all those throws.
Yep.
And against K-State, something very similar happened. They were on the script that Sark had already been working on, and they got the ideal coverage they thought they would get, man coverage, press man. And I think for Malik, and we've talked about this, his deep ball more advanced actually and translates a little easier than Quinn's deep ball when Quinn became the starter. And I think we've seen that, right? Connect on some of those deep balls and the success he's had. So that kind of it really did fall right into Texas' game plan and right into Malik's strength and him being on the Sark script first 20 plays. After the script, after they made adjustments, and then after the interception, we saw the downward kind of spiral happen for him, and that's because his confidence waned. He was off the script, so it wasn't as comfortable in terms of the plays that were being called at a comfort level, and you saw the adjustments by the opponent. So that's when you need Malik to be better, and he wasn't until he made some clutch throws in clutch time.
And I thought Sark called a great series when they went 12 plays and kicked a field goal at 27-all. To take the lead. That was big because your quarterback was reeling at that point. And look, you can tell when a young quarterback is just not seeing the field.
He was erratic. Yeah.
And it's like, oh my gosh, this is deer in the headlights at some level. And you got to kind of coach through that. And then he made some throws he'd love to have back. And you revert to some old bad habits, right? And you're not playing with the confidence it's going to take. But, people are talking about Arch Manning. Well, you don't think Arch Manning's going to deal with the exact same thing?
Growing pains, yeah.
He's not been on the field. I mean, This is why Quinn struggled at times last year when teams would adjust to the script and adjust to what was working, because that's what they do in football. They adjust. And young quarterbacks just haven't, been through that process. You got to go through it to learn it, and we're watching another young quarterback. So we'll get an update from Sark today on the health of Arch and if he's going to be available, when, or what they're thinking. We did see Quinn on the sidelines again without the sling on, but no word. He was listed as week to week a couple of weeks ago. I'd also say to criticize Sark a little bit. We did this on the live stream. It's fair to the open season. When they were up 17-0 and moving the ball, and right when Malik threw the first interception, I do think Sark was trying to force something to Jonte Cook there. Jonte Cook was on the field. Sark has talked about trying to get the freshman more involved, and that ball was never there. And they could have run the ball right in the end zone from there. K-State was kind of whipped at that point. Remember, they had run the end around to X-Man, and they had gotten down about the 26-yard line, and you're thinking, man, they're just going to be able to plow this thing. Jonathan Brooks is getting going. Looked like K-State was on their heels and getting a little tired. They should have saddled that up and just run that ball in my opinion. And instead, you try to dial something up. I think they thought they were getting man coverage on Jonte Cook. Turned out they didn't. That's when they dropped into the zone, and he threw the interception right at the goal line. That's really when his struggles began. At that point, he was never really the same after that pick, if memory serves. And his numbers would indicate it. He was really a struggling quarterback from that point on. And that's where, if I'm Sark, go back and run that football. See if you can plow that thing into the end zone with some easy passes, some easy plays. He tried to make the big play and it ended up hurting him.
And I agree with you, by the way. I don't disagree with you, but I'll just say this. Again, same thing I told Jerry, same thing I told you on the live stream. It's not in his nature. At this point, we have to know who Sark is. Sark's a quarterback. And when he's calling plays, oftentimes vicariously he's thinking like a quarterback. And what would I want if I was in that position? And he would want to throw the ball.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I think that's what he's thinking. And I think that's why his quarterbacks love him. And I think that's why, he calls plays really well for quarterbacks. And I think that's why he can get them back into a rhythm. I don't know if he ever got Malik into a rhythm. That's what worries me a little bit. Remember, we've seen him get Quinn back into a rhythm, and I love it. Right, that shows that he's got a special relationship with his quarterback. We've seen Quinn start out erratic and look bad, and then Sark be able to get him into it. Not all the time. Obviously, Oklahoma State game in 2022 different, but most of the time, think about that Oklahoma game this year. Man, that was amazing how Sark was able to get him back in the groove and get him back on schedule. I didn't see him do that with Malik. I seen Malik make some good throws late in the game, but he seemed erratic the whole time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Sark ever got him back into a groove, a rhythm. And that concerns me a little bit, too.
No better example than the interception early in the fourth quarter. That was a screen pass. I mean, that was an easy play. Let's design something to get our running back in space. And obviously, Jonathan Brooks got caught up in traffic, and he threw it to nobody.
I think he thought the lineman was a guy.
I don't
know what he did. Yeah, he thought somebody was supposed to be there.
He did that last week. Remember, he did that with the first pick against BYU last week, where he panicked a little bit and let it go. Then that's the ball you just throw into the stands and throw it up over your running backs' heads. But either way, all right, let's get Rod's rant. This is good stuff. We're talking Texas football. Longhorns sitting at number 7 in the country, but a heart attack waiting to happen all year. Think about that, Rod. Had they gotten a goal line stand against Oklahoma, this is what these games are coming down to, pretty much on a week-by-week basis now. I don't know how much more of that the Longhorn fans can handle, but here comes TCU. Let's get to Rod's rant.
The easiest and safest way to get a new car, any make, any model. Click AppleLeasing.com and experience how easy it is. Find out what happens if you stop being polite and start getting real. So you got it now. Time for Rod's rant of the day.
All right, I gotta just take some time and give some praise to C.J. Stroud and what he did. I give you a couple of stats to put his performance into perspective for those out there who didn't get a chance to watch it. So C.J. Stroud broke the single game rookie passing yardage record, 470 yards. All right. He also, how about this? On first down alone, he had a perfect passer rating of 158.3 throwing the ball on first down. He was 16 of 19 for 298 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a perfect passer rating throwing the ball on first down. It was a hell of a performance for him. And if you go look at it, not only was he great there throwing the ball on first down, but he basically, if you go look at his overall pass rating, 147.8. He had more yards passing in that game than some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time have ever had in any single game in their career, including guys like John Elway, Brett Favre, Russell Wilson, Jim Kelly, Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Terry Bradshaw, Johnny U, Andrew Luck. I mean, you name it. Cam Newton. It was an extraordinary performance. And he also had a perfect pass rating, throwing the ball on first down, passing in the second half, and on the final game-winning drive. He had a perfect pass rating in all those situations. On the final game-winning drive, passing in the second half, and passing on first down.
It is something to watch, man.
It's unbelievable.
And it takes you back to the loss at Carolina last week, which was like, that was weird. They didn't play well. But, they've beaten now Pittsburgh at home. Pittsburgh's a winning team and a very good defense. They've beaten Jacksonville on the road. This guy, it's not like he's put these numbers against nobody. This was a pretty good pass defense the Buccaneers bring to the table. But, he's got the poise and the leadership of a 10-year player. He's never rattled. Speaking of Lee Murphy, right, he'll learn his way as a young quarterback, but C.J. Stroud is completely in control. Even last week when they were struggling against Carolina, you never saw him panic. He got frustrated at times, but, boy, the quick release, Rod, if you combine his quick release with his anticipation and ball placement, like he anticipates the route, but then he can put it right where he wants to. And then you saw yesterday, he's got a little of that dog in, Ron. He's got a little of that dog that when Baker, give Baker Mayfield, the Lake Travis Cavalier, a lot of credit. He went down and put his team ahead, and he played a great game yesterday against Houston. And but I also have to add this to C.J. Stroud. He's doing this without a running game and without what you would call a legitimate all-pro receiver.
And the O-line has been a mass shooter all season long.
Yeah, and they lost another guy yesterday. It's just like it's a flawed team, yet he's covering up a lot of flaws with his ability to anticipate. I mean, the one thing he reminds me of more than anything is Drew Brees. His early anticipation of a route, to where he's throwing the ball and the accuracy to go with it, to where the ball's coming out and the receiver's turning and it's where it needs to be.
You throw a guy open instead of throwing an open guy.
Yes, and you're seeing it before he even does, which tells you the understanding of the defense and what they're trying to do to you. He is a really, really talented player. The Texans obviously have their guy. The touchdown he threw on the wheel route in the back corner of the end zone to Tank Dell yesterday was just golly.
Yeah.
I mean, drop it in the bucket. I mean, you practice that route throwing, you're trying to drop it on the back corner pylon, right? That's essentially what you're trying to do when you're practicing from 40 yards
over
out.
the head of the defender, right.
And you want it to land on the pylon in the back corner of the end zone. That's where it would have landed if Tank Dell hadn't caught the ball.
No.
This guy is pretty special.
And then he had 300-yard receivers because obviously he threw the ball so damn much. Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, and Tank Dell. That Dalton Schultz pickup it's been money.
He's been a go-to guy.
He really has. He's been such a great.
He kind of worked with CJ. Like he can tell when CJ needs a play.
Yes.
He wiggles his way open and finds a spot.
Veteran savviness to his game. I mean, but like I said, the Cowboys have Jake Ferguson, who actually is playing really well too. So Cowboys fans, that wasn't a dig at you. I'm just talking about how he's playing really well for the Texans. The Tank Dell pickup looks even better now. Keep in mind, C.J. Stroud, there is audio. We played it actually earlier this year of C.J. Stroud essentially saying that he suggested to the Texans that they draft Tank Dell. They were working out together, and so you even got to give him credit because that's who he went to on that game-winning drive. Tank Dell was his guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that
and
was-
he's the perfect slot. Nico Collins, a good player. You know, John Mechie's supposed to come back at some point. The former second-round pick out of Alabama who battled cancer. But you know, this is a guy you're gonna at some point. This is a San Francisco 49er-based offense that D'Amico Ryans has brought with Slowick, Bobby Slowick, the OC.
Yep.
They're gonna develop a run game. They just are, and that's what's really scary for the AFC is that when they get the run game going, which I think they will. Because like there's teams in the AFC like Kansas City and the Dolphins who really don't try to run very often, right?
Yeah.
They don't mind. Joe Burrow doesn't try to run the ball much. Houston's going to run. I mean, they're going to be built, I think, a lot more like the Niners than they are right now when they get the right personnel in place. But either way, it says Noah Brown better than Gallup. Yeah.
This season, yeah.
Yeah,
There's no
Gallup
doubt.
dropped
Yeah,
another one yesterday
yeah.
that was
No
his
doubt.
first down that was right in his hands.
Yeah, no doubt this season.
This
Totally
says, guys,
agree.
would you take Dak or C.J. Stroud? You would take C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud
Come on,
all
y'all.
day, every day. And Dak, by the way, Dak's playing well. And
Yeah, that's not a knock on Dak. That's just
he displayed that big Dak energy yesterday. But right now, C.J. Stroud is playing. He is in the process of having potentially the greatest rookie season for a quarterback of all time.
well through
You're going to be able to make that argument if he stays on this pace.
yeah, and through 8 games, he's having the best first half of a rookie season of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, you not even close.
If he stays on this pace,
Because he's playing like an all-pro. I mean, he's 14 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's 103 passer rating.
It just lets you know that, once again, I say this all the time, it not only is quarterback evaluation inexact science, I've always said nobody really knows what the hell they're doing. They're like 3 or 4 guys all time, like Bill Walsh, but like Andy Reid. There are a few of them that know what they're doing when it comes to quarterback, but for the most part, nobody really knows. Because if you did, there wouldn't even been a conversation about C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young.
Yeah.
But none of us really know what the hell we're doing. We're just throwing blank at the wall and seeing if it sticks. And that, I mean,
because you don't know how certain players are going to react in that moment, in that fighter pilot mindset.
Cognition test.
Yeah. I think he did okay.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, cognition might be his strongest attribute right now.
So the
ability
cognition
to read a
test
defense
is
quickly and get
not-
the ball out of his hand.
Yes.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, there's Rod Sarand. We'll go back to the Longhorns in the win, 33-30. It's flawed, but it's a win. Never apologize for a W. Longhorns are sitting in the top 7 in the country and 8-1 with 3 to play. Also, the Cowboys, one that got away yesterday. That one was there for you, and the Cowboys couldn't take it. Frustrating loss for Dallas, obviously, and it's a big loss because now they're a couple games back of the Eagles in the division. We'll pick up all those. It's a good, bad, and ugly Monday. Glad you're with us. Bullish or BS before the end of the hour. We roll on. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Things are getting complicated.
Yes, sir.
What's it?
Ironworks.
Southbound where we had an earlier wreck. That has been cleared. Now the other direction is being affected. And further south
Boom,
from there
boom.
toward Palmer Lane, Howard, we got a crash reported as well. And so, it's still got problems with head to breaker lane. Now south toward 51st, that crash is long gone. So good news there. As far as other wrecks, we have one Loyola and Hector Lane are near there. That's an injury crash. Out on front into both back at Howard. A reported crash, and that's not on the main lane. But here's one that is reported on toll 130, but okay, that's on the front of it as well. This is going to be at School Road, and of course the southbound traffic is the heavier side this time of day in that area. I'm Don Miller, that's traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a gorgeous city. That's why we all love it. We all call it home. One of the big reasons for the aesthetic appeal of Austin is the skilled craftsmanship of our good friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. It's been a long time since they've been shaping this great city, since 1935. And you see the labors of their love everywhere, all over this great city. You might not even know it, but you might be driving by one of them right now. And like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office. So if you're looking for an exciting new career change, maybe you want a new challenge, maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of this prestigious organization, Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that help shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Life Sports business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions. Based on what it it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A Thanksgiving Day feast is waiting for you at Kalahari Resorts and Conventions. The Thanksgiving Celebration Buffet features roasted turkey, herb-crusted prime rib, garlic mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, candy yams, and so much more. Plus, a dessert station and live music. Thanksgiving will be served from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Convention Center. Carve out some time to make your loved ones feel at home this Thanksgiving Day at Kalahari. Advanced reservations are encouraged. Book yours now at KalahariResorts.com.
Aaron Logan, Todd Favors.
Oh, man, what a weekend of football. Longhorns with the gray hair-inducing win. I already have a lot of gray hair, Rod. I'm now have more.
It's all right.
Heart palpitations with Longhorns win it with an all-time performance on defense, and that's going to lead to our Viking Fence defensive play of the game.
Yes, sir.
We'll get that coming up, but obviously we know what it is, right? It was the fourth down stop where Ryan Watts looked like he was in man coverage, but switched and took Sanaa out of the backfield.
Game-winning goal line stand.
Which made Will Howard double clutch, which allowed the pressure to get there. T'Vondre Sweat thought he had himself an interception on the play before, and he knocked that ball.
Why did he try to catch it like that?
Oh, he wanted it. He was mad at Benda for
but
knocking it.
But tried to catch it like with his pads. You saw that?
Yeah.
It's like
I saw him on LA10 after. He's like, man, I'm about to get my pick.
Those big giant mitts you got, reach behind and go grab that. That thing would have been like a Nerf toy in your hand, man. I think he did himself a disservice by trying to catch it, absorb it with his pads. Go out and grab it. He's a great athlete. He should have did it.
That old boy is making himself some money.
He right now is, I think Pro Football Focus has him as the highest graded D tackle right now in the country. And he is like a top 5 highest graded defender currently in the country by Pro Football Focus grade. So, yeah, he's making himself some money. He's in War Daddy status now.
War Daddy. I mean, that's like
straight up.
Someone who wrecks a game. I don't know how many times the running back for K-State would get the ball, and T'Vondre Sweat would have shit his dude and was waiting for him. Just standing there.
Right. It's just
like, damn, dude.
Just like, I mean, no, but he's been playing. I don't think he's had a drop-off all season. He's been that dominant all season long, and it almost kind of overshadows how good Byron Murphy is. I don't know if Texas had a D-tackle combo this good since – honestly, since I was on campus with Casey Hampton and Sean Rogers, and they're not close to that, by the way. They're not. Casey and Sean were on a different level, but I don't know if we've had a D-tackle combination as good since.
Combo for sure. I mean, there's been some good linemen.
I mean, I'm talking the combo of it,
Boy Miller was a good player, really good player. But, yeah, the combo, yeah.
The combo? I mean, both of them are playing like top 10 D tackles.
Right, and they had the effect that Sean Rogers and Casey Hampton did. Both, I mean, you just can't move. You can't run the ball. And that's where – if the Longhorns can handle the business the next 3 weeks, they're a 9.5-point favorite at TCU. But we know with this quarterback right now, if Quinn Ewers can't get healthy, that it's gonna be hold your breath. But they can win these games based on their defense and their athletes. And A.D. Mitchell playing great. Jonathan Brooks, he battled through an ankle injury on Saturday, and still outside of that fumble was just, how many tough yards did that guy pick up for you in that game? But these are winnable games with TCU, Iowa State, whose offense really struggles. That Iowa State offense is really going to struggle against this Texas defense. And then Texas Tech on Black Friday. You win those games, you're most likely playing Oklahoma State. Because Oklahoma State, after getting through Bedlam in that controversial finish, but what a finish it was, they're now facing BYU, UCF, and Houston. So they have 3 very winnable games. If they win them, you're going to see them. And, what do they do best? Ollie Gordon. They do Ollie Gordon the best. He's
Yeah.
been the best running back in the country for the last 6 weeks. But you stop the run very well.
You do.
Yeah, and you would put the game into Alan Bowman's hands at that point, which again, your defensive backs have struggled at times. But
Yeah, if you go honestly, if you don't pass first against Texas, you just that's bad coaching. To me, at this
You're right
point,
about
we got
that.
enough of a sample size where you don't even have to be necessarily an elite passing team. Like, look at K-State. They just came out like, all right, we got third. Like, they made some
do
plays.
have
You could argue they came out pass first in that game. And like you point out, don't play the foolish bump and run press man early on. That they probably win that game.
Yeah, they were coming out trying to prove a point.
We saw
it got proven.
Right, we saw U of H pass first, and that was talk about one dimensional. They couldn't throw it. Didn't even try to run it. They couldn't run it. Didn't even try to run it. They were one dimensional and made plays because they had good wide receivers on the outside and they had quarterback that could throw it. Same thing with with Oklahoma. And Oklahoma didn't try a traditional run game. They had a non-traditional run game. So it's pretty clear you don't run the football with a traditional running game on Texas. You better throw it. And if you throw it, you only got a certain amount of time before they collapse in that pocket.
You're right. And let's also say this, though, that K-State team, who, if they had a different game plan, may have been a different outcome for them. But they were the defending Big 12 champions. They came in here as hot as any team in the conference. And Will Howard's a veteran quarterback. When he gets hot, and he gets on a roll, he's a pretty good player, right? The opposite is bad. The bad Will Howard is bad, but he got comfortable after they got that shot of momentum with the 2 quick turnovers.
But they abandoned the running game.
And they abandoned the running game.
They just said, you know what, we can't run. Why are we pounding our head against this brick wall? We can't run. Let's just throw it.
So you're seeing a veteran quarterback there. Next week you'll see Josh Hoover, who's a freshman quarterback.
Pass first team, though.
Pass first team.
A pass first team who runs the same offense that Oklahoma runs.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same offense. They don't have the players that Oklahoma has, but they do have twitchy, speedy wide receivers on the outside. They don't have the old line that Oklahoma did to block.
Their lines of
Texas.
scrimmage at TCU are really rough right
That's
now.
going to be their issue.
That is
blocking Texas.
And then Texas Tech has got they're down to their third quarterback right now, and Iowa State's going with Rocco Becht, who's a young guy who might be good in time, but he's learning his way.
Their defense is what you're concerned
Their defense is good.
They've got 2 really good corners. Was it T.J. Tampa's one of them? They got 2 really good corners.
Well, ever since his injury, my thought was if you can get Quinn back for the Iowa State game, now you're feeling good because that's going to be that John Heacock defense and on the road in Ames. You never know what the weather's going to be there. Can't go on the road and turn the football over. All right, some other thoughts. A good, bad, and ugly Monday. Longhorns are sitting where they want to be with 3 to play. Good times in Austin to be back in the top 10 of the country. College football playoff rankings will be out on Tuesday night, and we'll hear Sark today at 11 o'clock. Also, how about this, Rod? Do you realize that after Cincinnati's win last night on Sunday Night Football, if the playoffs started today, all 4 AFC North teams would be in the playoffs? All 4 AFC North teams with the Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, and Browns. Browns beat Arizona yesterday.
Impressive division, man. It really is.
And, of course, Buffalo taking another loss yesterday. Miami took the loss to the Chiefs, where they got outscored 21-0 early, and then they pitched the shutout. Game swung in Germany, Rod, on that lateral fumble touchdown.
Tyreek
Hill got the ball stripped.
And then they allowed it. That was a very heavy play, man.
That was a hell of a play.
That was a hell of a play, man. It was involved 3 different guys too. Plays. That was a great play.
Because you kind of thought with Tua and Mahomes you'd get a shootout. Instead, you got a defensive struggle where both those defenses are pretty good. With Bradley Chubb and Jalen Ramsey back on the Dolphins' defense, and the way the Chiefs play defense these days and cover people. It was more of a defensive game than maybe you thought. But, yeah, the AFC North right now is dominant, and the Ravens might be the best of the bunch.
Well, because they got – I believe the Ravens and the Browns defense, I haven't looked at statistics, both top 5, close to top 5 defenses.
Yeah, Browns are real good.
Browns are really good, and the Ravens
defense
is really
faced
good.
Clayton Tune yesterday.
Yeah, so the quarterbacks in the NFL right now are probably helping. It's like a third of the teams are playing backup quarterbacks or something like that. But
there were 7 rookies that started yesterday.
Exactly.
This weekend. 7 rookies.
If I told you guys, I say, man, you better make sure your backup quarterback's right, and there aren't enough of them to go around. I still don't know how Colt McCoy is not playing. I still don't know how Colt McCoy is not
wants to
play.
play.
He's got to be that.
I'll go back to that interview I heard him do with Colin Cowherd the week of the Texas OU game, and he said, I'm just taking some time.
It's got to be that
because he was gut punched when the Cardinals cut him after he led the entire offseason, led training camp, and thought he was the established starter, and then you're cut.
I know he's getting calls now with all these quarterbacks.
I think he's
having to play.
enjoying what he's doing, I guess.
No, good for him. I know he's doing some analyst work too. It's online, like YouTube stuff, but he's working for I forget the name of the actual channel. But he's doing some online analyst work, break down and he's really good at, really good.
Well, I will
really,
also.
really good at.
Hey, we'll get bullish or BS before the top of the hour, including the Heisman Trophy winner in tears after a loss. What are your thoughts on that coming up, Rod? But how about the incredible story from the Minnesota Vikings? They beat the. Can we just go ahead and fire the lot of them in Atlanta? They lost at home, the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh no!
I know they went.
What Arthur Smith do now?
Well, they went to their backup quarterback Taylor Heineke, who may actually be better than Desmond Ridder, and they lost the game at home to the Minnesota Vikings, who had a quarterback Josh Dobbs, who just got there on Tuesday.
Yep.
Because the starting quarterback that they had, because Kirk Cousins got hurt his Achilles. So they bring in this rookie from BYU. He was one of the 7 rookies to start yesterday. But he got hurt, took a concussion in the first quarter. And so here's Josh Dobbs on the field. Think about this whirlwind. This guy got there on Tuesday. He didn't get any reps because they're giving all the reps to the rookie trying to get him ready for his first start. He gets hurt in the first quarter. Well, Josh Dobbs is in the taking snap from a center he's never played with, throwing balls to receivers he's never played with. A playbook that he doesn't know. I mean, he may know 5 plays, maybe, and he won. They won the game. Come on, man.
How does that happen?
Man, if you're Arthur Blank in Atlanta, you're going, really?
Yeah, you're going, what blank?
What the blank? You can't win that game at home. I got Bijan now, and you're still taking Bijan out in red zone spots. What are we doing over here?
I don't understand what. Yeah, I know he wants to be like these mad scientists. But some of his stuff, he's just overthinking it, taking Bijan off the field or not having Bijan. If you can not have him in the backfield, but you got to have him on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a weapon. You got to have him on the field. Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't get like a call from the ownership on plays like that where he's deciding, I'm taking your top 10 draft pick off the field.
Well, remember, that was the conversation. It's dumb to take a running back in the top 10. Well, it's certainly dumb to take him and then not use him.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to take a rookie running back that's dynamic, run the wheels off of the guy.
Yeah.
While you got him on a rookie deal. But 31-28 was the final, and Josh Dobbs ran for a touchdown and threw for a touchdown. He's now done that for 2 different teams. That's pretty special, what he pulled off yesterday. From college football, Rob mentioned Alex Grinch fired at USC. And, the top 9 hasn't changed. You probably think that the rankings will stay the same come Tuesday night for the committee, right? Ohio State and Georgia 1-2, however you want to rank them. Buckeyes were trailing to Rutgers at the half, 9-7, but then blew it open in the second half.
Yep.
Big pick 6 was the difference there. Georgia, it was a good game. Their game with Missouri was a pretty good game. Eli Drinkwitz's team is better than you think.
They can throw the ball, man.
They can, and really Georgia beat them. Michigan, of course, shellacked Purdue. We'll see if anything's coming with Jim Harbaugh this week. Florida State still 9-0. Washington went into USC and then put up 52. With their great running back, even the running back overshadowed Michael Penix because against USC and Alex Grinch, you can run the ball. you can run the ball.
Oh, you can do whatever you want to do. Really, Washington they gave him and broke tendency too because there's a team that threw it a lot and they decided, you know what, the best course of action against this team for us, run rock.
Yeah,
ran for 300 yards.
And then there's Oregon at 8-1, and then Texas at 8-1. Look at it. You can already look towards next week, right? When Washington plays Utah, Florida State plays Miami of Florida. Michigan plays at Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia plays Ole Miss. That's a top 10 team right now.
Yeah.
And Ohio State will play Michigan State and kill them. But numbers 2 through 6 have games. I mean, Oregon plays USC this weekend.
Wow.
So, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2 are all playing games they'll be favored in. But, Georgia, Ole Miss, Michigan, Penn State, Florida State, Miami of Florida, Washington, Utah, Oregon, USC, while Texas plays at TCU. So, handle your business.
Hey, and you got to give Mike Gundy some credit. We talked about that record last week versus Oklahoma. He was 3-15, I believe, prior to that game, and found a way to win it. But I'll throw this out there too. I also told y'all if he's a home dog, that's when he's at his best. I believe he's won now 10 of his last 11 straight up as a home dog.
I had him as one of my 5 picks. I had a good week.
Oh man,
I had a good week because he was getting 6 points at home.
At home. That's
and he also had the friendly officials in his pocket.
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, it does help you a little bit.
Like, I'm not rooting for the Sooners, but at the same time, there was some bad calls with the Big 12. Or no calls,
Horrible
too.
calls.
Horrible calls.
No good, very bad, horrible, terrible,
that
non-calls.
put that game on its ear a little bit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's where we sit. Longhorns are sitting at number 7. We're also talking NFL on the weekend there. And the Cowboys, disappointing loss. It's not to bash the Cowboys. It's just what else? They don't run the ball. And it's if you watch the game yesterday, Rod, you saw the Philadelphia Eagles try to self-destruct. How about the play where they almost fumbled the ball when A.J. Brown ran into DeAndre Swift on the jet sweep and almost gave the Cowboys the ball?
Yeah.
I was like, what are we watching here? This is comical. Because the Eagles were trying, and then the Cowboys, they go down the field on 3 different Eagle penalties. long pass interference call by Jonathan Bradbury.
They're trying to give it to
and
you.
a personal foul.
Yeah.
Then another penalty. And all of a sudden, you're first and goal at the 6. And with 27 seconds to go, you got this.
You got it.
You got all the time in the world.
Yep.
You can run it. You can throw it. And false start, delay of game, sack. You end up 3rd and goal or 4th and goal from, way back. That sack was critical, and Terrence Steele, your right tackle, did not play a good game here, and you end up losing a game that you should have won that game. You should have finished that game.
Very reminiscent of the end of some of the playoff games
Oh,
for the Cowboys.
Just brutal.
Where you're your own worst enemy.
And now the Eagles go off into their bye week where Dallas Goedert, their tight end, he fractured his forearm in that game. He's going to be out for a while. As he got kind of ripped down as the Cowboy defender was trying to strip the ball from him, and then they went to the ground together. But the Eagles, now they get a week off.
Get healthy.
With Jalen Hurts to kind of get that knee. He took a shot right on his knee. That was brutal.
But now they got a 2.5 game lead on the
Cowboys,
I believe,
and a week off.
Division.
That was significant.
Yep.
And that's a game you're. I mean, obviously the Arizona game stings. That game was right there for you.
Yeah, it was. That's the thing about it, because we always bring up the quote from Lincoln Riley, right? We're just talking about performing at a high level in critical moments, right?
Yeah. Critical execution in critical moments.
Yeah, and that's what the Cowboys lacked, essentially, in that game, in the most critical moment, in clutch time. Cowboys were their own worst.
You said it right, and Cowboy fans can weigh in on the text line 512-447-3776. But you say they've kind of given up on the run because they don't run. But from the 6-yard line, if your offensive line is already in a lean back stance, the D line knows they're passing.
Yeah,
they know they're passing, and that's one of the best pass rushes, if not the best pass rush in the league. And you're telling them that even from the 6-yard line, we're not running the ball. And then your guy jumps off sides because he's trying to get a quick step. It's like, golly, you got your Tony Pollard's your franchise player, y'all. You're giving him $10 million to not use him. He's got 12 carries yesterday. Your quarterback threw it 45 times.
I'm with I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just trying to hypothesize as to why
I
they've
get you.
abandoned the running game, and I think they've abandoned it because
Mike McCarthy said all offseason we want to run the ball, protect our quarterback. They're doing the opposite, but you are sometimes reality hits and you miscalculated.
You screwed up because everybody told you need running backs. You should have drafted one, then draft one. You should have got one in free agency, didn't get one in free agency. Should have traded for one for trade deadline.
Derrick Henry was there to be had.
So the Cowboys' strategy was hope at the running back position, and now it's coming back to bite them because hope is not a strategy.
Look, I agreed with the strategy of letting Zeke go and franchise tagging Pollard. Then you got to use Pollard. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but you just laid it out perfectly. Yeah. We come back. We'll go bullish or BS. Including, what did you make of Caleb Williams in tears? His mother arms in the sideline.
It matters to him.
It matters to him. We'll get to that coming up. A lot of people had some blowback to that, too. Bullish or BS coming next on Hook 'em Up.
Picking up all these crashes along I-35 on the north side, first northbound approaching Westinghouse and the Round Rock southbound, of course, heavy because of an earlier crash, which is cleared, and the usual delay kicking in as well. Also on toll 130, this is going to be your Gadsden Road, but Huntington Road right southbound. The main lanes are backed up a little bit in that area, but not affected by this particular wreck. But here's one on I-35 that is slowing down near Palmer, and the backup is toward Grand Avenue Parkway. Further south from there, also slow traffic toward Breaker Lane. Now, northbound on the interstate, just the routine stuff, it's slow. Kyle Labuda, Onion Creek, Stassy, Old North stays of Chavez, but we're not noting any crashes. Research Boulevard, though, southbound past McNeil, a crew's trying to wrap up a rest there. And southbound on the front edge of Mopac near Howard, another one. I'm Don Miller, that's traffic.
Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec High Mileage is formulated for today's engines with over 75,000 miles. Now, get 5 quarts of Syntec High Mileage and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $34.99. Limit supply. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey, it's Aaron Hogan for Orchard, and you can use your imagination with me for a second, but imagine this, selling your old home from the comfort of your couch in your new home. I know, it's crazy, in your imagination, right? But actually, it's true. With Orchard, you can move into your new home before selling your old home and still sell for top dollar. As example after example, here's just one. Couple moving from Colorado to Texas for work. It's going to be a nightmare. They have to sell their old home first, then move and rent an apartment, then move again into their home. What a nightmare. We've all heard those stories, been a part of that maybe. Then they found out about Orchard's Move First program, which enabled them to sell
sell their old home after moving into their new home on their timeline. No home showings, no prep work. Orchard does it all. Oh, and there's even more good news. Orchard sold their home in less than a week and for more than they thought. They had extra money and ended up buying a boat. So again, it's not in your imagination. It's absolutely true and happening all the time and every day. Buy your next home before you sell and be prepared to be delighted. Get a free, no obligation cash offer from Orchard. That's to go to the website, orchard.com, ORCHARD.com. That's orchard.com. One more time, buy your next home before you sell and be prepared to be delighted with Orchard and orchard.com.
Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, your go-to experts for roofing and solar solutions. You've heard me raving about Divided Sky Roofing and Solar's top-notch roofing services, but did you know they're also your ultimate full-service solar company? After enduring the hottest summer in Central Texas history, we all felt the heat in our wallets. Say goodbye to paying the power company and start paying yourself with a brand-new Timberline solar shingle roof. Divided Sky Roofing and Solar. Visit DividedSkyAustin.com, 512-995-ROOF. Texas license TCL 37397.
Window Nation, the star of Window Nation Replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. And right now, it's the perfect time to do it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay no interest for 5 full years. And you can fill your home with the most energy-efficient windows on the market. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows or customized authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill a Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90-NATION. Visit windownation.com/Cowboys for more details.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultation. Scientific data proven size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD Surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And you know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice.
Hey, Ty.
Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this
I just sent you the
perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time.
Send me what?
Signing your dream
4th down stop
Our experts
on Fox. We play that. I'll have it ready.
to create the one-of-a-kind ring you're Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush. Shop in November and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line, 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776. Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
I appreciate everybody tuning in, however you do this morning and every morning, our 5-hour morning sports conversation, Austin's only sports morning conversation. And it's Ian Rod. But those who were watching on YouTube, maybe on Twitch, they said my voice sounded like Tyler Coe, like 3 octaves deep.
Oh, I remember Tyler Coe.
TC.
Nice.
But yes, it's apparently okay on the app, and if you're just listening on the radio, it sounds normal. So we'll try to get that.
Screwed up.
Yeah, well, I sound like I'm way out here.
Screwed up. Screwed and chopped.
Hey, bullish or BS on this, Rod? It's time for bullish or BS.
Let's do it.
Let's play this play, and you agree or disagree with me. This is bullish as the Viking fence defensive play of the game for the Longhorns on Saturday. All right, there you go. Bullish. Any doubt that is the Viking fence defensive play of the game?
No, it's a game-winning goal line stand. Second game-winning goal line stand of the season for Texas. So, no, that's a hell of a play. And I like that. Ryan Watts bounced back. He was assignment sound. Turns out that was who they were trying to attack. And they attacked Ryan Watts a couple of times. And they successfully done so down the field. But there in the red zone, you saw him play with a lot of lot of discipline as a player, and that's what basically led to the play that Will Howard ended up turning to throw it away.
I would also
should have been picked.
Yeah, I would also nominate Ethan Burke's strip sack fumble, which, by the way, hey, Big 12 officials, that took way too long. Like, that review took entirely too long ago. It was pretty obvious in real time it was a fumble and that he was laying with his butt on the ball. He never controlled the ball. I don't know what they were taking so long doing. I think every Longhorn fan was thinking, we're about to get screwed. We're about to get the host job. But that was huge right there. When you consider the big picture of the game, to start the second half, to get that fumble, to Jonathan Brooks then plow in, and you take a 20-point lead. You needed every bit of it because your quarterback was about to go implosion, and your team's about to melt down as they come back in that game. But that one was huge. And how about both the Westlake Sheps? Well, Westlake had a good weekend. They wrapped up another perfect regular season and a district title. They'll play McNeil this weekend in playoffs, and then Michael Taft, an interception, his third straight game. Ball hawk back there.
Taft Daddy, baby.
And then Ethan Burke. And by the way, how about Ethan Burke comes like 2 weeks after having a little operation on his knee, according to our friends at Inside Texas.
That was news to me. That's amazing that he bounced back that. I mean, Sark did say he was practicing and looked good, but I think we all thought, okay, he's just.
Remember, he had the knee brace on for a couple games. Then he got re-injured against Houston.
It's amazing.
But by some reporting, our buddy Jerry Hamilton said he had heard that he had a little soap to clean some things out in there, and now he's back playing.
That's amazing. I mean,
mega plays, 2.5 sacks.
What did Sark call the mechanic? He
called him the mechanic. Yeah,
I think he called him like a mechanic. He's worked with I was like, what a weird nickname to have, but it is complimentary. He just goes to work every damn day. Doesn't matter. All right, bullish or BS?
Bullish or BS?
Paul Feinbaum. He had something to say about Jimbo Fisher. He said, quote, I'll say this again about Jimbo Fisher. That was his fourth loss. He still has to go to Baton Rouge. He said, I don't know exactly what conversations are going on, but the feeling in Oxford, which is where I spent yesterday, was the book on Jimbo Fisher's closing. I think what AM people are trying to figure out here is if we make this change, then who comes in? Bullish or BS? Jimbo Fisher, the book on Jimbo Fisher, is closing down Aggieland.
Yes. And again, it's not a $70 million decision. It's a $10 million decision because if you don't fire him this year and you fire him next year, you're saving $10 million.
Still got to fire him.
You still got to fire him. He's owed that contract. You have guaranteed it. So whether it's $70 million or $60 million or $50 million, however, you're going to have to eat a ton of money. You think he's all of a sudden going to turn this thing?
Can I give you some stats on it?
Yeah.
6-12 in the last 18 games versus Power 5 schools. 9 straight road losses. Only teams worse are Northwestern, Temple, and Hawaii. 10-11 in the last 21 games. 5 straight losses to Mississippi schools now, who are supposed to be on a different level than they are when it comes to talent. And even Lane Kiffin took a shot at actually the roster of the Aggies, essentially saying they got way more talent than Ole Miss does.
Hey, do you
they still got to go out there and beat them.
Hey, we'll pick this up as the week goes on too, and throughout the morning. But Caleb Williams in tears in his mom's arms, after they lost, he jumped into the stand, and he was visibly weeping that they lost. Mm-hmm. Does that look good for him or bad for him with NFL GMs, or does it not matter?
I don't think they care. I don't think they care that much about that kind of stuff.
True emotion, or because of course you get the folks on Twitter. He's soft. He's a mama's boy.
I may seem a bit unbecoming. But there's a lot of stuff like that about quarterbacks these days. It ain't like the Will Levis was eating banana peels with his banana and putting mayonnaise in his coffee either.
By the way, Caleb Williams wasn't his fault. 312 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, ran for a touchdown.
Come on now.
27-35. He's actually got about better numbers this year than when he won the Heisman last year, but his defense is historically bad. Alex Grinch fired, by the way. Fired.
For everybody that says he's soft, the other side will say he's passionate.
Yeah.
It matters to him.
It does.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hey, we come back, hook him up, rolls on.
Whatever northbound delays were happening on I-35.
Viking fence.
Southbound still a little heavy. South of Highway 29 now we're involving some normal delays after an earlier crash. Northbound frontage, this is Pole 130 Gas Fuel Road. There, southbound, stop and go north and south of Highway 79 and Toll 45. Further south on the interstate, though, that's where we run into issues here. There's Palmer back up towards Grand Avenue Parkway because that one and further south from there, one reported near Runberg. So multiple collisions up along the interstate there, and research southbound past the Gila crash and southbound frontage of Mopac and Howard, a wreck for main lanes and loop going to that area, going to be pretty solid coming down from Wolf Branch Parkway. I'm Don Burke. There's traffic.
All right, Viking Fence, folks, we just gave it away. The Viking Fence defensive play of the game was that fourth down stop. Ryan Watts gets the credit. Also, player of the game could have been Jalen Ford. His big game, just stuff in the hole, big hits. Tavondre Sweat was unblockable. Ethan Burke was great. So safe to say the Longhorn defense did themselves proud this weekend, and Viking Fence does themselves proud each and every project, whatever it might be for you, commercial, residential, do it yourself. I tell you all the time, you can get your materials from Viking Fence if you do want to build your own fence. And I would, if you've got the crew to do it and you got people that help and you, it's cooled down now, the temperatures are right, just get your materials at Viking. It's going to be a higher level than you're going to find anywhere else, I promise you. Deliver them right to you, whatever you need. Also, use the website of Viking Fence to help design the fence you want, right? If you want them to install it or you do it yourself, you can go to their ideas gallery and just see the gallery of work that they've done, the amazing work, beautifying your home or business, not just the practical fence that you need, but it comes an accent piece and a design piece that just looks great to add value to your home and your business as well. It's Viking Fence, 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com, and just always know, when you think fence in Austin, Texas, and beyond, always think Viking.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better.
All right, anything good for the update that we can use from Start or no? Not one thing? Or that whole deal?
He was rambling.
This is your lifetime Longhorn, Rob Abels. Something that's often overlooked, but so very important, is mental health, especially during the holidays. Are you looking forward to the holidays? Do you ever find that just as you're trying to fall asleep, your brain will stop racing? Those thoughts cause you anxiety and stress. And it turns out one great way to relieve that anxiety, to relieve that stress, is to talk about those topics, to talk about those issues and those struggles. BetterHelp gives you a place to do that, so you can get out of.
What about number 10, winning ugly, being resilient? Is there something there?
BetterHelp is a team of online professionals. Struggles that we all face. It's entirely online, designed to be flexible and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched up with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists anytime you want for no additional charge. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/thehorn today to get 10% off the first month. It's BetterHelp, HELP.com/thehorn.
Most folks agree the most exciting Longhorn season in memory is underway. And you know what? So is the most exciting season in memory at Sue Patrick, your home, Austin home for all the great Longhorn gear. And Sue Patrick and Jay Willens have teamed up again with Wrangler for the 2023 Wrangler Western Clothing Collection for men and women. And of course, Longhorn Nation, like the ladies' super soft tees, three-quarter sleeve, Longhorn graphics, bandana prints, the Wrangler oversized tee in burnt orange, the ladies' ringer tee, so many other deals. But hey, how about for men? The black denim jacket with Sherpa line with embroidered jean jackets. Whoa.
All right, I got something.
Thank you.
All of the shirts. And Texas tailgate graphics. A giant guitar graphic tee with Longhorn logos. The denim trucker cap.
Talking about culture.
Yep.
Like it's been since 1947. At Sue Patrick, they've been there since 1975. No parking garage, park out front. 5222 Burnett Road, SuePatrick.com.
You're listening to KTAE AM, Eldon, K270CO, Round Rock. We are the Horn. The Horn. Guests of the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Hook 'em up with P and Rod P. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Yeah, what a weekend, what a game. Longhorns fortunate to win, but never apologize for a W. Longhorns went from 27-7 and in control of that game. And in about 2 minutes and 18 seconds and about 8 plays, it was tied
Yeah.
And it was only tied, Rod, because they botched the extra point. It was going to be behind 28-27. That's how football goes sometimes. And certainly Longhorn fans happy to be 8-1, happy to be number 7 in the country, a resilient physical team, but at the same time, Sark's unwillingness to take 3 points at the end of the first half, build a 20-point lead, had people fired up. Also the coverage inability late in the game as Will Howard got hot. The turnovers with a quarterback who is learning his way. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It was drama. Drama.
Like TNT, they do love the drama. I tweet this out. This team is flawed. It's certainly flawed. There's no doubt about it. But they show a tremendous amount of team grit, and they got good football character. And I think that's why they can pull out these games late. And that's a credit to the culture that Sark has built. Also credit just to the leadership that's on the team. These guys are finding a way to pull out these games. Now, should these games be this close, when you're up by 20, 21 points against U of H and against K-State? Probably not. But you got a backup quarterback in there. All right, so those are growing pains that you got to deal with. And you got to find a way to pull out the game and win the game in spite of the mistakes you made and the growing pains of your young quarterback. And that's what I respect about this team, man. Found a way to win the game in the end, and it's their second game-winning goal line stand. So I think it started with the defense, with them shutting down K-State and taking away K-State's identity, which is their running game. They were a top 5 rushing offense in the country. And I think it ended with the defense with a game-winning goal line stand. So I think that was appropriate. Offensively, I mean, there are a lot of topics that we can discuss. I'm sure people want to critique some of the play calling from Sark and his game management, his feel of the game, something that I've brought up several times. But I'll just say that with your backup quarterback in there, and sometimes the backup quarterback situation, I think, throws off some of the play calling decisions for Sark. I think he's a little erratic too in play calling because of the backup quarterback, and usually his quarterback win would hit on some of those throws. They are calculated risks that Sark likes to take, because risk management is also something he's got to take into account. But those calculated risks would pay off for him if his quarterback was more accurate with the backup quarterback. The conversation goes to, well, why wouldn't you run the ball more with the backup quarterback? Why even put him in that position?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's fair. Same time, as you said, without taking the deep shots and passing the ball against the advantage coverage that they had, they wouldn't have had a lead.
You don't get the big lead.
You don't get the big lead, right?
Exactly.
So you got to take the good with the bad. And as you said, Sark is who he is. Like I said all last week, take the points. The Red Cat play out of shotgun at 4th and 2.
They had it.
To go up 20. I mean, it was going to be there, but kid dropped the ball. This is one of those games where, I thought Sark called a real good game, but he also can't make all the plays too, right? Malik Murphy can't throw that ball on a screen pass where Jonathan Brooks never gets out of traffic and he just throws it to whoever. That can't happen. But it did. Savion Red's got to catch the ball and go convert a 4th down. But at the same time, it's not wrong for an observer to say, you know what, make it 20-0. Take the points, because they get the stop, and just like we've seen before, they get the momentum because they got to stop.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a turnover.
It is. Feels like it.
Yeah, because they're down in your neck of the woods, and you get a stop, and they get no points and don't stretch the lead. That's momentum that you just didn't take advantage of. Just getting 3 points to go up 20-0, kicking off again, all that goes on with that. But Sark continually is going to go ahead and go for it. We know that. And at this point, they're not a good red zone offense, even though they did score from the red zone in that Jonathan Brooks run.
They're not a good red zone offense.
They're not. And they're not good in 2-minute drill defense. I mean, these are two things they're not very good at. And that's what's plaguing this team. But at the same time, I don't know, outside of that going forward on the 4th and 2, I don't know what else I'm going to criticize Sark much for. Except for when he threw when Malik threw the interception when he was trying to get Jonte Cook. I think they should have been running the ball.
You could argue exactly. No, you can actually feel the game at times, that he gets a little caught up in the play calling mindset of being an offensive coordinator and a play caller instead of being a head coach. And I think he gets a little preoccupied in attack mode instead of management mode. You got to go back and forth as a play caller, head coach. You got to go back and forth from now to attack mode. No, now's the time to manage the game. And I think if Texas would have managed the game, I do think there's a chance for you to blow out K-State.
Sure.
There was an opportunity
there were a couple.
there. It was right. You're right. There were a couple opportunities. There were a couple opportunities to blow out K-State. The second time when he got up, 27-7? Then K-State had a little bit of confidence already. But, man, early on, there's a chance for you when you're up, 17-0, right around that time. There's a chance for you to blow K-State out, and it's because Sark, he didn't manage the risk and didn't manage the game very well at that time. And his feel of the game was a little off because he was in attack mode. And I think if you'd have managed the game better, I think you blow K-State out there.
And I would also say, and one of our texters just pointed this out, the deep shot they took to Xavier Worthy when they checked to it because he got man coverage again, press man on the outside, that should have been a pass interference call. I mean, that was a horrible no call.
Yeah.
And that was a swing point in the game because it doesn't get called. You could see Sark was livid about it.
Yeah.
And then you get the punt blocked, right? And then they get a quick touchdown before the half. Who knows?
That should have, would have, could have, though.
But it's still a factor in the game. It was a big turning point, and the officials got to get that call right. I mean, it was typically
you can't rely on officiating. That's the whole thing.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying to the momentum of the game. He's still in attack mode.
Yeah, but
two things. If Malik makes a better throw there, because it was beaten. It was up over the top. He underthrew it.
It was, and I agree with that. But now we're talking about the decisions and how they affect the team. Yes, all that is true. That, yes, he makes the throw. It's great, but we can go back all throughout it. Like if he does that, if he does that. We're talking about what actually happened. What actually happened was you breathe life into your opponent.
Yeah.
With the way it worked out.
Sure.
That comes back to you as a coach.
But I do agree. Here's what I'll defend Sark. If they're going to do press man coverage against my receivers, I'm going to attack it.
No, I said you did that early in the game, and you gambled and won, and that's great. But my point is that paid off.
Right.
This time it did not pay off.
But it should have.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. You don't get paid for shoulda, woulda, coulda. You get paid for results.
That.
And the results the results paid off when you did it in the first half. But when your young quarterback doesn't do it, then people are going to ask the question, well, in that moment, why did you put your young quarterback in that position? So let's discuss that. But we've given them praise for the great game.
All I'm saying is, you're right. I don't get paid to do that. I get paid to do this. Yeah. In my opinion, that should have been pass interference, which was a big turning point of the game. And then the block punt, which can happen, unforced errors by Texas. You can't get a punt blocked. Look, they were very fortunate to win this game. At the same time, they took advantage of the good fortune. Chris Kleiman, I think, made a bad decision in overtime. I think the botch kick was, you can't find that. You can't pay for that kind of fortune in a football game. But in the end, the Longhorns are sitting right where they want to be. And it's a lot more fun than what we've seen the last 14 or 15 years around here because the Longhorns are in the mix. Let's get you caught up on the other stories, top stories of the morning as we get you rolling on a Monday. Let's hook them up with Ian Rudby. Top Gun Rentals Lawn Equipment bring it to you. We start with the Longhorns, and they're number 7 in this week's AP Top 25. No change. Actually, in the top 9 teams this week by week. 1 to 9 exactly the same as last week. Only move came Ole Miss, jumping into number 10 after the Longhorns pulled out that 33-30 overtime win over the K-State Wildcats. 3 weeks remaining in the regular season. Texas and Oklahoma top the Big 12 Conference at 5-1. Steve Sarkisian continues to be pleased with the gritty nature and his team finding ways to win football games.
Finding out about what character really means and what being a team really means and why culture is so important, why sticking together is so important. So on that note, I'm pumped about that because, like I said, there's a lot of teams that would have played in this game today that wouldn't have won, and we continue to find a way to win, and that's, like I said, the sign of champion.
We'll hear from Sark again today as his team now turns its attention to TCU this Saturday night in Fort Worth. Longhorns have been installed as an early 9.5-point favorite in that game. That has been announced as a 6:30 kick in Fort Worth, 11 o'clock this morning for the news conference. We'll get the latest on from Steve Sarkisian on the Quinn Ewers situation. Also from college football, USC has fired their defensive coordinator Alex Grinch. His defenses have given up over 44 points a game in the last 6 contests. USC has fallen out of contention in the Pac-12. Down in San Marcos, the Texas State Bobcats are bowl eligible for the first time since 2014 after their big win over Georgia Southern on Saturday. TJ Kinney's Bobcats now 6-3, 3-2 in the Sun Belt. NFL, heavyweight matchups across the league yesterday, including the Cowboys facing division-leading Eagles, and the Eagles held on for a 28-23 win. Really frustrating for the Cowboys. Closing minutes, but Dak Prescott moved the team into a 1st and goal at the 6. Chance to steal a win with a touchdown. 2 Dallas penalties, a huge sack of Prescott by Josh Sweat, and Dallas comes up short, falls to 5-3. Eagles are 8-1. In Houston, meanwhile, performance for the ages for Texans rookie QB C.J. Stroud. All he did yesterday was throw for an all-time rookie record, 470 yards and 5 touchdowns to lead Houston to a wild win over Tampa 39-37. Stroud's 5th touchdown pass of the day came to Tank Dell with 6 seconds to play and capped a 6-play, 75-yard game-winning drive over the game's final 40 seconds. Also yesterday, good win in Germany. Chiefs hold on to beat the Dolphins 21-14. They're 7-2 now in the AFC. Baltimore also 7-2. They walloped Seattle 37-3 yesterday. Sunday Night Football last night. Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they're back from the dead. They've won their 4th straight game, beat Buffalo 24-18. Week 9 wraps up tonight. Chargers and Jets on Monday Night Football. College basketball, Longhorns open their season tonight. Rodney Terry's 18th ranked Horns in preseason polls will play Incarnate Word tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, when after the interception by Malik, the first interception, of course, early on, I think when Texas gets the ball back, it's like 2.5 minutes left, like a little under 3 minutes left in the game. Sorry, in the first half. That's when you can make the argument after the interception and going into a 2-minute situation where you know your defense struggles defending 2-minute defense, that Sark should went from attack mode to management mode.
Yes. Manage the last couple minutes of the
And it's the last few minutes, make sure, like, you know what, we're going to keep the ball. They won't get the ball back. He didn't. He was still in attack mode, and that's when they throw the deep ball, which I agree, smart move. Probably was an automatic check. That's how you got up 17-0 on us, because they want to foolishly play press man coverage against Texas wide receivers, and you hit them on some deep shots early. They did it again. Why not hit on it? I support it then. I support it now. But just talking about devil's advocate here and discussing all sides, you could argue at that point he should have went into management mode, and he didn't. He actually stayed. I think he threw 3 straight passes.
He did.
Well, he threw 3 straight passes, and then they got the punt block.
Right.
So you got the interception, a young quarterback. I think he was like, no, my young quarterback, I give him the bounce back. Because, like I said, he's thinking like a quarterback. Sark's a quarterback. So he's thinking like a quarterback. Hey, if I threw an interception, what do I want? I want my coach to let me throw it again. Let me bounce back. Let me make a good play. Let's make it easy completion. So Sark's thinking like a quarterback. They throw it to get the incompletion. Probably should have been a PI. Not probably. Should have been a PI. They don't get that, so you're behind the chains. Sark's like, all right, well, I got to throw it because I'm behind the chains, and I want my young quarterback to give him confidence. You throw it. Then you get the punt block after that, and then that's when the rail starts to come off, because then your defense gives up a touchdown. Because why? They've had in 2 minutes. They always give up touchdowns late in 2 minutes, no matter who they are, no matter who they're going up against. So you could argue Sark that's not thinking like a head coach. Because the head coach goes, man, my defense is so damn bad in 2 minutes. I'm not going to put them in that position. I'm never going to do that again. We will keep the ball. How we keep the ball? We run the ball. We control the clock. He didn't. He was in OC coordinator, play caller, attack mode, which I love, but you're also head coach, and you got to be able to shift between. You got to be able to the young folks call it. You got to be able to switch it up.
Pivot.
A little bit.
Pivot. Yeah, I don't. Maybe Kyle Flood gets more involved there. I don't know what the answer is, but at the same time, I agree with you, because again, Malik Murphy was not the same quarterback after the interception he threw down at the goal line when it just wasn't there. It just seemed like he went from red hot to now thinking and kind of hard on himself.
Yep.
He couldn't put that behind him, because after he threw that interception where he was trying to find Jonte Cook, the defense stiffened, forced punt. You got the ball back. That's when you went back down and you went for it instead of kicking a field goal on 4th and 2. You went to the Savion Red package. Mm-hmm. And then, your point, the Longhorns got the ball back with 2:34 to go, and that's when they tried to hit the deep shot to Xavier Worthy in man coverage. It should have been a pass interference call. And if Malik Murphy makes a better throw, we aren't even talking about that. He runs to the end zone because he was behind the corner. He just throws it, puts some loft under it. But that's why I say at that point is when Malik got struggling, because this maybe Sark needs to know this now about his young quarterback, because it was an underthrown ball to Xavier Worthy. Then Jordan Whittington was open across the middle, and he threw it behind him, which was the second. Now it's 3rd and 10. Throws it again, and got broken up, and it was another poor throw. And now you're looking at Malik going, dude, what happened? You were on fire. Now you're throwing the ball in the dirt. Because remember on the crosser, Jordan Whittington was coming. He was going to break for some yardage and get a first down. Threw it way behind him. He had to come back, try to get it, didn't. So, at that point, Malik started to unravel. Then you get the punt block, and they score the touchdown. Well, that was the incredible part, because then the second half starts, and you force back-to-back turnovers, Michael Taff and Ethan Berg. And then you reestablish control of the game with a touchdown to go up 27-7. And then, of course, The next couple plays were just a comedy of errors and mistakes, and all of a sudden you're tied in a ball game. You have no business being tied in. But that's what you just heard from Sark. The football character, you just praised it. That they found a way. Yes, did they get some good fortune? Sure. Did they have some bad breaks too? Yes. But that's a football game, and you'd much rather be sitting here 8-1, trying to continue to work on your team with 3 winnable games to come. That's because we said it all last week. If you had Quinn Ewers in that game,
you blow them out.
You'd feel really good.
Yeah,
and I think that bared out, right? If you had Quinn, more experienced player.
He doesn't throw those picks early, you blow him out.
Yeah,
and if he does, he recovers from them.
Yeah, we're watching Malik like Quinn last year. A young quarterback seeing things for the first time and dealing with it for the first time. So if you have Quinn, you win that game easily, but you still won it with your backup quarterback. Now, can they get Quinn Ewers back? And that's something we'll hear from Sark today. That would be huge.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. Right now, I haven't heard anything, I don't know, optimistic or positive. We'll see. I
do know that his family will be very careful with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He got $1 million arm there, and literally. But at the same time,
he's tough, and he's a tough kid. He's a tough young man too.
Yeah, he is.
And I know if
he wants to play.
Like I said, if he can go, he'll go. But I think for Texas, they might be thinking about, first of all, everybody's thinking about the future now. Texas is thinking about the Big 12 title game, right? Thinking about, hey, man, we got a chance to win Big 12 here. Our best shot to win the Big 12 is to make sure that we got our guy in the Big 12 title game and healthy for the stretch run of the season. So you don't want to come back prematurely and then hurt himself again.
Yeah.
And hurt himself even worse. And that's also affects, as you point out, his future. So that goes to his representatives are like, hey, man, we want to make sure that he's 100%. So I think all of that is going to cause Texas to be a little bit more cautious. Now, on the road, you want your veteran quarterback and going on the road at night on Fort Worth. So
this becomes their Super Bowl because they're out of the mix and they're under 500.
Trap game for them. But, I mean, the truth is, you can run the ball on TCU just like you could run the ball on K-State. Like I said, Sark's it's not in his nature to line up and hand it off over and over again. But truth is, that's why you were in that game. Young quarterback starts to spiral and throws the pick. You resort right back to the running game, and that's what gets you down the field for the Savion Red package. Now, obviously messed it up and didn't score, but I don't even know if they threw the ball on that drive. They were just running it, and I think Sark started thinking his young quarterback, like, damn, my young quarterback. He probably noticed him like, oh, man, I don't like the way he's looking now. I need him to have confidence. And then on that next drive, he comes down, and he just, with 2.5, less than 3 minutes left, he decides to throw it 3 consecutive plays. And I think the question is from Longhorn fans is, well, you just went down there running the football. You're averaging damn near 8 yards per carry running the football. Young quarterback struggling. Why not at that time? And your 2-minute defense is really bad. That's the time to become a manager.
Try to
offensive coordinator.
Even if you don't get points here, don't give them the ball back.
I think that's probably
I think that's fair. I think that's 100% fair. At the same time, I don't think it's wrong to try to take a shot because it had gotten you quick points earlier, and the officials missed it, and Malik made a throw. But that's football. I'd also say this for Texas: the drive in the fourth quarter when it was 27-all, when everybody in the building was on pins and needles, when they went 12 plays, they kicked a field goal that Bert Auburn nailed. That was a money drive. That showed some championship DNA right there too, with a struggling quarterback who clearly was not feeling very confident to move that football down the field. He hit a couple of passes to Adonai Mitchell where he calmed down. This is why if you do have to go with Malik Murphy again this weekend, you'll feel okay that he's got that experience under his belt to go through that tailspin and weather it and come out the other side and lead your team down to retake the lead. That's big for a young quarterback. You walked off the field with the lead. Now, got lucky or fortunate that K-State missed an easy field goal. And then, of course, we know how overtime went. You had one possession, didn't go. You had to kick a field goal. Can we give Bert Auburn some love? Money. Ever since that Kansas game, he's been really good.
He's been great.
He's been money.
Honestly, you got to give Bert Auburn some credit, but also give Ryan Sanborn some credit. Man,
the punter's been awesome.
The punter has been amazing. We haven't given him enough credit, so I'll just give him a little shout out right now. Sanborn has 24 punts this year. I think he's averaging around 47.5 yards per punt. He's got a long of 64. Long Ball Dixon, who won MVP of a bowl game. That guy, his 2017 season, he punted 84 times and averaged 47.4 yards per punt. Man, Sanborn is having a long ball Dixon type season.
That was one of those portal moves that kind of went under the radar because it was real early in the portal. And Texas knew Jeff Bank knew they needed a punter and targeted him. He was a 4-year starter at Stanford and jumped in here. He's been a good one.
Great pickup.
Yeah, outside Jalen Catalan, I mean, I think the portal pickups have been great. I mean, Catalan came with an injury history.
Yeah, when he plays, he's great.
Yeah, but A.D. Mitchell, I mean, where would this team be without A.D. Mitchell? He's been
especially in the red zone. I mean, he's been great. I mean, I think he might be your best red zone weapon right now.
Well,
he's looking at it.
Yeah, you're going to try to bracket Xavier, and that gives him man coverage, and he's going to beat it. He's going to beat it over and over again. I would say if whoever plays quarterback this week and moving forward, you got to get J.T. Sanders back more involved in the offense. I don't know where he is health-wise, but I know you have a young quarterback, and he tends to not go through his progressions as much. And that's why early on when he was hot, he was his first read was who was open, so just let her fly. You know, but you'd love to see J.T. Sanders become more involved around A.D. Mitchell and X-Man. He's just such a potent weapon, and he's almost disappeared from their attack right now.
They used him a lot more in the BYU game than they used him in this game. I'm with you. I think that was that crucial, what was it, a fourth down?
Oh, big throw.
Yeah, big throw from my man Malik Murphy. That was part of the clutch series you were talking about. But I'm with you. I think J.T. Sanders, if he is fully weaponized, I mean, I don't know if there's a bigger matchup advantage on that offense. And he's definitely a guy I think they got used more in the red zone. I was surprised he's got 2 receptions.
Yeah, that would be something I would look at.
Yeah.
But as far as it goes, I mean, Texas has the number 1 defense in the Big 12 Conference as we sit here this morning. You know, TCU's down at the bottom of most statistical categories defensively. You can run the ball.
You can run the rock on them. But it's not Sark's nature. I know people are like, oh, they're going to run it 40. That's not Sark. Sark does not want to have an offense that just hands the ball off much, and he shouldn't because he's way too creative and way too innovative. But I just think there are times in the game where he needs to become that guy. You call it the meat potatoes.
Yeah.
Right? There are times he needs to become a meat and potatoes chef and not he's trying to be top chef, all right, master chef, and do all this really fancy stuff. It's like, no. That 2.5 minutes left in the game. In half, you up 17 points. You got a bad 2-minute defense and a backup quarterback, meat and potatoes. Just get the meat and potatoes. You don't need the culinary art here. We're good.
Yeah. And, you know, especially as good as Jonathan Brooks has been, he had over 100 yards again and fighting for extra yards. He did have the 1 turnover and was battling a bit of an ankle. You know, but the call on 4th down to get C.J. Baxter out the gate on the right side was a great call. I mean, a lot of good calls, and then, you know, that's what football is. You assess and reassess and criticize and pick and prod. But at the end of the day, you're 8-1, and you're number 7 in the country. You're sitting atop the Big 12 Conference. All you could ask for, 3 games to go to do something really special in 2023. We'll come back. More on this Cowboys discouraging loss, to say the least, last night or yesterday afternoon into the evening out there in Philadelphia, part of 3 or 4 heavyweight NFL matchups. We'll go off the record before the end of the hour on this Monday. We'll also get Rod behind the burnt orange curtain. Hear more from Sark after the Longhorns picked up their 8th win of the year on Saturday. Let's go up with Ian Roddy.
Well, these crashes on rocks here.
Okay, thank you.
On the interstate, but they're all done, so it's evolving at the usual place this time of day, 60 South next. Northbound I-35, we just got word, just months ago, of a crash near Slaughter. Now we're checking those main lanes here, and it looks kind of normal right now. That could initiate an extra backup. Hayes County delays, not too many of those remaining, so the news is good there. Also, we're dealing with wreck at Red River at 43rd and South First at Cumberland Road. I'm not other than that's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Apple Leasing because they are great friends to have. And you need to have friends like Apple Leasing because they're all about making sure that you get the best bang for your buck. They're going to save you time and save you money, but also find you tremendous value. We know time is money these days, and everybody could use a little extra value in their lives. We talk about that term a lot on these shows because it matters in sports, but also matters in life, and it matters when you're trying to find yourself a new car, whether you're trying to lease a new car, get a brand new car. Apple Leasing is the place. They have the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing will help you get the price you want and the payment you want on the car you want. It's a very simple process. They understand that your life is pretty stressful anyway, right? You got a lot of obligations, a lot of responsibilities. You got bills to pay. You got family obligations. You got a lot going on, and really trying to find the perfect car for your family and for your budget and for your lifestyle can be really stressful. It can be time consuming. There'll be a lot of headaches involved trying to vet the car salesman and vet the dealer, trying to make sure that you find the right lease and the right price point, the right payment plan, trying to make sure that you price shop, going to different dealerships, going online, doing the research. That's a lot of stuff, right? Let Apple Leasing take care of all those headaches. Let them take the stress out of the process for you and make your life a whole lot easier. That's what they're here for, and that's why they've been doing business here in Austin for damn near 40 years, because they do it the right way. All it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing will help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car you want, and they can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Sunny days are ahead as Ironworkers Local 42 Union is hiring 3,000 people right now for a huge new project. Maximize
Hey, pregame's at the field house.
Pre-game at the field house? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. I guess, where's the pregame at this weekend? I don't think we're sure yet, actually. It's a great question.
I think it might be the field house. I think they signed up for like 1 month, and I think this was going to be the one. Or maybe it's next week would be a better, but I don't know which one they're going to choose. I've not heard.
Try the MyBookie money back to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner and long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio-Visual Consultation. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screen, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. Call 255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Beavers, Hook 'em Up, 1019, AM 1260, The Horn.
Longhorns, a frustrating win. Frustrating win, we'll call it, right? Don't apologize, take the win, but still a lot to analyze and talk about. Should it have been that close? I'll also say this, Rod, big picture, we talked all last week, this is going to be a close game. The fact that it looked like it could be a blowout with a backup quarterback was like, wow, that's really impressive, but then we saw what happened, right?
Yeah.
K-State made some adjustments against backup quarterback, got themselves back in the game, rattled that young quarterback, and the Longhorns got rattled, but didn't break, didn't crack. And in the end, their defense, which held one of the best rushing teams in all of college football to 31 yards rushing. After you take away sack yardage, that's pretty damn impressive. So you earned it, but you also have a lot to learn from that game, too. Cowboys, how about this? Cowboys had the game's leading passer, the game's leading rusher, and Tony Pollard. They had the game's top two receivers in CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson. They didn't turn the ball over until the last play of the game, and they lost the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's the definition of frustration.
Yep.
Where your opponent at home makes a ton of mistakes, right? They gave you opportunities, and you weren't able to take advantage of it. And it's just a loss, but in the end, it's a huge loss. That's a loss to your division leader. In a game that you to steal one on the road, you can't even put a percentage of value on that. To go into Philadelphia and steal one where they haven't lost in a long time, and get yourself back into the race. Now you take the loss when you were first and goal at the 6-yard line with 30 seconds to go, couldn't punch it in. Now you're going to have to come back next week down 2 games in the division while the Eagles get rested. Now they get to chill out and take a bye week, try to get Jalen Hurts healthier. And that's a stinging loss. So now you've lost to the 49ers in convincing fashion, one of your rivals in the NFC, and then your biggest rival you had them out. You outplayed them, Rod, and you lost the game.
Yeah, actually held the Eagles rushing attack to 3.3 yards per rush, which also was phenomenal. They had one run of 10 yards. The Eagles did. And the Cowboys defense held Philadelphia 4 3-and-outs, including all 3 of his final drives, and still Cowboys couldn't find a way to win at lunchtime.
Yeah, we know that the Dak out of bounds at the half-foot line. There's just so much frustrating plays.
The Michael
in that
Gallup
game.
drop.
Oh, my God.
Schoonmaker being short on the goal line. Dak, you talked about a bounce for the 2-point conversion. Terrence Steele's play overall. Yeah. So I mean,
Not up to snuff.
You can't have that many critical errors and mistakes in crucial moments and expect to beat a team like the Eagles, who are right now in Super Bowl contention, are considered to be the best team in the NFC.
Well, and the 2 touchdowns in the third quarter were huge. They got to that Cowboys secondary with the deep one to Devontae Smith, and then got to A.J. Brown, who's playing at a really high level. But, so for they really controlled the third quarter, but the Cowboys controlled the rest of the game. And still, it's kind of like the Arizona game where, 23 points wasn't going to be enough. You got to put the ball in the end zone. And they don't run the ball.
They can't run the ball.
No.
They don't, but they can't.
I know. That's
so
really.
I don't know which one is causing other. They don't. They can't run the ball. Is that why they don't run the ball? They don't run the ball. That's why they can't run the ball.
Yeah. Chicken and egg. But all I heard all offseason from McCarthy is we're going to be a strong running team, but they're not. So obviously you got to figure out what you are. I still think that their offensive. It's almost like they don't fire off. They're always in pass pro. And they've kind of built this thing around Dak, and now that the receivers coming into focus. But they had the bye week to work on the run game and to figure it out. And instead, they've come out more of a passing team than ever before.
I think they worked on the pass game in the bye week.
Agreed.
Mostly, and that's what they fixed.
Also,
the run game.
Ultra impressive for Sunday. The Miami Dolphins Chiefs game in Germany. Rod got up early to watch that. Not early, but for us, we got to sleep in.
Football on at 9 a.m. or
8:30. Yeah, it's good.
Good stuff.
Well, look, the Chiefs, to give them a ton of credit, because I've said it since I saw them play Jacksonville in week 2. They're a defensive team now. They're a defensive team with an elite quarterback. Their offense is, they scored 2 touchdowns yesterday against the Dolphins. And Patrick Mahomes, you could tell he's really frustrated. He still's got, they're doing a great job of taking Kelsey out of the game. He's got guys that step up in spurts, but not consistently. But they're winning games because their defense and their coverage, their ability to cover, and they rebuilt their secondary through the draft. They're really good. I mean, they did a great job against the Dolphins yesterday, holding that team to 3 of 12 on third down, holding that team to 14 points in Germany. They can really cover, Rod. I mean, their secondary and their linebackers are really fast, and they've hit on those draft picks, and those guys are developing into really good players.
No, I cannot believe they didn't make more of a splash move in the wide receiver position before the trade deadline. I just cannot believe it, considering how inept they are at wide receiver and how bereft they are of talent at wide receiver. And they got the best quarterback in the league. And it makes life so much easier on their opposing defenses when they can just game plan to bracket and roll coverage to wherever Travis Kelce is. So I think that's going to end up costing them. I think it's going to come back to haunt them. Like the Cowboys, they went with hope as a strategy at wide receiver. And that is not an organization that usually does that, but they did it this time. Yeah. They did it this time, and I think it's a coaching mistake.
I also think, hope can be replaced with they know as their culture they develop players. And look at the secondary, right? L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie are playing at all-pro level, a corner. They drafted and developed. They are trying to draft and develop the Sky Moores and the Rashee Rice.
Not working out.
It's not working out like their corners.
You're right. It's a great point about development. You have to understand, though, some teams, they just have a blind spot at certain positions in terms of drafting and developing those guys. And I don't know if the Chiefs have drafted. I mean, Tyreek Hill, that's their guy. Unless they let Tyreek Hill go because they didn't want to pay him. Right? It's worked out well for them and for him. But, man, sometimes I love Veach. I think he's one of the best top 3 GMs in all of the NFL. I think sometimes they're a little too cheap. They keep talking about team-friendly deals. Patrick Mahomes took a team-friendly deal. That gave them a lot more money to sign other big-time players. That they hadn't paid Chris Jones. They just paid Chris Jones. They hadn't paid Chris Jones. They're going to pay Chris Jones.
They got Chris Jones back in on a 1-year deal.
1 year, they're going to pay him. I think.
They think.
You think, right? But most of one of the team-friendly deal for Patrick Mahomes, if you couldn't sign him, couldn't sign Tyreek Hill either. I thought the whole point of the team-friendly deal so I can sign the great players and we can retain them, but you let Tyreek Hill go. Okay, so where's the money? Can Chris Jones get that money? If he's not getting the money, then who's getting the money? Because Travis Kelce is also the best bargain offensively in the league because he gives you the production of wide receiver, but you pay him like a tight end. So you're not paying him top dollar value either. You're not paying Mahomes top dollar value. You're not paying Chris Jones top dollar value. You let Tyreek Hill walk. You just revamped the O-line and the secondary through the draft. So where's the money? Where's the money, E?
No, that's a fair question.
You know what I mean? Like, where's the money?
Well, and they should have. I agree with you. They should have done something splashier at the deadline to find a receiver. I don't know if there were any available once the Buccaneers said we're keeping Mike Evans. I don't know if there was one to go get, but at the same time, they're 7-2. They and the Baltimore Ravens sit in the top of the AFC right now at 7-2, and the Ravens might be the most complete team. They shellacked Seattle. Remember 2 weeks ago, Detroit came in town and at 6-2. And they beat the daylights out of the Lions, who we know are a pretty darn good team. Seattle, we think, is pretty good, 37-3. Couldn't move the ball, couldn't do anything. That's two NFC contenders that have come into their building the last 3 weeks that have just gotten flattened. So Baltimore is the real deal.
Yeah, offense, man. I just warn y'all, don't that Todd Monken offense, adding Lamar Jackson's legs with a space and air raid offense with the Baltimore Ravens weapons, you picked him to win the division. I just picked him to be in the MVP conversation. I think he might be because there's no runaway MVP right now.
There isn't.
There's nobody running away with it.
All right, so there's some NFL chat. Cowboys fans discouraged and disappointed this morning, safe to say, but probably not surprised. They've seen that before. Let's get to the behind the burnt orange curtain. The Longhorns are sitting number 7 in the country.
Hey, Ty, can I have the Byron Murphy sound ready to go again, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's talk about the Longhorns and their dramatic win over the Kansas State Wildcats, conquering the Purple Kryptonite once again. I got to start with the defense. I think that's what starts and it ends, and we got to give props to this defense. That was one of the greatest defensive performances for a Texas rush defense that we've seen probably in the last 20-some years. And now you're like, that's crazy. That's maybe being hyperbolic. Actually not. They held Kansas State to the fewest rushing yards for a Kansas State Wildcat offense since 2014. Guys, we went to that game, too. They were a top 5 rushing offense, had the second most 10-plus yard rush plays in the country, the most in the Power 5. They had a duo of dual threat quarterbacks that could hurt you in Avery Johnson and in Will Howard. And by, I don't know, maybe midway through the third quarter, they had completely abandoned the running game. They just abandoned it. Man, they took it out in the backyard, shot it, and buried it. Like it was done. They were running empty formation and throwing the football. They became a pass-first team because Texas took the run game away. Byron Murphy, great time from Corey Mose of KView. Byron Murphy was asked by Chip Brown about this game and the defensive performance. Loved what he had to say. Here is Byron Murphy.
The message we sent was that we will not allow you to run the ball on us, and we don't tell you if we're going to step up and going to play.
You ain't going to run the ball on Texas. And honestly, they're right. Nobody's really run the ball on Texas. Alabama did a little bit early on. They made the adjustment and bowled their back, and then they put the kibosh on that. The Oklahoma did it with a non-traditional run game, quarterback draw, quarterback scrambles. But with a traditional run game, nobody's really been able to run the ball consistently against Texas. Hell, you even had some head coaches like Dana Holgorsen essentially admit, no, we didn't even try. That wasn't even part of the game plan. We weren't even going to go there. They just threw the football and decided to go pass first the entire time. And, teams that are run first, they're bad matchups against Texas. It's a good matchup for Texas, but usually those are bad matchups. And this was a bad matchup initially for K-State because they were a run-first team. Now, they were one of the best run-first offenses in the country, but turns out it doesn't matter. That if you're going up against this Texas rush defense, that's how stout they are. And it starts right up front with the Rock of Gibraltar, if you will, that the war daddy right now, T'Vondre Sweat, who is considered, or at least by Pro Football Focus grades, he is the second highest graded defender in all of college football, but the highest graded D tackle in all of college football right now.
Over 90.
he's working himself into being a first-round talent, or he's getting a first-round grade in the NFL. And that's kind of where it starts, this rush defense, with him and Byron Murphy. We just heard from Byron Murphy right there to protect. By the way, he's also graded as a top 10 D tackle by Pro Football Focus nationally. So it's not like there's a huge drop-off between TJ Sweat and Byron Murphy. Both those guys are playing at high levels. As a matter of fact, I think the last time Texas had a D tackle combo as good as TJ Sweat and Byron Murphy, and by the way, they're not close to these guys. But I'm just saying that they've been this impactful. You might have to go back to Casey Hampton and Sean Rogers, where they had two of them like this.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you've been around a long time. Last time we had two of them like this.
Oh. Well, I mean, last year with Coburn and Ojimo and all these guys,
they were great.
They were great.
They were at the deepest room. I don't know if Coburn and
you know what? I
Ojimo
saw
were the two frontline stars. I don't know if they were this good.
Props to our friends over at Longhorn Network, because after the game they had T'Vondre Sweat up with them in the booth.
Yeah.
And obviously Michael Griffin and those guys, local Lindo. And they asked him about his relationship with Byron Murphy. He said, no, we talk. We take it upon ourselves. We work together. Like, they have this really cool chemistry.
Yeah.
And they do see themselves as a duo. Like, I mean, if I get double teamed, you're going to win the play. Vice versa, right? We're working together. They study film together. You can tell those guys have a great bond, and it's arguably the best. I mean, ask Alabama. Ask K-State.
Yep.
Teams that like that and pride themselves on being able to run the ball can't run the ball.
No, them dudes.
You know who else really likes that dude is those two right there, Jalen Ford, because they clean up for him. He's able to run and make tackles, fill holes, and he led the team in tackles again on Saturday. So
big game for him too.
Yeah. When you strip away, because again, you got to make a team beat you left-handed, right? That's what every defensive coach says, and they did. And unfortunately for PK, they continue to almost beat you with their left hand.
Yeah, and but that's right. That kind of tracks. We've been talking. I've been saying all year long, and I think everybody agrees. You go past first against Texas. K-State. I said it before the game. I said if you want to win big games, you got to break tendency. If I was K-State, I probably would have come in there and thrown the football. You can open up the run.
You kind of know Sonny Dykes is going to have that same mindset too.
Yeah, but Texas will be ready for that. I think K-State came in throwing the football like they did to end that game. There's a good chance they catch Texas by surprise. The Texas adjust, and then that adjustment opens up the run game a little bit. They did, and they started differently. But give Texas credit, because in the end, there's a second game-winning goal line stand of the season. That's really impressive, and they did it with PK making an adjustment that I've been begging for all season long, and I'm so happy he did it. In overtime, they finally moved Jahdae Barron to corner in their 40 personnel package. For those who know, 40 personnel is just 4 defensive backs on the field instead of your 5 with your nickel package. He plays nickel, usually aligned to the field, and all season long against Baylor, even against BYU, even in this game against K-State, mostly run-first teams, when they went heavier personnel, 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, 21 personnel, 2 backs, 1 tight end, they would take Jahdae Barron off the field. Second or third best defensive player, take him off the field because he was a nickel, and then they would have basically their 40 personnel without Jahdae Barron on the field. It was I couldn't explain it, and it was a stupid thing to do, and I'm finally excited that PK, maybe he was saving it, but he did in 4 of the 5 plays in overtime defensively. I think that's a big part of what.
Hope they keep doing that.
Yeah,
if you play another team like Iowa State that may stress you that way.
Schematically, they were able to hold them. I think a big part of it was the simple adjustment, keeping your best player on the field, one of your best players on the field.
All right. Behind the burnt orange curtain, Longhorns will await Sark's news conference this morning at 11 o'clock or just after to hear the very latest, the injury report coming out of this game. Longhorns did take some injuries. Remember, Christian Jones, the right tackle, didn't even start. He didn't play in the game. Got hurt during practice last week. So they had Cam Williams out there making his debut. Kelvin Banks had to leave the field for a little bit after that interception that he had to make the tackle on. So the Longhorns are a little bit banged up here. But obviously the biggest injury update will be on Quinn Ewers, the Texas quarterback. Do we get anything more than week to week, or is there some optimism that maybe he could see the field here soon? We'll hear that coming up later this morning. Good stuff. Rod has a rant coming up as well in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming back, we're going off the record. Stories you may have missed that you need to know on this Monday. It's a good, bad, and ugly Monday on Hook 'em Up.
Who do you want to do it? That's the question.
Rod, go first. I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, actually, Kyle DeBuda doesn't look too bad. Northbound on the Interstate south of there getting better. Southbound I-35, again, I don't know if it's a new crash or maybe an echo of an earlier one that occurred near Palmer. We had that one cleared. We don't think this is going to be anything of note. But overall, pretty good. Now, we do have this crash over at Red River at 43rd, and another one south first Cumberland. Both of those are wrapping up. I'm Don Miller, and there's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about our friends over at Window Nation. Now, you may not know about the value, the true value of windows in your home, but my friends at Window Nation, they can educate you, enlighten you about how valuable windows can be. First of all, they add a lot of value to your home, right? Literally, you talk about brand new windows, the new aesthetic appeals. So if you're buying a new home or you're selling your old home, windows are a great way for you to add and increase the value of that home. But also, speaking of value, you're talking about reducing energy bills, right? New windows can also make sure that you have top-notch insulation. You want to keep all the elements out, and you want to make sure that all your cold air and all of your warm air stays in your home. You want to make sure your home is insulated. That's going to save you money on your energy bills, right? Reduce your energy bills by up to 30% by making sure that you have the proper windows. Window Nation can do that as well. Also, there's a safety issue with older windows. You have older windows that it means that you don't have the proper safety latches, you don't have the most advanced safety latches, and that can endanger the safety and the well-being of you and your family and your loved ones. You don't want that to be an issue. That's also something my friends at Window Nation can help you with. And if you're talking about the best products available, that's what Window Nation is also offering. That's why they have the 5-star lifetime warranty on all their products and services, because they have 100% confidence not only in their service but also the products that they provide. There's so many different reasons for you to get a new home. I was also looking around the windows at our house and noticed discoloration around the windows. Well, you know what that means? It means there's probably mold around the windows, right? That discoloration, they can come in a lot of different colors. You don't want to be breathing in those those toxins, and those things can be very dangerous and harmful to you and your family. You don't want that. Also, allergens. We know a lot of people suffer from allergies here in Austin. That can be a problem. That's something that seeps through windows that are old windows that aren't insulated properly. All of these reasons are reasons you need to reach out to our friends over at Window Nation right away. You're talking about third-generation window replacement experts providing homeowners and window replacement, siding, and doors for more than 15 years. And right now, Window Nation, perfect opportunity for you to reach out. They also are a proud partner with the Dallas Cowboys and can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, perfect time for you to do it. Buy 2 windows and get 2 windows free. I repeat, buy 2 windows and you get 2 free and pay no interest for 5 full years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows and also get a chance to win a customized Dallas Cowboys jersey and also some tickets to a Dallas Cowboys game. Reach out today. Call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or reach out at windownation.com/Cowboys.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. You know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush, shop in November, and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamond Direct, where Austin gets engaged at the domain beside Dick's Sporting Goods. Always proud to call ATX home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement savings, 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track shifted money to this new new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money saved, call to get a free copy of the brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. Call 1-800-231-9595. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-231-9595. That's 1-800-231-9595. Again, 1-800-231-9595.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's handmade vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our own state. Grit, determination, heart. We were ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft spirits movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper caps are sealed, and we fill glasses with the smoothest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like Tito. Alcohol volume may be.
The Horn text line has moved. Join the conversation on the new Horn text line. 512-447-3776. That's 512-447-3776.
Off the record on Hook 'em Up with Erod Beef is brought to you by Viking Fin. When you think fences, think Viking Fin.
Hey Ty, I sent you some sound in your DMs for Off the Record. Jerry Jones, there are two of them. One's old and one's new. The 58-second one is the newest one, though. The 24-second one is the older one.
Oh, man. What a weekend. Off the record stories you need to hear. It's National Nacho Day. National Nacho Day. You a big fan of nachos, Ron?
Oh, what?
Just
Who doesn't
load
love
'em up.
nachos,
Who doesn't
man?
love loaded nachos?
They're delicious. And you can have them in so many varieties to nachos. I mean, you can go fajita nachos. You can just go regular old
beef nachos.
Oh, beef nacho. You don't even need meat. Some people just want the cheese and the beans on the nachos.
Jalapenos.
Oh, man. Nachos are always good. You can make them at home. You can go kind of like homemade nachos.
Sure can.
Good.
Today is National Nacho Day.
Damn good. The chip is the key to a good nacho, though. Chip is actually underrated because you can't load up your nachos unless you got a quality chip. The integrity of the chip does matter.
I think the best nachos. Right? I think.
Ooh, man, that's tough. Honestly, the best one might be made at home.
Well, I usually get the best one. I don't usually make nachos at home.
Oh, dude, we make nachos all the time. You don't know what you're missing out on, man.
I like that
grilled chicken. Oh,
hey, Ty, what is the barbecue place that used to be, or maybe still is, in the Mean-Eyed Cat Bar right there on 5th Street? Remember this? Was it Salt Lake? Remember they used to have, or Stubbs. They used to have, because I remember going there one time and I ordered some brisket nachos.
Ooh, yes. Well done.
With the brisket queso and then the brisket and then the nachos. Probably one of the top delicacies of all time.
I'm hungry now.
That's exactly right.
A couple hours
you know why?
left on
Because
the
it's
show.
also, we fell back, so our stomachs are still at 10 o'clock and it's only 9 o'clock.
That is also true. Hey, I appreciated that extra hour, though, man. That actually worked out well for me this weekend.
It did. 70% of American, but 70% of people in America don't like it. They don't like the fall. Even though they gain an hour, they don't like it. Just the whole change in body rhythm thing.
Americans don't like change.
That's right. Stop changing it.
They don't like change. That's okay. Change for no reason at all. All right, can I give you something off the record?
Off the record, hit me.
Okay, so Jerry Jones, he has a famous quote. Can we play the short one here first, Ty? Because this is a famous Jerry Jones quote that we've actually taken the drop from and used, but he used this years ago when referring to the Dallas Cowboys' ultimate goal.
Reminder, I've been here when it was glory hole days, and I've been here when it wasn't. And so, having said that, I want me some glory holes.
Okay.
So I have that perspective.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, now that was Jerry. What was that? 7, 8 years ago? That was a long time ago.
Longer than that.
It was a long time ago.
And glory hole, of course, the oil gusher.
Yes, he's talking about, yes. Oh, yes. I don't know if Jerry knows that there are multiple meanings for this now in the day and age. Maybe he doesn't. But he brought up again. He was hanging out at 105 through the fan, And once again, can we have this tight? Jerry Jones, one of his favorite references, I guess.
Now there's hundreds of thousands of fans piling in right now, and they're all listening to Jerry Jones. And what's your message to all the people that are walking around this parade today, taking in all the stuff that's going on, all the celebrations for this team? What do you want to say to all these fans out here?
Sport, the rough times that you have with sport, everybody has it. Everybody, you can't really play unless you have some hard times. But it is the absolute glory hole to have that elusive win to be the champion. And I'm so proud for every fan that is out here that's headed that way, and the ones that are at home. I'm proud for every one of them. And it has really been, I might say, one of the reasons that I wanted to spend my everyday and life in the world of sport.
Okay, there you go. Once again, he's dropping it again.
Hey, well, glory hole for him is like, I used to say the term honey hole a lot, because it's like a fishing term, right? When you're out fishing, you're looking for the honey hole.
Yeah.
That's where the fish bite.
I agree.
And Ty goes out to the bar, he's looking for the honey hole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know if Jerry understands that, that it has multiple meanings. That's all. He dropped that term a lot. He's dropping it again.
That's
that was
a phrase for him.
Before they lost to the Eagles.
And that obviously was the Rangers victory parade and celebration on Friday, which coming up in our Who Said That segment, Rod.
Who said that?
Corey Seager, the MVP. He took it. He had a shot fired right at Alex Bregman in the Astros. So the rivalry takes another step.
They've been taking subtle
It's on.
shots.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Oh, yeah, because all Ranger fans were like, yes! Seager just gave it to Alex Bregman right back in his pie hole.
And in his pie hole, see a lot of hole talking around.
A lot of hole talk. Nacho day.
It is Nacho day.
Hey, we'll roll on. We'll talk Texas football, obviously. I like this one. This is kind of a bumper sticker sum up with the Longhorn game. First quarter, Quinn's never going to see the field again. Quarters 2, 3, and 4, Quinn can have my shoulder ligaments. Get him back on the field.
the range of emotions, the roller coaster of emotions local fans are on. Right.
Oh, Quinn's done. This is over. Put him in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. Now y'all miss Quinn, don't you? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Well, what did we say last year? When a young quarterback is learning the process, this is kind of what it looks like. This is how the sausage gets made.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn looked just like that in some games last year as teams figured him out. It happens. You got to go through the process to learn it. We'll pick it up on the other side. More on Texas. They sit at number 7, the Big 12 race with Oklahoma State and the Longhorns now clear front runners. Also the rest of the college football picture, the NFL. And yes, we'll get around to Who Said That at the end of the next hour. Let's hook them up with Ian Rodby.
Viking.
Whatever was happening on the north side of I-35 near Slaughter appears to have cleared up because we're just kind of back to the routine delay from the time of day. It's still happening, but beginning to ease up. We do have one. Here's Grand Avenue Parkway near the southbound access to the interstate. Again, on Grand Avenue Parkway, not on that access road. Red River at the 43rd crash trying to clear 10 lanes southwest. It's coming. Both of those still on the board, but should be wrapping up. And overall, the news is better on the main lane. Again, as the volume starts to ease up just that. I'm Don Miller, there's the traffic.
All right, Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Austin, Texas. And earlier we gave away our Viking Fence defensive play of the game. You obviously know what that was, the 4th down stop to end the game. In overtime, the Longhorns get their 8th win of the year, and Viking Fence was dang happy about it. And you will be too. And you call Viking Fence for any fence project you have, whether it's commercial or residential. The products, the fence repair team is there as well. So if you already have a fence, you're like, man, this thing's falling down. I don't want to go all new fence. I just need it repaired in certain spots. They can do that too. They just do it all and have since 1972. Wood Privacy Fence Division, the Iron Fence and Gate and Handrail Division, Chain Link, Perimeter Security, that Temporary Rental Fence Division I tell you about all the time. Gate Automation, if you need an automated gate for your home or business, keep your animals in or whatever it might be, or your business, of course, with the automated gates. They've got that entire division. It's everything in the fence industry. It has been since 1972, so over 50 years, still trusted in Texas and still locally owned and operated all this time. No one does it better. And all they're changing now is they're just growing. They're growing with the state of Texas. So if you're not in Austin and Central Texas, you can use Viking up into the Metroplex, down into San Antonio, up down I-35. They're going to deliver the same quality as they have here in Austin for all this time. It's Viking Fence. 837-6411. It's 837-6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. Just remember, the best fencing company in all of Texas is Viking Fence. When you think fence, Think Viking.
Hey, Central Texas homeowners, baseball size hell hit hard, and if you're really don't wait. Call Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, the experts you trust year-round. John Hardy and his team, our Coke FM roofing partners, are here for you. They'll inspect for free and have insurance pros to guide your claim. Plus, turn that hell claim into solar savings. Call Divided Sky at 512-995-ROOF or DividedSkyAustin.com. When the wind blows high, trust Divided Sky Roofing and Solar today.
Now here's Rita Ballou live from inside your plumbing.
Even if your drain doesn't show any leaks or have any eye-watering smells coming from it, it doesn't mean your septic system still may not be working well. Pumping your septic tank can help improve the efficiency of your system, but you're gonna need an expert.
And that's why Hambone Plumbing is proud to announce Hambone Septic Pumping.
It's a great company now offering even more services.
How do you get your septic system at proper working levels? Rita?
512-388-7030. HambonePlumbing.com.
License number F12470 TCEQ 26366. This hour brought to you by Eckert Dentistry. Dr. Eckert can give you a new smile in just one day. Permanently secured to dental implants. Call 345-3166 or online at DRUECKERT.com.
Elkin,
K270
Round Rock, Texas Sports, The Horn. Guests on The Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Hook 'em up with E and Rod P. Brought to you by Bud Light on The Horn.
Yeah, Monday on the Horn, just trying to sort it all out. Longhorns found a way to win in overtime. A game that for the early portion looked like it was going to be a blowout. Then again, early in the third quarter when Texas forced back-to-back turnovers and took a 20-point lead. Felt like easy street to the win, but, these Longhorns don't like to make anything easy. They're going to make you stress. And the turnover machine. K-State scored 3 touchdowns in an 8-play span. Go from down 27-7 to tied. The only reason it was tied is they missed an extra point. They botched an extra point. Should have been 28-27.
Should have been.
But that was good fortune. And, it came quick, man.
Chris Kleiman's decision to go for it, also good fortune. Now,
It's
Texas
amazing.
played well. They held them. That was a great play by Texas. And Ryan Watts with the zone coverage that he essentially faked that it was like man and press. That was great assignment, sound football. But Chris Kleiman, I think he made a dang coaching mistake.
I do too. I do. I mean, I think the
feel of the game should
so
have
you're
been.
one overtime into one more is going to be the normal, and then the next one's going to be going for 2 essentially into the third overtime now in college football. But you still have one chance, and that it's an all or nothing play. If you get it, you win and you walk out of the building. If you don't, game's over. Knowing that you are a good team in the red zone statistically for the year, and Texas is not. Also knowing that Texas is really good at red zone defensively.
Yes, the top 5.
And maybe that's part of it, that he felt like, man, this might be the closest we get. They hit that big 19-yard pop on first down to Sinnott, and they were going to him on that 4th down play.
Could be.
But maybe he thought, we may not get this close again. We've had a hard time moving the ball.
Not throwing it, did.
Yeah.
They were throwing it. They were actually moving decent,
Yeah.
making some plays throwing the football.
Yeah, that's why
how they got down there.
Yeah.
They couldn't run the football anymore.
They
Texas took that away.
No. Well, and really, it was amazing because I love doing the On Texas Football, Inside Texas, On Texas Football watch along, because you're part of it, and Jerry's a part of it, and Bobby, and all the crew at Inside Texas have a great time. But it allows me, as I watch the game, we're kind of documented as it happens. And the Longhorns, I'm trying to remember the last time. It was 2 weeks ago against Houston. This game was similar to Houston because there was a point in the second quarter. Remember when I said, Rod, Texas has 3 touchdowns, U of H has 2 first downs. And it was such a thoroughly dominant performance on both sides. Like, this thing's going to get ugly. Next thing you know, fake field goal, momentum, touchdown, and it's all game. This thing happened here too. It was 27-7 because after the Ethan Burke strip fumble and then the Jonathan Brooks touchdown, it felt like, okay, deep breath. We're going to get out of here. Only thing we can't do is turn the ball over. Well, then at the end of the third quarter, Kansas State goes on their first significant drive of the game. They took it down the field, and they did it, as you said, they abandoned the run and said, look, we got to throw the ball.
Got to.
We are not going to do this any other way. And they took it down the field and put it in the end zone, and they went from their own 25-yard line, and it was, a little bit of run, mostly short passing game. Then the passing game heated up, and then they end up in the end zone, and it felt like, at least having watched the whole game up to that point, that Texas – well, I will also say this. They took Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy off the field that series, and it was Trill Carter and Vernon Broughton at tackle. And they had a little bit – they had the middle pressure wasn't coming like it was, and Will Howard was able to get comfortable. Remember, the pressure off the left side, the right tackle, kind of like the Cowboys' right tackle, Terrence Steele really struggled in this game. Baron Sorrell had a sack off the left side. Ethan Burke came off the left side. But in that drive – Texas had some backups, late third quarter, trying to make sure their starters were fresh for the fourth, and that's where they got the momentum. And they went down the field, and they went on that drive. And on the last play of the third quarter, I remember watching the broadcast thinking, they're not going to get this off, guys. They're not going to get this because the clock was running down. This is going to be the end of the third quarter. It snapped like with a second and a half to go, and Will Howard completed a short pass to Phillip Brooks, who took a short play and turned it into 26 yards on a touchdown. What did Sark say last week? We have to tackle. We have to tackle. We got to get the ball on the ground. If it's designed to go for 10 yards, it can only go for 10. This went for 26 and a touchdown. Because even then, you're thinking, okay, well, we're going to come back to the fourth quarter, and they're going to be in the red zone, and Texas can get their starters back on the field and hold this thing to a field goal or force them out. And that touchdown, I thought, was kind of big. It was almost too easy because Michael Taft had a chance to push him out of bounds and missed him. Ryan Watts had a chance to tackle him or get him out of bounds, and both missed him, and he walked into the end zone. That was the first time the whole game I felt like the defense gave in a little.
They relaxed a little.
Yeah, they relaxed a little. The touchdown right before the half, which was, came after a block punt and sudden change and all that. That's I think that's excusable. They hit a coverage that they liked and hit throw. This was a drive to where it felt like the intensity the whole way down the field was lacking compared to what the rest of the game had been, and it ended up with 2 missed tackles into the end zone. Well, then we know what happened on the next play, the next series. Malik Murphy throws the interception. The one you cannot throw to nobody. I just kind of threw it out there for anybody to catch. That was a mistake. They capitalized on a touchdown. Then Jonathan Brooks fighting for extra yards, fumbles. They capitalize. That is a roller coaster of emotions, Rod. And if you're a fan and you're watching this game thinking, oh my gosh, we just went from 27-7 to tied like that, imagine the players. And this is what you're talking about with this team. Now you're in the fourth quarter. You have a quarterback who's struggling. And how are we going to find a way to win this game? That's the football culture. That's the football character you talk about that is strong with this team, that they didn't rattle. They didn't fold up tent. They said, you know what, let's find a way. Let's find a way to win this game.
Yeah, I think they have good, leadership on this team that they don't panic in that situation. We've seen all season. And Sark said it during the game. Go back and watch the broadcast. During the in-game interview, when she's asking him about how things are turning and the momentum shifting, he says, "No, we'll win in the fourth quarter. That's that's when we're gonna find a way to make some plays. The fourth quarter is where we got to win this game." And I think Sark has all off season pretty much programmed this team, right? You get what you emphasize. He's emphasized be a second half team, being a fourth quarter team. And I'll give him props. Maybe we should emphasize red zone. Maybe we should emphasize some other stuff, but it's okay. We wanted to see this team win games in the fourth quarter last year, win one-score games, right? Respond in the second half, respond to adversity. This team does all those things. They really do. It doesn't always look as pretty, and yes, probably some of these games should be blowouts, and they shouldn't even be this close. But it is K-State is they're a decent football team. That's a good football team. Texas just really early on just shell-shocked them with how good Texas' rush defense was. And then once they recalibrated and started throwing the football, they made some plays. But I think Ryan Watts is pretty much he really is kind of the epitome of what happened to Texas in this game. You brought the 26-yard touchdown. It's really on him giving that up because he catches it in front of him, and then he's supposed to at least make the play or push him out of bounds. He doesn't. That was a hell of a move by Phillip Brooks. The spin move and everything, and tight ropes the sideline.
Yeah, video game.
It was a great play, but come on, Ryan Watts, you're a better player than that. You got to make the play. And then Ryan Watts also gave up the deep ball. That was a deep ball. I think it was a Jace Brown, a deep ball downfield that he gave up in bump and run coverage. So he was having an inconsistent game. He was having an up and down game, but he did not let that deter him or distract him on that final play. He was assignment sound to the point where he even was able to throw out some miscues and misinformation as an indicator for how Howard thought he was man because he's so comfortable playing press at the boundary corner that I've told you guys, he plays press even when he's in zone. He's done it before. This is not the first time he's done that. This is not him breaking tendency in a big moment. He does that all the time. Well, he believes he has good vision at the line of scrimmage and that he can redirect wide receivers and still be able to make plays. That's why he's such a great force defender in the run game, because he still plays close to the line of scrimmage. Also, why he is probably at his worst as a coverage defender once you get his hips turned and he's downfield.
Yeah.
That's when you got him. At the line of scrimmage, he's great. But I love that he had bounce back factor. I had plays like that too. I had a game-winning interception in the Oklahoma State game my senior year. But earlier in the game, I had given up like a deep ball earlier in the game. That was crucial, and it was a tight game too. And Coach Ian always told me, man, that was my favorite game for you because you gave up the deep ball, but you battled back, stopped the 2-point conversion on that same drive where I gave up the deep ball, and then got the game-winning interception in the fourth quarter late in that game. He said, I saw you battle adversity, I saw you struggle, but then I saw you come out on top and make a game-saving play. Same thing with Ron Watts. I saw him struggle. Everybody's going to have bad games and struggle and make mistakes, mental errors. How do you battle back, right? You can fall down, just don't stay down. And the way he came out and played on that final drive, when it mattered most, all of those guys, that's what got them to win. A game-winning goal line stand. A lot of it was because of the way that Ryan Watts did respond.
Very well said, without a doubt. Yeah, again, it's not a great team. It has a chance to do some great things this year, but great teams finish and finish a game, don't make it complicated. But so they're a frustratingly flawed team, but really, really good is what I would say, right? And they still have some holes. I would also say, the 10 penalties is a problem. This is when you're playing with a backup quarterback, he can't turn the ball over. Sark has to help him with some momentum plays when he's managing the game with his play calling. Then at the same time, you can't have all these pre-snap penalties. I mean, they had like eight pre-snap procedure penalties. When you're playing a pretty good defense like K-State, Rod, and you're 1st and 15 over and over again, I mean, those were killers. I mean, that was preventing Texas from blowing this game out early. When this is something, I mean, this is the discipline that Sark has to. It's still amazing to me they went into Alabama, beat this really turns out to be a pretty darn good Alabama team.
Yeah.
Without a single penalty. They didn't have one pre-snap offensive penalty on the road at Tuscaloosa, yet at home they consistently have 4 or 5, and in this game like 6 or 7.
Yeah, and yep, that's a great point. I will say that I'll go back to I bet a lot of the plays that were run in the Alabama game had been practiced, rehearsed, and choreographed for months.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That was
that everybody was on the same page because they were really familiar with those plays. And I think that's obviously the season goes on. You have a week to prepare for teams, especially with a backup quarterback, right? And all the intricacy of the pre-snap motions and shifts in Sark's offense. And I even in my notes too, I kind of wrote that down as well. Fewer pre-snap motions and shifts as that game went on. I think Sark got a little frustrated.
I think he did too.
With all of the different penalties. Like, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to line up. I'm not even going to shift the motions. You still had some of it, but it wasn't as much. I bet the rate was very low considering how high it is. He's usually a 50%, 55% pre-snap motion shift rate guy. I bet this game it drops precipitously low, that rate.
Well, let's also say that they were playing without Christian Jones, their right tackle, who got hurt in practice last week. And that was big. I mean, you had Cameron Williams making his first start at right tackle next to DJ Campbell, who's a young guy at right guard. And they held up, but at the same time, several of those pre-snap penalties were on. JT Sanders had one. But they just got to clean it. When you're going on the road back-to-back games now with everything in front of you,
that's true.
They got to be cleaner than that. They just do.
And Cam Williams, a run blocker.
That's a big dude.
As a run blocker, he is a force. That it really is. He is a force as a run blocker. I go back and check him out as a pass blocker, but man, run blocking. That was some plays he just stood out, just mowing guys down and moving the line of scrimmage. It'll be interesting to see going forward. Christian Jones comes back. Something we didn't bring up enough. I think they are more assigned sound as well. If Christian Jones did, not that Cam Williams was terrible.
He's a 6-year player.
Yeah.
Again, so you got a backup quarterback, a starting right tackle, and then at times Kelvin Banks in the fourth quarter went out of that game for a little bit.
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks got nicked up a little bit, and he left the game for a little bit.
That is, and the Christian Jones thing, no one knew about it because Sark didn't mention it. It must have happened in practice. And then the next thing you know, he's not playing in the game.
Good for him.
You're like, wow.
You don't need to mention that. That'd giving K-State something to try to attack a young buck, out there right tackle. I totally get it.
The first time I heard of it was Jerry Hamilton. We were about to start our watch along. He said, guys, Christian Jones not dressed out.
Yep.
Like, what? Christian Jones.
We got started inside Texas too. I think, Sark knows. He mentioned that on Wednesday. People start panicking.
Yeah.
There's a big topic of conversation.
But Sark's true to his word on those things. He says we're going to let him work out ahead of the game, and then we'll see. Like Ethan Burke, they felt like he had practiced and they weren't sure, and then he showed up and was ready to go, and he got a big game.
And a huge game. Huge. Barron Sorrell, 3 sacks between them combined?
So it was good to see those guys. But, no Christian Jones. Still no Colton. Cole Hudson wasn't even dressed. The right guard, starting right guard. So those guys were out for that football game. And obviously Jalen Catalon continuing to not be available for the Longhorns.
I mean, that's how this team can get a whole lot better once they get healthier down the stretch. And obviously, comes with Quentin Ewers, who was the starting quarterback.
Yeah, that would be the first one.
Yeah. And as we pointed out, they're flawed. They're still not executing at a really high level in some crucial areas, including red zone, most notably. And now we're seeing.
I would imagine you'll hear Sark say that today after watching the film. We're 8-1. We're number 7 in the country. We're sitting atop the Big 12, but we still haven't played our best football.
Still have not really. I mean, Bama is probably their peak this season so far, and they have yet to really get to that level of play consistently for 4 quarters of play. We've seen flashes of a quarter of amazing.
Yeah, they played spurts right now.
Gangbuster football, and then you'll see exactly the lack of focus, and all the phases contributed to kind of meltdown against Kansas State. You had the offense turning the football over, special teams getting the block punt, and defense. The only thing I can criticize about defense is the 2-minute defense. I mean, they have been bad. They are bad. That is something, you look at things now that have pretty much been a trend and patterns you can track throughout the entire season, not outliers, not anomalies. You know what I mean? Just things that, this is something that, hey, they've been bad at it damn near every game, and it tracks. That's red zone offense for Texas. That is 2-minute defense for Texas defense. They can't figure that out. And you can if you're a pass first team against Texas, you can make some plays in a passing game. You know that. You can't. They're there for you. But the run game, we know this as well. You're gonna get suffocated. They're gonna choke your run game out.
That's no doubt. And TCU now on alert, Texas Tech and Iowa State.
Yeah.
And coming up after Rod's rant, we'll get back into Texas. And when the Longhorns got their schedule, and you realize we're not going to have to face Mike Gundy this year. Well, you might. You might when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
If you want to win a Big 12 championship, we'll get to that coming off the Bedlam game. But right now, let's get Rod's rant.
And safest way to get a new car, any make, any model. Click appleleasing.com and experience how easy it is.
Hey, do you want anything in the bathroom?
No. I'll just talk to CJ Stroud, really. I'm going to get to his stuff again. No, thank you.
Well, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's rant of the day. Hold on to your butt.
All right, let's get into one of the big stories from the NFL weekend that hits close to home. History was made with the play of one C.J. Stroud versus – it was an unbelievable game for C.J. Stroud in this game versus the Bucs. He broke the single-game passing record, for those who don't know this, for a rookie, single-game passing record for a rookie. And not only did he have an amazing game throwing football, but he also led a game-winning drive. He led the Texans on a game-winning drive at the end of the game to pull out the victory. But here's my favorite stats about his performance. 470 total yards, so yes, a single-game rookie passing yardage record. But my favorite stat is what he did in these situations. Because in these situations, C.J. Stroud had a perfect passer rating. Yeah. I repeat, he had a perfect passer rating on first down, throwing the ball on first down. He had a perfect passer rating passing in the second half. And he had a perfect passer rating when throwing the football on the final game-winning drive. 158.3 passer rating. A perfect one in those situations. That is unheard of. You're talking about in all the clutch moments when he needed them, adjustments in the second half, the game-winning drive. And probably the easiest of those stats to achieve would be on first down, how effective he was. First down is considered the easiest down to pass on because all the defenses are thinking run. And on first down, he was 16 of 19 for 298 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a perfect passer rating of 158.3 just on first down alone. When he threw the ball 20 yards or more down the field, he was 6 of 8 for 3 touchdowns on deep passes down the field. it was one of the greatest performances we've ever seen from a quarterback, period, let alone the greatest performance in a game or that we've ever seen from a rookie quarterback in NFL history. How about this? Another one, too. 41.8 fantasy points. That was the most fantasy points by a rookie quarterback since 2011.
And who was that? Andrew Luck?
Since 2011. They didn't give it to me.
He was? Maybe Cam Newton?
I'm looking for it.
Cam Newton in 2012.
They didn't give it to me.
That's amazing.
It might have been Cam Newton, actually, because Cam Newton is 2011. Right? He was a rookie then.
I think so. And I would also say that, everything you just said is like, wow. I mean, I sit here and watch him as a Texans fan. Like, hard to believe how good he is.
It really is.
But then this is not an outlier to his season. Now, he hasn't been great every play of the whole season. But he is having, in addition to that game he just had, it's part of the best rookie season ever put together through halfway through a season by any quarterback. List them all. I mean, John Elway, Cam Newton, Andrew Luck, you go through the list. Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning as a rookie had 26 interceptions. 26. He threw a bunch of touchdowns, but he also had a lot of mistakes. C.J. Stroud is 2,400 yards, 14 touchdowns, 1 pick all year, and he's got a pass rating of 103. As a rookie. He's on a team without a running game.
And a makeshift O-line.
And an O-line that's underachieving and banged up. Yeah, this kid is really slick, man. Special. He's a special player.
He is special. I mean, like I said, he's already in the Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's not hyperbole. His football, when he set the record for consecutive passes to start a career without an interception, that's already in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I imagine he's going to get there again, because no rookie has ever thrown for more yards in a game or more touchdowns in a game. It's the greatest rookie game ever for a quarterback in NFL history. He's going to go. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame twice in his rookie year.
Well, and, I don't think anybody's ever said Houston Texans must see TV, but this guy's becoming. This guy's becoming someone you have to watch because he's having that kind of a season.
Wow.
With
guys next year he's going to be on primetime. Next year the Texans will be on primetime more. I don't know, a lot more just because of him.
He's an it quarterback. And, the bigger picture, can they win some more games? That Carolina game really stands out as one that they're going to regret not winning because Carolina kicked the field goal to beat them. But, they've got to win over Tampa Bay, who's a winning team, or at least was at one point. They've had a couple of losses back-to-back now, fallen under 500. But they beat Pittsburgh, who's a winning team. They beat Jacksonville, who's a really good team. So he's already got some quality wins. Beat the Saints, who's a winning team right now. So this is no fluke, and it's we're doing it without a running game and doing it with receivers like Nico Collins and Tank Dell, and Robert Woods was out yesterday, so it became Noah Brown. These are not household names, but the numbers are pretty staggering. You also add to the fact that when you hear behind the scenes that no one studies more tape than the guy. He's a gym rat when it comes to that kind of stuff, the film study. He also, according to his coaches, doesn't make the same mistake twice. He's big on that. If he makes a mistake, he doesn't want to make it again, which I think everybody says, but he actually does. Like if he makes a misread or get the wrong assignment, he gets it right. And he's also a leader, Rod. He's the guy that's making dinner for, hired a chef for teammates to come over and eat dinner on Friday nights before games and talk ball. He seems like a pretty special player.
He's the one that suggested to the Texans to draft Tank Dell, who was one of the 300-yard receivers that they had. He was one of the ones that said, hey, man, we got to draft this guy because they've been working out with him. So he's actually helping out with evaluations, too. And remember the go-ahead, what should have been a game-winning, but it was a go-ahead touchdown against, I think, the Falcons it was. Remember, he goes to Bobby Slowick and suggests what was the go-ahead touchdown. He suggested a play call, literally drew it up right there in the dirt and suggested the adjustment to Dalton Schultz on that play, which basically kind of a fake 6 route into running the seam and catching the touchdown. They didn't win that game, but that's how special he is. And right now, he also lowest interception percentage for a rookie in NFL history. It's the lowest interception percentage by any rookie in NFL history with a minimum of 200 pass attempts. He's only got 1 interception in 279 pass attempts. Dak Prescott, obviously prior to that, had the record. It was 4 interceptions and 459 pass attempts. So he takes great care of the football. And like I said, he's special. This football is going into the Hall of Fame for this game too. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame twice already, which and basically halfway through his rookie year.
All right.
Unbelievable.
That was one of my picks. I took the Texans, and somehow I was able to push that game because without a kicker, they didn't have a kicker, and they still found a way to win that football game. Pretty amazing. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll go back to the Longhorns, back to the NFL as well, also for the end of the hour. A little round of Who Said That to recap some good audio from the weekend. It's a busy Monday. Good, bad, and ugly on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Yeah, we just can't. Rod, but
yes, sir.
Near Highway 29 in Georgetown, we have another one right now. And we got a backup of Toll 130 further south from there, clean and green, all the way to about
clean and green.
Minutes slow to downtown, but things are really easy. Northbound I-35 near Slaughter, we mentioned that crash is gone. It's off the board. We still have the delays south and north of Midnight on the interstate, but folks, we're trending in a good direction here when it comes to the volume. Earlier crash, Red River at 43rd is clearing. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It is Monday, and a lot of you out there might have a case of the Mondays. You might be a little bit down because the weekend is over, and the next weekend coming up, it seems so far away. Don't worry, because you can always bring the fun times and the good times of the weekend to any weekday, even a Monday, with Bud Light. The best way to get rid of a case of the Mondays is with a nice ice cold case of Bud Light. So after your long, hard day, after work, and you want to decompress and you just want to find a way to make sure you can get your relaxation on, you can do it with Bud Light, the perfect beer for any and every occasion, including those football occasions. Yes, you got football tonight. That makes Mondays a little bit easier to deal with. And if anytime you're enjoying football, you got to make sure you enjoy it with Bud Light, America's favorite game and America's favorite beer. That, folks, is a championship tag team. So remember to make sure that your fridge is stocked up with Bud Light, whether it be for your NFL watch parties, you want to be the life of the party, bring more Bud Light to the party, or those Longhorn tailgates. I just had a weekend with Longhorns pulled out a win over K-State. A lot of great tailgating action out there, and perfect beer for any tailgate and for all of your tailgating festivities is Bud Light. Turns good times into great times, and the rest of the times into the best of times, and that's why Bud Light is my go-to beer, and it should be yours too. Remember, Bud Light brewed deep in the heart of Texas by Texans for Texans, and damn proud of it.
We're forever grateful for your business. And that's why from sales to service after the sale, we'll do whatever it takes to earn and keep your business. Our customers are our family too. Cover Chevrolet, Highway 71 in Bastrop, CoverBastrop.com. Find the road.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at abconsultations.com.
When your money's on the line, put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you tools to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team's up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, and touchdown is another chance at a big payday. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free ship to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else like MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with best.
Pay honor to our vets, both past and present, this Veterans Day and every day. Our sponsor, KDR Electrical Services of Austin, is veteran-owned and operated, serving you for over 15 years. They offer unparalleled electrical solutions with a focus on perfection to ensure safety, efficiency, and complete satisfaction. Whatever your electrical needs, their team has you covered. Call 512-832-6955, 512-832-6955. KDR Electrical Services, on the air in honor of Veterans Day.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Beavers, Hook 'em Up, 1019
Coming up for the top of the hour, we'll go around to Who Said That, including, did you hear what Corey Seager said? That got all the Ranger fans and Ranger Nation to say, ooh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, a little trash talk.
He went there, a little trash talk.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, so the Longhorns now looking forward after a narrow victory. Take the victory, take the dub, survive in advance. Longhorns get the win, 33-30 in overtime. Take Chris Kleiman's decision and run with it. Remember the Houston game? It was Dan Holgerson saying if we had gotten that first down or the better spot, we were going for 2 to try to win that game. By the way, they did go for 2 to beat Baylor on Saturday. Did you see that?
That was more understandable, actually.
Yeah,
they're going for 2 than Chris Kleiman going for it.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? Okay.
Agreed. Yeah, but Holgerson got to pull out that horns down play that he wanted to run against Texas.
And run it before with Will Greer, and when it worked.
Yeah.
At DKR.
And they beat Baylor on Saturday.
Yeah.
TCU lost, of course, last Thursday at Texas Tech. That's the Longhorn next opponent. The Longhorns a 9.5-point favorite to start the week. We'll see where that moves to. Obviously, we'll learn more today from Sark on Quinn Ewers and the other injured Longhorns availability for that 6:30 kick now. Yep. So while Longhorns are looking forward to their 10th game of the year, the Longhorn basketball team looking at its first game of the year tonight.
It crept up on us.
Yeah, man.
I guess there's been so much focus on Texas football. It hadn't been this good. Like, games haven't mattered this much in November.
Yeah, we're already
so usually we're already moving up. Hey, Texas basketball is starting up because we're already out of championship discussion. But since Texas basketball has to be on the back burner a little bit because Texas football hadn't been talking about championship football in November for a long time.
Well, and I'll also say this. This is a fun team. You know, I'm excited to watch this team for Rodney Terry grow. What are they going to become? Because, look, this was an Elite 8 team a year ago that if not for the injury, to Dylan DeSue, and then the injury in the game to, he was the guard that got injured in that game. There was Marcus Carr got hurt, had to go to the locker room and come back and won the same guy. They might have been in the Final Four a year ago, right, making that run. And injuries kind of derailed them, and then Miami. Give the Hurricanes credit. Well, the returns, this team has a ton of experience. That's the one thing for Texas basketball tonight when you watch this team, Rod. You have a starting lineup that will include returning starters Tyrese Hunter. Dylan Mitchell's now in his second year. Dylan DeSue, the senior sixth-year power forward, he'll be back at some point. They're probably going to hold him out till December. He's been rehabbing that foot injury. You also have Brock Cunningham, who's been around forever and a day, right? So you've got these solid returning players. Then you welcome 7 new scholarship players to the program, led by the one-man scoring machine, Max Asmus, Oral Roberts, who was, 4-year starter at Oral Roberts. As this game tips off tonight, Rod, he's the leading scorer in the country, career scorer in the country. Sharpshooter Ethiel Horton came in from Central Florida. Caden Shedrick, the big man from Virginia, who's been cleared to play. He's going to play in this game. This is an interesting team that's got a good mix of youth and experience, and then a good mix of backcourt and front court.
Yep. No, I don't think scoring will be an issue with this team, actually. And we know that they're going to play pretty intense defense as well. We'll see, but the Big 12 is really what it comes down to. It's not really about Texas. Texas is going to be a good team. It's going to be a lot of good teams in this conference.
Yeah, Houston and Baylor.
This will be the best basketball conference
Kansas.
in the country again.
Yeah.
So that's really what concerns me. It's not that Texas is going to be good. It's that can they reach their
ceiling?
Can they actually reach that potential in a Big 12 that is just an absolute bloodbath?
You just read off the names. I mean, Kansas, Baylor, Houston. I mean, these are all Final Four caliber teams. Exactly. Kansas is going to start the season
new look Big 12.
Yeah.
It's a bad football conference, but it's a hell of a basketball conference.
But I'm really excited for Tyrese Hunter to see his emergence this year because Tyrese, it turned out, was dealing with this kind of medical condition that led to cramping, and they couldn't figure out why. I mean, they were keeping him full of fluids, but he would still cramp up at times, and it led to some of his struggles, and like he'd wear down in games. He's on this medication now, and it's not happening. So do we get that Tyrese Hunter that we saw at Iowa State year one when he was all Big 12? If he does, he's going to be a great, floor general. Then you have Max Asmus, who can score with anybody. Ethiel Horton is a sharpshooter, about 6'4", brings that little bit of nasty on the defensive end too. Dylan Mitchell, this is the one that has the highest ceiling to improve, right? Dylan Mitchell can go from, started every game, but really was just a support player to becoming a focal point. And in their exhibition game they played, Rod, and against St. Edwards, he has lightened up the stat sheet with points, rebounds, block shots, assists. I look for Dylan Mitchell to have a big year, and let's see if he gets off to a good start tonight as a sophomore. Zarek Onyema is also a new name that came in from UTEP. He's kind of a worker, kind of replaces that Christian Bishop kind of role, right? Just goes to work for you. And then off the bench, you've got Kendall Weaver, Caden Shedrick. Whether he or Onyema will start, we'll see. Chris Johnson's the true freshman. Alex Namekwe still on this team, and they'll get Dylan DeSue back at some point. Kendall Weaver is one to watch. He's the kid from UT Arlington who was an all-WAC, freshman last year. They really like him, and they kind of think he's got a little bit of Sir Jabari Rice to his game, right? That he's one of those guys, a smooth player, can shoot it, a little, kind of sinewy, but at the same time can stroke it and play defense. So looking forward to seeing this team develop. They'll play their first game tonight against the Incarnate Word.
Oh.
The University of the Incarnate Word.
Yeah. I believe they favored by like 20 points or something.
Oh, I haven't even looked at that.
That
might be a Sex Panther pick for Ty coming up.
I bet they're favored by some ridiculous number over Incarnate Word. Nothing against Incarnate Word. Just saying that's how good they think Texas is going to be this year.
All right, so looking forward to that tonight. We're also talking Texas football, the Big 12. What do you see from college football outside of Austin that stoked your interest? The LSU-Alabama game was a good one.
It was a good one.
Until Jaden Daniels got hurt. And then
Jalen Milroe looks different, though. It shows you your quarterbacks, just like your teams, should get better week to week. That's the struggle. Like, Texas winning games, but, I don't know if they'll get better week to week necessarily. That is a struggle for every team out there in the country. And some teams, they end up peaking at the perfect time, right? Hitting their crescendo at the right time. That's what you want in all sports. For Alabama, you can tell Jalen Milroe, very different quarterback than the one.
4 running touchdowns.
Yeah, very. Well, he's more decisive. And he's more confident as a runner. Like, his skill set is still the same. He hasn't evolved the skill set. First of all, the offense now is more suited to his skill set. They were being stubborn in the way they were calling plays for him against Texas.
That's a new coordinator learning a new quarterback.
Tommy Rees, exactly. Now they seem like there's a lot more compatibility between the offense and his skill set, and he's such a willing runner. Against Texas, it seems like he was trying to stay in the pocket at times, and they only had 3 design runs versus Texas. It'd be a different conundrum for Texas if they played this Alabama team with this Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
They got him early, and that was a good thing.
That is very good.
Yeah.
And now both of those teams are in the one-loss debate for the college football playoff big picture if they keep on winning. But that was a big win for them to get past LSU by 14, and really a game changed. Jaden Daniels was playing a heck of a game. Then he got hurt, took that big hit from Dallas. What's his name?
Turner.
Dallas Turner,
yeah.
Big hit, got him up under the jaw, rattled him, and the game was not the same from that point on. But Brian Kelly's team just doesn't. It's amazing an LSU team that doesn't play any defense.
I know. What year is this? What's going on here?
I mean, so, the top 9 didn't change at all from last week to this week in the AP top 25. The top 9 remains the same. Georgia had about a battle with Missouri, but won that game. A top 15 Missouri team. Missouri was game, but Georgia was better. Pulled away late. Ohio State struggled a little bit with Rutgers. They fell behind 9-7 at half, and then did what Ohio State does. Not a lot of style points there, though, for the Buckeyes. Marvin Harris had another big game. Michigan beat up Purdue. I haven't heard much on Michigan this week. We'll see what comes out from that. There was some chatter over the weekend that maybe, the Big Ten may be moving in to do something. I don't know what that's going to be.
Yeah, that's a lot of buzz, but no real action.
Yeah. Also, Florida State won again. They just keep on rolling at number 4. Washington pulled off the biggest win of the top 5. They went and beat USC and ended the defensive coach career of Alex Grinch, potentially.
Yeah, they did. You're right.
Put him out.
I think they was for close to 300 yards or something.
Yeah,
like that?
going thinking you got to stop Michael Penix, but no, we're going to run for 300 yards.
He broke tendency.
They did. Because they could.
Right time, yeah.
Oregon won again, so they're sitting at 6. Texas sitting at 7. Bama right behind them. Of course, the only change was Ole Miss after beating the Aggies and giving Jimbo Fisher his 9th consecutive road SEC loss. 9 in a row, Rod. Still over 2 years since they've gone on the road and win an SEC game. That's not good.
Oklahoma loses, so that changes the complexion of the Big 12 championship hunt.
Well, as you're just tuning in at 9 o'clock, 9:30, Texas and Oak State are the front runners now. I mean, we talked about the 5-way tie all last week. Well, that 5-way tie is now 2.
It is so fitting you got to see Gundy on your way out if you want to win the Big 12. That is fitting. It is.
It is fitting.
It is fitting because Gundy's giving you so many issues, but he's giving everybody issues because he's a damn good coach. Except for Oklahoma, who now he has bragging rights on the last
all-time bragging rights.
Potentially.
Screw that all-time record. You got the last one.
It is exactly how he described, but I think it's fitting because he's a damn good football coach, and we've been talking about this. We talked about this before the season started. There's going to be a sleeper. There's going to be a team that rises up in the Big 12 that nobody saw coming. It happens every year. Happens TCU last year. There'll be a team like, man, we didn't see where the hell they come from? Oklahoma State's that team. And Oklahoma State's been that team probably 2 or 3 times since Gundy's been there. Nobody really saw Oklahoma State coming. We just didn't see it coming. He was playing 3 damn quarterbacks to start the season. Rotating like some kind of sociopath, rotating 3 quarterbacks and justifying it to his fans. And they're thinking at the time, all right, Gundy has definitely lost it. He's pulling a George Costanza. He's trying to get fired. So we need to help him out, and we need to think about what his buyout is, who's going to be next head coach. And in a 3-week span, it went from Gundy's probably on his way out. We got to get this guy fired. They're posting like his buyout details online to, damn. Oklahoma State might be in the Big 12 title game, looks like.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Because they settled on Alan Bowman, and they started handing the ball to Ollie Gordon II out of Fort Worth, Texas, and he's gone crazy.
He's gone crazy.
And they got some favorable officiating, I thought, in the game in Stillwater, but they did enough to beat the Sooners, and they have all-time bragging rights. So, yes, I mean, Texas has TCU. They're a 10-point favorite in that game. Then they're going to go to Iowa State, where they'll be a favorite. They also host Texas Tech on Black Friday. Oklahoma State will play UCF, BYU, and Houston the rest of the way. So navigatable. They could win that. I think 2 of them are in Stillwater too. So this is now you now have clear front runners. I mean, right now Oklahoma State and Texas control their destiny. I think you're dead right about that. When the schedule came out, you kind of said, "Oh man, it's okay. We don't care if West Virginia's not on the schedule. That's fine." But Oak State, we need one more shot. Now you might get it.
You might get it. Yeah,
and it might be for the ship.
I didn't mind not seeing him in the regular season. He gets given Texas.
You certainly don't want to see him in Stillwater, but he's also come here and won quite a bit.
You don't want exactly. You don't want to see him as a home underdog. I think he is as a home dog now. He's won 10 of his last 11 games straight up as a home dog. You don't want to play Gundy. So he loves being a home dog. He loves it. Because he got a dog in him.
Yes.
Dog.
And he can
hates NIL, hates the transfer portal. he's everything you don't want the future of college football to be, except he's a good old ball coach.
You know, it's funny. It's very. I've said this many times, but it's very similar to Mike Leach. That there are people in Stillwater that just don't like the guy.
Yeah.
Like there are even Oklahoma State fans that are like, man, he rubs me the wrong way. He doesn't recruit. He loses to Oklahoma all the time. He doesn't believe in NIL. But he just wins. So you're like, well, and I always said something about Mike Leach. I mean, I may not like his ways, but at the same time, who else can win at that level in that place?
Exactly.
If you got rid of Mike Gundy, who else could you bring in that could do anything close to what this guy's done?
Nobody. I don't believe so. I'm sure I don't believe anybody can come in and do what he's done. It's because he does so much more with so much less, right?
Yeah.
It is so fewer resources than everybody else. And like I said, he does. By the way, some of it's his own fault. Like it's his own doing. His stubborn attitude towards NIL and transfer portal, or remember what he said about Trace Ford, the kid that transferred to Oklahoma, basically like he didn't even recognize him and didn't even know his name. I mean, he is stubborn and he is bullish about his philosophy and about his beliefs, all that kind of stuff. And even off the field, people think he's really controversial because he'll speak whatever's on his mind and say whatever's on his mind. But when it comes to winning football games, Mike Gundy.
Can I give you a number? And we had our What the Fact segment earlier this morning, but that was Gundy's 100th career Big 12 victory. 100th, joining Bob Stoops and Bill Snyder as the only league coaches to reach that mark. It was only his 4th win in 19 tries against the Sooners, but 100 now as a Big 12 coach. Rashad Owens, the receiver, had 10 catches, 136. Alan Bowman, 334. And, Ollie Gordon had his, not the 270-yard game like he's been having, but he had 33 carries for 137. That's one thing Gundy will do. He'll hand it to a running back.
Yes,
33 times.
Yeah.
33 times.
Ollie Gordon, right now, Gordon's the most productive running back in the Big 12.
Might be running into a Doak Walker award if he keeps this up.
I think you're right.
Jonathan Brooks of the Longhorns will be in that conversation. If he get 33 carries in a game.
If we go back to the start conversation,
Yeah.
he probably, should have had that amount in this game. He got nicked up too, though.
He did. He twisted his ankle early. All right, we come back. We'll go, who said that, Rod?
Who said
Some
that?
audio from a busy weekend and try to decide who that is. We're rolling. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod being on Monday.
We are clustered up on the southbound side.
Better help. You want me to do it? You want to do it or you want me to do it? It's up to you. I can do it. I got it.
Well, Hayes County delays finished. You've got some backups of William Cannon, Chief Statsky, and Riverside Cesar Chavez. That's it. We do have a little extra delay southbound Mopac. We're a bit concerned about that. It could be a crash for 20 minutes ago. We don't think it's going to be a huge problem right now. Southbound frontage on 35 Grand Avenue Parkway, crash reported there, but we're thinking that is just not clear. I'm Don Miller, and there's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It's about time we all start to prioritize our mental health and wellness, right? With BetterHelp's accessible therapy, you can get the help you need whenever and wherever you need it. Now, we all understand life can be really stressful. You got relationships that you're trying to maintain. There's the work-life balance to make sure that you're giving your all at work, but also making sure you make time for the family. There's all the commitments and responsibilities. It can be a lot, and life is pretty hectic. And some of us may not be comfortable opening up about our emotions and our issues that we're all struggling with, but you need to know that seeking help for your mental health isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. It's a sign that you are self-aware, and it's a sign that you care enough about yourself, care enough about your loved ones to get the help you need so you can be there for them. Managing everyday stress, relationships, work-life balance can take a toll on all of us. Of course it does. BetterHelp has a team of online professionals that specialize in helping men, women, children, couples get the help they need so it can handle the struggles that we all face, especially with the holidays coming up. Guys, holidays can add extra stress to an already hectic, really stressful life, and you want to make sure that during the holidays that you're getting the help you need. You want to talk about those problems. The best way to relieve stress, to relieve the anxiety, is to talk about those issues, and BetterHelp gives you the best way to do it. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/thehorn. That's BetterHelp.com/thehorn to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/thehorn. Take better care of your mental health with BetterHelp. All right. Let's see.
Show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is.
Ding dong.
Each game,
Ding dong.
your entire body in burnt orange. Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch used in Texas.
Can't bow wow. Can't bow wow. Bring your schnauzer and your chow. Can't bow wow. Can't bow wow. Bring your dachshund and your hound. Can't bow wow. Can't bow wow. We're all having fun now at Camp Bow Wow.
Bring your dog in for fall paw treatments. We have de-shedding, nail trim, full-service bathing, everything but the cut. Get your spot reserved for Thanksgiving and Christmas. 833 Dog Life. 833-364-5433. Play all day, snooze the night away.
You don't have to have a petting like a celebrity.
Located off Limmer Loop, 1 block west of 130 in Hutto. Make your reservation online at campbowwow.com/Hutto and download our mobile app where you can watch your pup play. That's campbowwow.com/Hutto.
At Camp Bow Wow.
Darren Hogan for Underdog Fantasy, and not a better time in the sports calendar to join and get on board with the great folks at Underdog Fantasy like I do. The NBA season is here to go with the football season. There's no easier way to get in on the action than Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em games. Play a couple different games each night, just one. Basketball, college football, NFL. You choose, you decide, you get to pick, and then have a blast watching the games. And as I've told you, here's how it works. Take a game, any of those sports, and pick between 2 and 5 players on either team, and select whether they're going to go higher or lower on one of their stats in the game. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. It's legal in Texas, so get on board today. Simply go to their easy-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Hogan, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $500, but that's for a limited time only. Plus, new customers will have a mystery special pick in their live pick-a lobby. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan, Hogan. Get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $500, double, plus your special pick in the pick-a lobby. It's Underdog Fantasy. And
18 plus and present is where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now here's Rita Ballou live from inside your plumbing.
Even if your drain doesn't show any leaks or have any eye-watering smells come from it, it doesn't mean your septic system still may not be working well. Pumping your septic tank can help improve the efficiency of your system, but you're gonna need an expert.
And that's why Hambone Plumbing is proud to announce Hambone Septic Pumping.
Same great company now offering even more services.
How do you get your septic system at proper working levels, Rita?
Call Hambone 512-388-7030. HambonePlumbing.com.
License number F12470 TCEQ 26366.
Texas Spirit started with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Back in the 90s, we had a dream as big as our home state. With grit, determination, and heart, we broke ground on the first legal distillery in Texas. Today, at the center of the craft spirits movement, we're still Texas-made and Texan-owned. Our copper caps line shelves, and we fill glasses with the smoothest juice around. Remember, just because it looks like vodka doesn't mean it tastes like Tito's. 40% alcohol and volume, made 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
The Horn text line has join the conversation on the new.
Hey, I sent you a text with what I wanted.
447-3776. That's 512
Ty.
447-3776.
Ty. Thank you. Thank you.
L-I-V-I-E and Rod B on the Horn.
Who said it is right? It is one of the more fun segments of the morning. We go 5 hours, but this one is where we play some audio from the weekend. Day before, but we're coming on a Monday, Rod. It's from the weekend.
Who said that?
I'm going to play this for you to start it, Rod. This happened on Friday. Actually,
Okay.
The first part of this happened about a month ago. The other part happened on Friday. See if you can tell who these two characters are, stoking the Astros-Rangers rivalry.
I just got one thing to say, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
There they go. Alex, you probably know who that is.
You just said it. Now his name's Corey Seager.
Corey Seager.
Yes.
Yeah, that was Alex Bregman first.
Yes.
Remember when the Astros won the division on the final day and then popped off a little bit, popped some champagne, and Alex Bregman said if what would happen if the Astros didn't win the division? The Astros did win the division for the 6th straight year, but the Rangers won the World Series. It's on, Rod. It's on. Rivalry on.
Hey, man. They really, Astros fans got nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
They got scoreboard and they got the World Series. So until next season, we can get it on. All right. Who said that, Ty? I sent you a bunch of pieces. Line one of them up, dial one up for us. Who said that?
I mean, at that point, you just got me just set up like that. Like you just want just a headline question. I'm not even gonna answer that.
Who is that?
Who said that?
I don't even know who that is.
That is Shadur Sanders.
Oh.
That is Deion's son, also the starting quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes. Remember, Deion changed offensive coordinators last week. Prior to this game, they decided to change offensive coordinators, and I'm not sure it worked out like they thought after they changed offensive coordinators. So right now, Deion's in a little bit of hot water because there are some people saying that only reason he changed offensive coordinators is because the offense was getting his son sacked too much.
Yes.
That's a conspiracy theory, is that his son was getting sacked a lot, and it wasn't because of the productivity of the offense. It's because he was getting sacked too much, and if he gets sacked a lot, he might get hurt. If he gets hurt, hurts not only the team, but the draft stock too. So, and now quarterback sacks is now considered at least half responsibility of that is on the quarterback. That the quarterback's got to get rid of the football. So a lot of that may be on him too, and that was also kind of one of the conspiracy theories. Colorado, they only had 238 yards of offense versus Oregon State. And Pat Shermer is now the OC. They were averaging 408 yards of offense under Sean Lewis in the previous 8 games. He was the OC. So,
all right, let me play this for you, Rod. It was a crazy Sunday in the NFL with some heavyweight matchups. Cowboys disappointed. Also, Texans with a historic performance from their rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud, that you've talked about. Also, they had to go without their kicker for the whole game. They had to bring a running back in to make kicks and kick off, which was incredible. But how about the performance from this head coach? This is a head coach in the National Football League. Who said this, Rod?
Joining this guy right here is every single guy in this class. Playing and coaching, putting it out there, putting it on the line there. All right, but what we learned today is regardless of circumstance, the Minnesota Vikings football team. Everybody getting in here needs to see the actual.
All right, there you go, Ron. You know who that is.
It's got to be Kevin O'Connell?
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell.
Okay.
Minnesota Vikings won a game with, as he went through, a bunch of guys stepping up, but no more than Josh Dobbs, who got traded to the Vikings on Tuesday of the trade deadline, was supposed to be the backup quarterback. So they had the rookie quarterback who was coming in for Kirk Cousins, a kid from BYU, took all the reps during the week to get him some reps ready for the game with the Falcons.
It's amazing.
Within the first quarter, Josh Dobbs is on the field and playing with players he never played with. He knew,
and
balling out.
Playing well.
Ran a touchdown, threw a touchdown, led him to a win. If you're Atlanta, you got to wonder how that just happened. But Josh Dobbs, that's some, talk about stepping up, next man up mentality.
That's fantastic. Great story. Yeah, he's had a whirlwind of a season so far.
Yeah, he went from Pittsburgh to Arizona, then Arizona to Minnesota.
He's had a whirlwind of a season, but good for him, man. Hey, as a backup quarterback in the league, that's how you make a career out of it.
Yeah.
When you get your shot, make the most out of it. That's why
they had every reason to fold up and lose that game on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Down to their third quarterback who just got there.
That'll keep him as a backup quarterback in the league another 5 to 6 years, no matter if he ever performs again. Because they'll be like, he had it on tape. He's done it. You see him do it.
Vikings are now over 500. 5-4 after their terrible start. Good stuff on Who Said That. We'll play some more good audio coming up, including Steve Sarkisian from the postgame locker room, the victorious locker room with Texas. Also, Cowboys, disappointing finish. What could have been. Also, hear more about C.J. Stroud and the Texans' performance. We roll on into our fabulous fifth hour on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
We're still southbound on the interstate near Highway 29 in the Georgetown area, still back up toward Toll 130, so that has yet to clear. But southbound on Mopac, we had a crash reported south of 183. That's official now, but we just had it reported at about the same time. It started to clear up and looking pretty good now, so we don't have to worry about that much anymore. And really not much else going on here as we head toward 10 o'clock this morning. Enjoy your ride. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? I'm Tom Longhorn. Rod Babers here. Austin, other than the traffic, is one of the best cities in the country because it's a beautiful city. Thanks to the skilled craftsmanship of our friends at Iron Workers Local 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office for nearly, for nearly 100 years. So a long time. They've been helping really shape the city of Austin. And you see the labors of their love all over this iconic, exquisite city with landmarks like DeCare Stadium and Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Iron Workers Local Union 482. They're looking right now for excited folks who want to join this prestigious organization who are looking for a challenge, all right? A challenge, and also looking for somewhere they'll be a valued employee. You're talking about competitive salary, competitive pay, also really good benefits. Iron Workers Local 482 can be a great place for you to work if you're looking for employment. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a member of Iron Workers Local 42 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online if you're interested and inquire at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
As we transition into cooler days, it's time to prepare for winter with Pinnacle Propane. Introducing our winter prep offer with savings up to $175 on your next fill. Don't wait. Visit us at pinnaclepropane.com or call us today at 830-693-4383 and stay warm all winter while saving with Pinnacle Propane. To help you prepare even more, you'll have a chance to win a portable backup home generator and a Carhartt gift certificate. Pinnacle Propane, your trusted partner for all your propane needs.
Just got a brand new Chevy Silverado Trail Boss, and I love it.
Real customers talking about Apple leasing.
I didn't have to put any money down, plus Apple got me out of my previous lease, took my trade-in, and kept my payments right where I needed them. Once again, they did all the work, found exactly what I wanted with every option I asked for, and my payment is still way less than if I bought it. What's even better, I did everything over the phone, even signed the papers online with DocuSign. Super easy. And that's why I've used Apple Leasing for 30 years now. They can get any maker or model, sports cars, trucks,
Hey, Ty. Here, have the. Sorry to find something.
And they'll take your trade-in, even if you're upside down and want to get out of another lease early. So give them a call. Tell them what you want. They'll find it and give you a quote. It's that easy.
Call Apple Leasing at 346-9977 or online at appleleasing.com. You're listening to KDAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock. We are the Horn. Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner,
Hey, Ty.
visit vaqueroscafe.com.
I sent you the Cowboys final play, the Texans final play, and then we'll play those two. Then we'll play the Longhorns 4th down stop. Then I want to play the Sark Open as kind of a recap to everything to start the 10. Please. Cowboys final play. Texans with the Stroud touchdown. I sent you that. And then Longhorn 4th down stop. And then the Sark Open. How was your weekend? Hope it was a good one. If you're a Longhorn fan, it was tenuous, stressful, blood pressure inducing, maybe cardiac inducing, but same time, Longhorns found a way to win it. From a controlled game to a dogfight to looking like you were going to lose the game to winning the game. One of those kind of roller coaster rides for the Longhorns. They've had a couple of those this year. Against Houston, they won it. Against Kansas State, they won it. We'll let you hear the 4th down stop. Against Oklahoma, Rod, they lost it. You know, they've been in 3 of these games now where it's gone to the crazy final seconds, and they found a way to win 2 of them. They've lost 1 of them, and that's why they're 8-1 right now. Double-digit wins in all the other games that they've won. So they are a 4th quarter team, typically find ways to win. Sark talked about that. Also, Rod, Cowboys and Texans both went to the gun, to the buzzer yesterday and last night. We'll let you hear that. And as far as Ty and I went head-to-head in our college football picks last Friday, Rod, Ty, you went you got the Arizona game right, but then you lost Notre Dame in Texas.
Ooh.
And you did not get the over in the Army Air Force game. So you're sitting at 1-3 with the Jets game tonight, and you have the Jets plus 3.5. You still feeling good about that, TY?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about that.
Okay.
You see the situation with the over-under in the Army?
I did not.
So Army was up 21-3.
Yes.
Air Force was 17 points over, 24 points for the whole half play, and neither team scored.
I saw that. I did see that. That's pretty funny. So you're sitting on a 1-3 week with 1-4 staring in your face. I hit Oak State, Rod. I took my Gundy as the home dog.
Home dog, man.
I took Washington, which hit. I took
Easy
Alabama,
money.
which hit. I took the Miami Dolphins plus 2, and that hurt me. But then I took Houston. So doing okay. Doing okay. But that Miami game, the Dolphins, golly. That you just knew when it happened. That fumble for a touchdown at the end of the first half was just that was going to be too much to overcome. I mean, even if Miami could get back in it, that was a critical play. And who's the kid out of the University of Washington that made that play for them? Trent McDuffie, the corner.
I think you're right. Yeah.
He's really a good player, man. They drafted him in the first round. He can cover. He can come up and hit. All those little plays that Miami kills people with, those little quick screens and the end arounds, they were. Steve Spagnuolo's defense was really aggressive on top of those things, and I thought both teams were impressive in that game. that, you kind of think Tua and Patrick Mahomes are going to get this big shootout. Both defenses are pretty good. And now that the Dolphins have Bradley Chubb and Jalen Ramsey back, they're pretty formidable on defense too, Rod.
Well, you got Spagnuolo and Vic Fangio. I mean, you got two of the better defensive minds in the NFL, period, facing off there. So I'm not surprised that defenses are a little bit better than we give them credit for, just because there's so much attention to the offense. Patrick Mahomes being as elite as he has been early on in his career, but then the Miami Dolphins have the best offense through actually in NFL history through the first 6 weeks of the season. A lot of talk, a lot of hype about those offenses and it being like a shootout. Turns out defensive game plans were pretty sound for both of those teams. They ended up, Chiefs scored 14 points because they ended up getting the non-offensive touchdown.
Yeah, both offenses scored 14, and then that Chiefs defensive score was the difference in the ballgame.
The Chiefs defensive effort, though, way more impressive to me, going up against that Dolphins offense with the array of weapons they have than the Miami Dolphins defense. It's impressive, but it's easier to defend Kansas City than it has been in previous years. They only got Kelsey. They have one of the most underwhelming wide receiving cores in the NFL. I'm still shocked, flabbergasted that they didn't make a move before the trade deadline for wide receiver. Maybe they tried, just couldn't get anything done. But I think that's their Achilles heel. It'll come back to haunt them. I know they think they can develop those wide receivers into being, high-level, productive wide receivers. But the truth is, that is right now the tragic flaw for that Kansas City offense is that you can take Kelsey out of the game. If you can take Kelsey out of the game successfully, those wide receivers are not a threat. You can match up with them one-on-one on the outside, and you don't have fear they're going to beat you.
Well, and that game was crazy, being up early, drinking coffee, watching this game from Germany. But this kind of throws your whole time schedule off for the time falling back. You're watching this game in the middle of the morning. But and it was an intense game. Mm-hmm. But how about the Chiefs? I mean, they lost the game to the Broncos last week. And in this game, there was a third and a half a foot and where they could have iced the game and not given the ball back to Tua. They threw it. So they didn't take any time off, and instead of trying to do a quarterback sneak or something on the ground to get a foot, they threw the ball. The Dolphins did a good job, covered everything, and they ended up having to punt. Then when they punted, Rod, then also in the fourth quarter on a Dolphins punt, Mecole Hardman fielded a punt at his 1 yard line.
I know.
Like, what is going on over here, Andy Reid? Like, what are we doing, bro?
It's the wide receivers.
Come on,
Even when those special teams are making bad plays that are hurting your team. I'll give you a stat.
They still won because their defense balled out.
The defense is legit. You give Beach credit for revamping their defense because that was the focus of last year's draft. Remember, even in the last Super Bowl, they started more rookies in that secondary than any team in the last 20 years going into a Super Bowl. So they started like 3 rookies in the secondary, which is crazy. You don't do that. But here's a stat for you. Patrick Mahomes has completion to at least 10 different players in 6 games this season.
Yeah.
That's the most by any quarterback in the Super Bowl era. Guys, we're just halfway through the season, and he's already got a completion to at least 10 different players in 6 games. That is not a good stat. That is not a favorable stat for the identity of that offense. That means the offense is struggling, and he's struggling to find receivers he depend on.
Yeah, well, they went out and scored on their first drive on the scripted plays, went right down the field, and they only scored one other offensive touchdown the rest of the game against that Dolphins defense. Mm-hmm. But the Chiefs defense did a great job because the Dolphins had a chance to go down and tie the game, get it to overtime. And the Chiefs defense would not buckle. Pretty impressive. Also impressive, how about the Cowboys? This is really frustrating. Let's hear how this ended, Rod, because if you're a Cowboys fan, it would have been like if the Longhorns had lost the game on Saturday. They won it. But Cowboy fans are thinking, how in the heck? You get the ball, you're down 28-23. You really have outplayed the Eagles, except for the third quarter where they put up 2 touchdowns, right? The Devontae Smith with a touchdown, hit A.J. Brown. They scored 14 points, and that was really the difference in the game. But other than that, you'd outplayed this team. Dak Prescott's playing good. They're, again, not running the ball. But Dak's got no turnovers. And now you're sitting 1st and 5 or 1st and goal from the 5.5, 6 yard line with 27 seconds to go after the Eagles just handed you chunk yards on a pass interference call, then a personal foul call, another Eagles penalty, and you're all of a sudden you're down to the 6 yard line with plenty of time. And all you got to do is punch this thing in, and you're going to win this ball game and get out of there with a huge win on the road against your division rival. How about this? Cowboys go false start, QB sack. Here comes Josh Sweat, who again beats Terrence Steele. Incomplete pass, delay of game. So now you're backed up to the 20. You're going from the 6 to the 25 yard line. And here's the final play, Rod, as they tried to get CeeDee Lamb into the end zone, threw it short of the zone, and he tried to fight his way in. Here's how it sounded.
All or nothing. Prescott. Dancing around. Just going to throw the end zone. And catch is made by Lamb. The Eagles will win it.
Damn. Rod, from first and goal at the 6 with Kevin Burkhardt on Fox yesterday. First and goal at the 6, you go penalty, sack, incomplete, penalty, game over.
Meltdown.
That is not good.
Yeah, you're your own worst enemy. And that's, honestly, it's way too familiar for Cowboys fans.
Kind of like the Arizona game.
That's just how you end playoff games look like that for the Cowboys, too. At the end of some of these playoff games, they look discombobulated, out of sorts, become their own worst enemy. And you pointed out, I mean, the Cowboys, they finished with more yards. Actually, had 114 more yards than the Eagles. Their defense actually held the Eagles' rushing attack, a really good rushing attack, one of the best rushing attacks in the NFL, top 5, to 3.3 yards per carry. And they only had one run of 10-plus yards, and the Cowboys held Philadelphia to 4 3-and-outs, including all 3 of its final drives. Yet the offense couldn't pull its weight. So I'm not saying the defense was perfect in that game, but I thought the defense did enough.
Yeah,
to give the offense a chance to win.
It did. Well, they had the ball down there with 6 minutes to go, and yeah, I mean, this was just a frustrating loss. Now for the Texans, it was going to be a frustrating loss because after you had taken the lead when C.J. Stroud threw his 4th touchdown pass of the game to put you up 37-31, I believe the score was at the time, 32. Baker Mayfield took his team right back down the field against your defense. That was frustrating, Rod, if you're a Texans fan like you and I are, because they had them 3rd and 19 at one point, or 3rd and 20, and let Baker Mayfield get a pass to.
I saw that. It was like it was like a 20.
Yeah,
it was like 3rd and more than 20. It was a 21-yard game.
Yeah, and if you get your D'Amico Ryan,
it was right by field goal range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was across midfield. So so on 3rd and 23 or whatever it was, they allow 21, 22-yard completion. So now Baker Mayfield goes for it, and then he runs for the first down. Then he takes him down into the end zone, and you're thinking, oh man, we just let this game get away.
Yeah, because they got 46 seconds left?
46 seconds left. And C.J. Stroud says, okay, don't panic, y'all. And by the way, how many timeouts? None. So we're going to go down this field. This is going to happen. A rookie quarterback.
That's amazing.
Whose team has rushed for a grand total of 50 yards today. Is going to put this team on his back and go down the field. So here we go. 46 seconds to go. C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz for 6 yards. Actually, no, across the middle, Dalton Schultz for 14 yards. Then across the middle to Dalton Schultz for 6 yards. Short middle to Noah Brown for 14 yards. Spike to stop the clock. Then 26 yards. To Nathaniel Dell on that beautiful, pass down the left side.
Oh, yeah, that was nice.
And then he finds, then here we go. Okay, so now you're sitting at the 15-yard line in about 5 plays. You still got time. There's about 10 seconds to go. Here's how it sounded. Also, I think on Fox, might have been CBS. Do we have this for you, T.Y.? To the end zone.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I was like, no way that just happened.
Yeah, no way we thought C.J. Stroud, even if the people who thought C.J. Stroud was going to be a home run pick for the Texans, nobody had envisioned him being this good. We're talking about potentially the greatest rookie season for a quarterback in the history of the NFL. That's what kind of pace he's on now. If he continues doing what he's doing, he's got the lowest interception rate in NFL history for a rookie quarterback right now, only 1 interception, so a 0.4% interception rate. And in that game, he had a perfect passer rating on first down, perfect passer rating in the second half, and a perfect passer rating on the game-winning drive.
Unbelievable. 40 seconds, and that's one that if you're in Tampa, you can't believe that just happened. You allowed your defense allowed that to happen. Todd Bowles is going to take a lot of heat for that, but C.J. Stroud shredded him 470 yards. All right, we know how the Longhorn game ended. That one was back and forth. Longhorns up 27-7 in the middle of the third quarter, feeling really good about themselves after a touchdown. After a fumble forced by Ethan Burke, Longhorns take a 27-7 lead. But as we said, K-State marched down the field, their first significant real drive of the game, mostly through the air, stick it in the end zone on a play where the Longhorns missed a couple tackles on a 26-yard catch. Should have been a catch for 10 or 15 yards, not a touchdown. But either way, they get in the end zone. That's how the third quarter ended. Then the fourth quarter starts with a Malik Murphy interception. That's just one of those, what do you call them, WTF moments, Rod, for a rookie quarterback, a young quarterback?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, C.J. Stroud has not had many of those WTF moments.
I don't know if he's had one period, honestly.
And then, so now you're okay, there's your fumble, there's your turn. Well, now it's 28, 27, 21 because they score right on the next play. Quick strike. Well, then you come back out, and now we got to run the ball. So we're going to saddle up Jonathan Brooks, who's going to fight through this ankle injury. And he puts a hell of a run together where he breaks across the first down line. And, of course, they keep fighting for the ball. Somebody pops it loose. It comes out. Now it's a fumble. Another touchdown. You go from 27-7 up, Rod, to now tied at 27, and you would have been 28-27, but they botched the extra point on that third touchdown. So now you're in a dogfight. Your quarterback has lost confidence. How are you going to win this game? Well, we know what happened. The Longhorns went on to win the football game. Malik Murphy led them down the field for a field goal drive to take the lead. On that, I think he completed 6 or 7 passes.
Yeah, I think he was like 5 of 8.
5 of 8 on that drive.
On that drive, somewhere around there.
So you mixed the pass and the run. You didn't get in the end zone, but you kicked the field goal. Then, of course, K-State inexplicably missed the field goal that would have tied the game. Texas goes 3 and out, punt. Then they come back down, kick the field goal to tie the game. Now we're in overtime. Texas goes 3 and out and kicks a field goal in the first overtime. Now K-State has the ball, and here they are, Rod. They move the ball, one play, 19 yards to Ben Sinnott, the H-back, and now you're down inside the red zone. If you're Texas, you think, okay, we're about to lose this game. 4 down stop for the Texas defense. They tried a couple quarterback runs, and then they get to 4th down, and I think everybody in the building, and certainly you and I watching, thinking, he's going for this? He's going for it on 4th down.
I was flabbergasted.
He's not going to kick his field goal and go to the next overtime, extend this game. Instead, he went for it, and here's how that sounded on Saturday about middle of the afternoon.
Sometimes I feel like I'm a broken record when I just talk about
Going to the 4th down play.
Resiliency, perseverance. Those are all qualities that Chip
That's fine. Play it after. It's fine. Yes, it's opening statement. It's fine.
Find a way to win games at critical moments and make plays at critical moments. And so for our guys today, just felt like another example of that. They just, as good as we were playing early, our own miscues and some forced by them allowed Kansas State to get back into the game. And I think it tested us. It tested our resiliency. It tested our culture to stick together. Because in the end, when you block a punt, they score off of that. When you throw a pick in your own end, they score off of that. When you fumble in your own end, they score off of that. Those are moments when some teams could break. When the game gets tied, can't get the stop, and so through it all, could we play better? Could we found a way to play better at some key moments? Sure, but we played well enough at the most critical moments when the ball's on your own, 4 or 5 yard line there for 4 straight snaps, and our defense was able to get the stop. So it was a great start to the game. I love the efficiency of which we were playing in all 3 phases. Unfortunately, we let them back into the game. And then we had to fight like crazy to find a way to win. But to sit here 8-1 sure feels a heck of a lot better than sitting here 7-2. And so proud of our team, but we also know that we can improve and we can get better, and our best football still out there.
Right there, Sark.
Amen to that, Coach.
Can we play the 4th down stop, which we were going to play ahead of that? That is the Viking fence defensive play of the game. Might be the defensive play of the season, if not for the one Jahdae Barron made down in Houston that saved the season potentially. But here it was on Saturday at DKR.
Empty backfield. Howard looking. Howard scrambles. Howard lets it go. Incomplete. And Texas survives. 33-30.
The great Gus Johnson with the call. What I love most about that play is that Howard basically applied the coverage and the alignment of Ron Woods
zone splits, he'll play the line of scrimmage, and then he'll drop back into his zone. There's one of the times where the freedom that they've given him, that quarterback really helped out because it was misinformation that was given to Ohio that they're in coverage. So I don't have an easy switch release that'll be open, and that switch release was not open because he thought he was throwing to Sanat, and Sanat ended up being covered by my man Ryan Watts on the outside release because they basically tangled on one man take outside cut, one man take inside cut. This is important because Ryan Watts has struggled that game. It was not a great game for Ryan Watts. He gave up that 26-yard touchdown. He probably should have pushed him out of bounds to make the tackle and make a touchdown. He gave up a deep ball also early in that game. So it wasn't a great game, but that's just something about Texas. Texas has, an outstanding football character. They have exceptional team grit, testicular fortitude. That's being able to battle back from adversity. When you have made a mistake, or you have hurt your team, or you have bad plays, to be able to bounce back, to have that ability to persevere, to be resilient. That's what this team has. Not a great team, very much certainly a forward team, but they have really good football traits as a team that really helped them in the fourth quarter. And we were like this too. This team reminds me of a lot of the teams I played on. We were 11-1 in some seasons, 2 seasons. My last 2 seasons in 2001 and 2002 probably should have played for and won championships, but we underachieved to a certain extent. We were a really good team that bounced back and battled adversity really well. Ryan Watts bounced back and was a Simon Sound in that moment. If he hadn't been, Texas would lose that game, but he was a Simon Sound because he found a way to battle back and overcome those bad plays that he had early in the game. It happened to me in Oklahoma State game. My senior year, I brought this up. I gave up a deep ball touchdown early in that game, and Coach Akina told me, he's like, I know you're going to make a play in the game. Don't even worry about it. Came back in the game, stopped the 2-point conversion, but also could have been a go-ahead 2-point conversion for him, and then let the game-winning interception later in the game. So Coach Akina once told me that was the best performance he'd ever seen from me, and the proudest he'd ever been of me, because he saw me battle through the adversity and then come back and make plays. That's true. See, all you guys are going to make mistakes. You're human. But you got to be able to battle back from that and then be able to make the play. That's what Ryan was did. And to me, so that's why watching him throughout the game, even more proud of his effort in that mindset, because I know he was in a situation where he wasn't having a great game, and he probably wasn't really high on his performance so far. Still was able to come back and not be distracted anymore. But go ahead, Sean. amount of possessions Miami's going to get. So you ain't got to defend Tua in the passing game the whole game. You know what I mean? You can get some ball control. That would be nice. Yeah. Like I said, it's not optimal, but here they are. I believe the reason, I think you just mentioned the Chiefs fell flaw, Cowboys fell flaw is that in the running game. And over the course of this season, that's going to get them. That was a gettable game yesterday. If you run the ball from the 5-yard line, Arizona's also come back to haunt them too again. It's going to come back to haunt them. It's already 7 right next to it. Yeah, starts talking about Malik. Yeah, listen, Sark, he did not reputation for benching quarterbacks. He used to have a reputation for picking the right quarterback initially, not having to go back and bench quarterback also, because I think pointed this out several times. He isn't a quarterback himself, former quarterback, and I think he coaches vicariously through his quarterbacks, which is why he also throw the football with a young quarterback, because he's thinking, what if I was a young quarterback? I want to throw the football. You know? And I think that's why he recruits quarterbacks really well. I think that's why he develops quarterbacks really well. Because they get to the curse of it. And also I think that's why, long term, much of this been involved with fans, he'll come out there and start throwing the football early on with a young quarterback. Even if the young quarterback has struggled in the running game is doing really well, Sark is still thinking, what would I want to do if I was a young quarterback out there? I would want to hand off the football. I want to throw it. Because that helps him recruit quarterbacks, helps him develop quarterbacks, helps him empathize and relate to his QBs. But the only quarterback I remember him benching, I'm sure he's benched quarterbacks in the past, but he benched Justin Carter. Justin Carter wasn't his guy. Keep that in mind. It's easy to bench a guy that ain't your guy. So can he bench his guy when he thinks of the quarterback and he's thinking, would I want to get benched? Or would I want my quarterback coach to let me battle through some adversity growing pains and then let me come out on the other side? The